It's time to go racing here. For those of you in the paddock, for those of you watching on from home, welcome to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. The third round of the United States Pro Kart Series, the Ohio Grand Prix, is about to go racing with heat race number 1. Team Ferris Racing, Micro Swift, Bo White, Emmett Dalton on row number 1, Dusty Strayer and Kip Knaus on the Hendrick cars, Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro Kart on row number 2. Franco Schiavo and Liam Capatiello on row 3. Francisco and more. 19 drivers total getting ready to go racing here this weekend. As always, my name is Caleb Yeska. Bradley Dalton alongside me here in the booth, bringing you guys all the coverage throughout the day. And Cameron Reed, our boots on the ground throughout the weekend. Porter Weisencell will turn the lights off before we go racing, and they're going to go yellow. It's a no start for the first attempt of the day, Bradley.
Yeah, drivers were ready to go. They're raring to go. We're all raring to go racing, but you still have to get through the tram lines and be slow enough to get the green light. So they get their way sent around here. They'll do another recon lap here, get things set up again, and then, well, we'll put them back 2x2, send it back into the tram lines, and get ready to go yet again here for heat number 1. It's always interesting when Micro Swift comes through and they are the first heat to go because, again, our youngest category, they are always raring to race.
And a little differences in between the cadet categories and the full-size categories here this weekend. The cadets, only 10 laps is what they're going to get for their heat races. To start things off, the Super Heats will be 13 laps for these cadet drivers, 15 for the full-size cars, 12 laps in the heats. If we look at it again, they're going to take the cut-through on what was the original layout, the legacy layout, like they like to call it here at MCC, without the addition of the last 3 corners. But here we go, second time of asking. Bo White, Emmett Dalton, lights are out. Micro Swift is underway from Ohio.
What a great start there from Bo Wyatt to the inside, and big shout out to Dusty Strayer getting up into second place. It was a bad start for Emmett Dalton, and I hate to say it, but the bad start getting worse, continuing to shuffle out of order here, trying to find slots to go in. We go side by side here for third now, coming through. Emmett Dalton sitting in fourth on that start. That inside line got away well. Unfortunately, the outside line, even though it's the racing line, if you don't get the strongest of starts, you're on the outside, which is not ideal. As we go side by side up the hill through 11, down the hill towards 12.
Emmett Dalton set up a crossover on the exit of turn 11 on Franco Schiavo, who, again, a different look for Schiavo this weekend on the Paralyn machine. He sits there now, shuffled down the order. Liam Francisco is able to go through, and Kip Knaus as well. Rookie in the division this year. His first handful of national starts for Knaus. He currently sits ahead of Jack Katowski, multi-time national race winner in the Micro Swift division. A little wide there. In turn number 2, he's got, again, Schiavo right behind him. Compatiello's in tow, as well as a couple of more. Braxton Shiflett is there. Brody Allegretta. That's the way the top 10 shape up. But as lap 1 fully concludes and we start the first half of lap number 2, it's a great start for the 51 of Bo Wyatt and Dusty Strayer. These two able to pull away quite nicely from third on back.
Already over a second to the front here for Wyatt and Strayer as they are settled in here into a rhythm. Dalton and Francisco third and fourth. And what a big shout out to Jack Katowski, by the way, sitting 6th behind Kip Knaus, but up 5 places already. Your fastest charger out of lap 1, still looking to make some moves along side by side. Schiavo working against Compatiello and making moves along up into the mix here, coming across the line to end lap 2. And, well, we reset the gaps where they're at here. 0.2 of a second between Wyatt and Strayer, but Francisco over a second back from the top 2.
And there's a couple of moves there further back. Trey Sanders, the number 3 Ryan Perry Motorsports machine, was looking to make a move coming out on the front stretch, and he unfortunately didn't find a way by. Sanders sits in 9th. It's been no change for him so far in this main event. Katowski's up 5. And he sits right there with Brody Allegretta on the Team Ferris Racing Paralyn machine, right behind him. And you go back to Schiavo, Harrison Apel, as well. Those two drivers swapping positions. It's Apo now in 11th, Schiavo down in 12th, and the leaders getting closer to each other in comparison to what we saw a lap ago. It's Strayer now chasing on down Bo Wyatt. You'll see that happen throughout this first heat race to start off the day. But this has been a different start, right? Usually these races kind of start, throughout the year we've had heat race number 1 being one of the most hectic, one of the most chaotic, because you're straight into racing, right? Now they've had time to kind of ease into it. The nerves, the fresh start to the day kind of goes away rather than just going straight into race mode. That qualifying, I think, helps bring everything down a notch, bring it down a gear, if you will.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. It's a big difference in mindset whenever you have additional sessions before the racing, because it lets you get into the mindset of the day. It lets you understand, sort of prep your mind and body of, okay, we're racing, this is what racing needs to be. Whereas when we jump right into it, as we have the first 2 rounds, it's a case of, all right, I gotta go, I gotta get going. It's the first thing in the morning, I need to do everything I can here in the heat, and it's hectic in that regard. I also think part of it too is we're over halfway through the season. This is the start of round number 3. Heat 1 and round number 3 is a lot different of a feeling than the first heat of the first round or the first heat of the second round, knowing that you have so much more time to go. Right now, this is the start of heat number 3. We're into August this year, and so all of these drivers have had so long through the year to really settle into a rhythm, of course, through USPKS and any other series that these drivers have run, whether it be a grassroots regional or any other nationals. They're into the rhythm now through the year, and we're at the end of the summer. Summer is a busy time for these young drivers.
And like I mentioned, right, I mentioned obviously the big 3 coming here, but also the Road Tax Americas Trophy came here as well the weekend prior to the SCUSA Pro Tour for the second weekend of rounds 3 and 4. So again, for a lot of these drivers who have done everything throughout the year, this is the 4th time that you've been here. This is the 4th time that you've seen this place, and it's no different than what it was the last couple weeks. The conditions are going to be different, yes, but we also had rain throughout some of those weekends, rain over at the Stars Championship Series. Now just continue to build on that, which is why I think you see a lot of young drivers like the likes of the 66 and Kip Canals put himself 4th at the end of qualifying, right? Being there and being one of the younger drivers, I believe 7 or 8 years old, coming out at the front, firing off. Emmett Dalton as well, another one of the drivers that this weekend is breaking out, putting himself inside of the top 5. Dusty Strayer with, a couple of great results on the year. Francisco continuing that. Tristan Francisco, that is. Liam, the driver, the other Francisco who's racing in Mini Swift. And then Kitowski as well, right? Easing into the weekend, easing into the round. It's no different than what it was, right? You've seen this track for the 4th time on the national circuit. And you go out there and race. It's another weekend, another racetrack to be out in front, to pick up another trophy, to pick up a little bit of a payday. Bo Wyatt doing just that to start off the day here with 5 laps to go left in this first heat race. And it's been very, very tame. The micro's given us, some great moments throughout the year. But now it's going to be time to go for Tristan Francisco. Goodness gracious, for a second, my apologies there. Tristan is going to get himself clear. And it's the helmet what's throwing me off at the moment. That's what it is. Liam sporting a very similar helmet, but Tristan able to slot himself through for a second here.
Seeing a call to the 17 of Brody Alagrada on the board there. Again, one of the fun things about this MCC facility is the fact that it is all modern electronics here. You have the caution lights, you have the communication board on the front, the number board that can send out messages live time in racing. Sometimes as we have a pass here for 3rd, that's Strayer going back around on Dalton with a switch back through. Sometimes at some tracks, it's all manual hand signals, and sometimes the message doesn't get through to the drivers, right? Here at MCC, you kind of don't get that sort of excuse because it's a big, bright board right on the start-finish line that will put a black flag or a meatball flag and your number. And you look at that and you see as again looking for a pass for 3rd to the inside. Emmett Dalton not able to make the move on Strayer, but certainly was looking for a charge there through 13 and 14.
Yeah, he definitely looks for it. And that's one of the moves specifically in turn 13, right? If you're going to make it deep into the brakes, and it could very easily turn into the outside by the time you get into turn 14, which could, could be a one-way ticket out and into the mud when it's all said and done. A lot of drivers do play nice there, but again, situational and, whether or not the move is on, whether it's, overzealous, if you will, but it's heat race number 1. That's a move you make in the main event throughout those last 5 laps. Whenever you want to, either rattle somebody or really make a statement, and you go out there and, being a decisive move. We're kind of talking about holding those, in your back pocket a little bit earlier on today off the air, Bradley, and these drivers are doing, just that. And now Emmett, opportunity presenting himself in 12, run not exactly there, so he's gonna have to wait. But already kind of knocking on the door of that 3rd place. And this is as well a good gauge, right? Where is Strayer better than you? Whether it's on the straight, drop a 2 for the next race, see if you can, get that last little bit to make that lunge. This time, Porter's going to give us a 2.6 in the air. 2 laps to go in Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift. And Bo Wyatt has led since the lights went out at the start over Tristan Francisco, who, again, a great start to this heat race to gain 5 spots.
Tristan Francisco, a very, very strong driver here. Of course, won round 2 there in the RPM Nitro Kart and is going to be looking to have a good run along here. Wyatt in the front, not rattled a bit so far. Really, again, hitting those marks, not even looking back over the shoulder. And that's one of the things that kind of gauges for me how a driver feels in the position they're in. Are they looking over the shoulder a lot? Are they putting in defensive places? Or are they, just looking ahead, focusing on the race? And right now, for Bo Wyatt, it is a case of just head down, look ahead, look at your apex, and that's the first look over the shoulder. Now, of course, in the helmet, whenever a driver starts to get closer, you can hear that. So you're aware, this is the look over the shoulder. White flag out, 1 lap to go. Wyatt leads Francisco.
Yeah, and Wyatt went a little defensive. He put himself to the middle of the racetrack whenever we were back in turn number 13, and it's very bumpy on that inside line, and you saw him just kind of bobble a little bit. Didn't lose all too much time, but now he's on full defense from Tristan Francisco at the conclusion of this one. Emmett Dalton now getting ahead of Dusty Strayer for 3rd. That move being concluded, and now here comes Francisco looking to set up a crossover on the exit of turn number 7. Francisco, the run not there in a 9 and 10. He's going to stay back in 2nd. But Bo definitely knows he's there. Back into turn number 12. Wyatt to the bottom of the racetrack. Francisco on the high side. Gonna be a big lunge if he wants to make it. Now on the exit of 13, into 14. Wyatt holding on. Francisco is gonna get a great exit into the line. Something that we're so used to seeing in 2026 drag races to the line. Francisco side by side, not enough. 1/1000th of a second. Bo Wyatt holds on over a hard-charging Tristan Francisco. The number 25 spots gained in the first heat race of the day. Dusty Strayer, your top 3.
1 millisecond between first and second is an absolutely ridiculous margin. And the fact that that's the first heat of the weekend, I mean, that just sets the tone for everything there. Strayer, Emmett Dalton, and Braxton Shiflett into your top 5. Kip Knaus, unfortunately, falling down to 6th. Jack Katowski was able to get to 7th. Liam Capitello into 8th. Trey Sanders and Harrison Appel in your top 10.
Schiavo, Allegretta, Rodolfo Garza, Chase Zoman, as well as Bryson Barnett. Then Bernardo Nascimento, Hartford Ellis, Vincent Dickin, and James Laser, your 19 drivers that took the checkered in that first heat race of the day. Action continues. KA100 Junior coming up next.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the United States Pro Kart Series. It's round number 3. It's the Ohio Grand Prix here from MCC. Out on track right now is going to be KA100 Junior, and here's your starting lineup. It's Travis Pettit with Brandon Horscrack Racing up in the front, with Nico Katowski running the Trinity Karting Group on the outside. Marco Samet in third, Tristan Murphy in fourth, Lucas Palacio in fifth, and Braden Wagner in sixth. You've got a lot of strong drivers up and down this KA Junior category that are all going to be looking to have the best go as they come out of 14 down towards 15 and 16, getting formed up and getting ready for the run.
Well, here we go. We got them all lined up, 30 plus, getting ready to take the lights. They're out. KA100 Junior, presented by BBS Racing Engines, is underway.
And already Travis Pettit up in the front made a big move on the start to try to look along at the line, and Nico Katowski up into second now as Pettit has pulled a sizable margin through, heading down into turn 6-7 complex, and now through into the S's 8, 9, and 10. It is again going to be the Burrell Art there fighting along with the Lando Norris kart, second and third as they work their way through, up the hill and down the hill.
Great start for Travis Pettit, and something that we've seen out of him a couple of times already this year, right? Just defending in a turn number 2 as well throughout the first couple of corners, letting everything kind of shake up behind you. And that's given him a comfortable gap in front to kick off this race. Katowski's in second, Samet's at third, Palacio, the Atlassian F1 Williams Academy driver, puts himself in the 4th spot on the Royal Performance Group Cosmic. Gulseth, Murphy to Wagner, Lorenko Varela, Orioli, and Benja Fernandez, your top 10 at the conclusion of the first lap. Lap number 2 commences. And for Nico Katowski and Travis Pettit, the gap already, you can see it visibly on your screen here, Bradley. Not going to hold on for, I think, much longer for Travis Pettit.
Getting that large run on lap 1 for Travis Pettit, it's a great option. Again, let everything happen behind you, get your lead. The problem is the momentum build from second place back with the draft, with the run, having people to work with. Again, that's that accordion effect. You can stretch that out so far, but it's going to rebound right back in and come through. And when it squeezes and it closes, that's where accordions make the music. I would not be surprised by the end of lap 3 here, as we start lap 3 of 12, if Katowski and Samet aren't right on the back of Pettit. And then that becomes the question for me. You've got BJR 1 and 3. You've got Katowski with Trinity Karting Group in P2. Do we see some teammate strategy start to play itself in here in Junior?
Yeah, a little bit early on in the weekend, I would say, for Marco Samet, right? Just situational with the way this weekend goes. And again, in the main events, I think more so. You expect to see a little bit more of that. But as this session continues to go on, Katowski closed down significantly a lap ago. He was 0.3 better, or he was just really able to get onto the rear bumper. Travis Pettit now at the end of this 3rd lap, and he's right there with Pettit. It's just a matter of time, right? When does Nico Katowski want to make the move for the lead? It's not going to be in turn number 2. And I mean, just kind of queuing him up, right? For that characteristic, you ask yourself when, and it happens right after.
Yep.
You kind of ask that question, but yeah, for Nico, he's playing patient at the moment with Pettit. And as well, everybody else behind him, everybody content to kind of follow along. Wagner there in 6th, and then Gulseth, the driver, in 7th. And then there's a big separation back to 8th with Santi Orioli on the OKP OTK machine. He's in a group with Fernandez and Varela.
I think you said it, Caleb, and I'm going to reiterate it. It's early in the weekend. So I think really right now, disregard, never mind, move to the inside, coming along for 3rd. And that is going to be Samet, shuffled in by Palacio. Up down the order through. The shuffle for third is now commenced. I was going to say it's too early in the weekend for drivers to go for anything too crazy here early on, and then, well, it happens. There it is, characteristic. Welcome to Commentary 101 with Caleb and Brad, ladies and gentlemen. That's how it works. You start to say something, and drivers prove you wrong. Top two now get a bit of breathing room for third place on back.
Yeah, Palacio made that move, and unfortunately for both of them, they lost a little bit of time. But again, it was a move that Palacio was going to have to make here pretty soon because they were, again, not moving in front of them. And it's one of the terms that we mention a lot, right? Rob's always been big about saying this as well throughout weekends. K100 racing is really pass or be passed. And again, you can sit there patiently waiting in third or fourth, really, but you got to make a move at one point or another. Put yourself in the conversation as well. And Palacio did just that, right? There's nothing really wrong with what he did there. Timely for it, but the black and white does go out for one, and it looked like it might have been the 803. Get more confirmation on that as well. We saw that kind of populate on the track system lights there, trackside on the front stretch. We'll head on down to Cameron, who's got a little bit more.
Yeah, just to add a little bit of a note for you guys, we talk a lot about the battling going on right now. When's the strategic time to make a move? Personally, I think for Nico Katowski, a driver who this is his home track for TKG. They've got a lot of laps here. They should be the quickest around this track, but as we mentioned, this is our fourth time here this year. If there's anything left in that TKG machine, now is not the time to go to the lead. Now is not the time to show Pettit any extra pace that they might be hiding, because every time we come back to this track, weekend after weekend, all these teams are really closing that gap to any pace the TKG team might have.
Yeah, very great point there by Cameron, right? It's, again, a lot like what we've said in this race, very early on in the weekend. So holding, and playing your cards kind of close to your chest is characteristic to what we're seeing at the moment in between Junior. We saw it in Micro as well. Very quiet starts to the main event, or to the heat races, I should say. My apologies. So far today, the only one really making moves is Lucas Palacio himself, but a very good point. If there's more pace, holding on to it. If you want to get the best average points finish, you can wait a little bit. We just crossed the halfway point there. You saw Porter Weisenthal with the 2-6 cross on the front stretch, just signaling, right? We're just at the halfway point. And drivers recognizing that, knowing that, it's just, no point to go out there and make a superhero move in heat race number one of the day, of the weekend, pretty much. And, Katowski following with Pettit, matching times, matching laps. Just riding out, sitting patient up front. And it's giving them this gap. You talked about the accordion effect earlier on the weekend, Bradley. You're seeing it here again. The top two extending a little bit over Palacio. They were a tenth better. Gave him a little bit of room to open up that little bit more.
Well, one of the things, too, to watch with Nico Katowski that he's got to have in his mind, too, at this point, it's a 46-point lead over Travis Pettit. So you're not necessarily thinking about just, I need to win the race. If you're really thinking long-term here, you're thinking, I have a championship I want to defend. And sometimes that means in Heat 1, you might end up in second place, but it's live to fight another day, because what's better, finishing second place here in Heat 1 to fight in Heat 2, to fight in the Super Heat and fight in the final, or wrecking your cart out in Heat 1 and then missing Heat 2 because you can't put your cart back together and compromising your entire run for a championship. That's how you make or break things through, and that's some of the thought process that, again, they start to learn more here in the run.
And we were just talking about that off the air as well, right? You were asking, how some drivers were leading championship points without having a race win on the year. And again, same thing that I'm going to reiterate here is the heats. The heats make that little bit of a difference. The heats at the end of the championship run for the year, you look back to maybe a bad heat, to maybe a bad super heat, to finishing either third or fourth in a main event. What could you have done differently on the build-up to where you position yourself as the weekend goes on? And you look back at all that, right? You look back at moments like this where we're sitting here, and as long as you want to go, you think better of it. Big picture, marathon, not a sprint. And that'll be something that we're going to touch upon as well as the rest of the weekend, because the championship points conversations, they are changing, right, as the weekend goes on. And that'll be, I think, one of the things that we talk a lot about tomorrow being the main event, because, you know, that's going to set us up perfectly by the time we get to the Lake Erie Grand Prix to finalize the 2026 United States Pro Kart Series season. But as this one gets ready to draw to a close, we're on lap number 10 of 12. It'll be 2 laps to go the next time around for everybody in this field. And there's been nothing out of Pettit. There's been nothing out of Katowski. Palacio has been fighting to stay there with the top 2, and Murphy has been the fastest on the racetrack.
Palacio and Murphy are looking quick. Here's the move for the lead, though, down the inside. There goes Katowski, pass or be passed being in the order, and Katowski into 12 and 13, makes the move coming up to lap 11 and 12, gets through, 2 to go in the air, and for the first time this entire heat, it's now TKG to the top.
And it's really time to perfection there. Nico Katowski putting himself, making that move, making it happen, and then a response out of Travis Pettit, right? How do you go back? How do you answer? And he showed it just there. Turn number 2 on Lucas Palacio, got clear for second, and now Murphy's gonna now go a spot better on Lucas Palacio, putting himself up to 3rd. So that changed all kind of direct domino effect from Katowski making the move into 13. Now everything's kind of falling into play here, and you got to keep it on. Braden Wagner, who's down in 6th, he could have an opportunity to close on it, and the same for Marco Salmon, who I think it's more probable for Salmon to join the party here before this one's over. White flag will fly this time by, and Pettit, he was passed in this corner a lap ago. It's not going to be it for him this time, but they will get the white from Porter. And this time around, 1 lap to go in KA100 Junior Heat race number 1.
And this is where, if you have anything left to give here at the end of Heat 1 that you want to give away this early in the weekend, you do so. Try to set up the crossover into 2. Pettit on Katowski, not able to make the move. Look at how defensive Katowski is being, running that inside line all the way through. Top 5 now stacked up nose to tail. Watch out for Wagner in 6th, though. Braden Wagner looking over the shoulder, nobody behind, and knows that there's a chance ahead as these top 5 all shuffle through. Down into 8, 9, 10 we go.
Here we go into turn number 11. Nico Katowski puts himself to the bottom again. Keep an eye on Pettit. Keep an eye on Murphy. Murphy's going to move to the outside line. Pettit going to fall to the bottom. There goes Salmon. There goes Palacio, and Wagner inching his way closer to the top 5. Now fully arriving. Katowski, 2 more corners. Just has to hold on for heat race number 1. Palacio's going to drop a tire into the line. Katowski made that TKG barrel art as wide as possible, and it's going to pay off to the end. Katowski gets the first result on the weekend in Brandon Jartscrack Racing KA100 Junior. He's going to take the win. Pettit in 2nd, Murphy in 3rd, Salmon and Palacio, your top 5.
Another run to the line, 0.5 of a second separating 1st and 2nd, 1/10 separating your top 3, and then the teammates of Palacio and Wagner there, Braden Wagner running through side by side across the line as well, 300 separating them. Another barn burner through across the line where it's a matter of hundreds making the difference here. Your top 5 as they stood, the Braden Wagner in P6, Santiago Orioli, Nathan Gulseth, William Veeder, and Darren Kidd rounding out the top 10 here.
There you go, a couple of drivers, again, notably falling down the order. Nathan Gulseth, one of them, who's only down in 8th. And as well, you look back to a couple more that are down there. Callan Berghofer made up a good number of spots up to 6th. Showing some good pace. That's it. There's a look how they stacked up all the way down to 30th. What a way to kick off KA100 Junior for the weekend. More racing action on the other side with KA100 Senior.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopBakeAir.com. At ShopBakeAir.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopBakeAir.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Brandon Jarscrack Racing KA100 Senior takes to the racetrack, and it's a top 3 lockout. Well, Brandon Jarscrack and his boys, Paulie Massimino is going to lead the field to green alongside Edgar Rodriguez. James Overbeck on row number 2, alongside the driver out of the United Kingdom on the Velocity Racing Sodi machine and Caden McQueen. Donovan Bonilla and Max Weiland will be on row number 3 with Little Sizzle and Shane Reddy, Chase Gassiet-Lee, and Brandon Lemke on row number 5.
Looking back beyond that, you have Rubio Luengo, you have Connor Ferris, you have Harrower, and Wargo 13th and 14th. Nick Gabriel going through into 15th, and Santiago Duran in P16. AJ Myers down in 17th. That is a very, very unnatural position for AJ Myers. It's going to be a fight through the field to try to work forward. Curious to see how that works out here in KA100 Senior.
It's going to have to be a charge to the field for the 2024 KA100 Senior Champion and AJ Myers on the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. We'll keep an eye on him as he looks to race his way through 40 drivers getting ready to take the lights. Here, 41 total with Austin Thompson getting ready to start at the back, the 972. But it's Massimino on the inside, Rodriguez on the outside with James Overbeck and Caden McQueen on row number 2. KA100 Senior, it's lights out, and we're underway from Ohio.
And a great start from the 3 DJR drivers up in the front, able to get up in 1, 2, 3, maintain as they head through and down into 6 and 7 they go now, as your top 2 holding nose to tail there. That's Paulie Massimino and Edgar Rodriguez. Everybody getting away out of the corner, all but one, and that was one of the Sodi karts back in the back there, as your top 3 still maintain DJR 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, the 3 DJR LN karts played that perfectly, keeping all of them up at the front. Bonilla was able to shuffle McQueen a spot back, and now Caden's going to respond at turn 13. Here goes Reddy looking on the inside, Lemke looking to follow, and Isaac Malquid, and here comes Max Weiland, 2 tires off and into the grass. That's going to hinder the momentum he was carrying forward as he was looking to make a move there on Malquid, and that didn't happen for him. Now Weiland's going to pay the price. He was passed there by Gassiet-Lee. He was passed as well by Derek Wargo on the IPK Formula K machine, and Mateo Rubio Luengo as well was the next one in line looking to go through on Weiland. He wasn't able to. He's got teammate Chris Harrow right behind him. They both sit 12th and 13th respectively on the racetrack. And up at the front, the top 3, bumper to bumper, nose to tail.
I know we said it was really early for the team games, but when you're 1, 2, 3 teammates, you're just going to run away if you can. That's going to be the thing to watch here. Caden McQueen, I think, is going to be a strong driver to close in, though. If there was someone to work on closing along, that would be the driver I'd want to be leading through here. Going to be looking to settle things in and run into the go. We saw the black flag come out there as well on the call early on. That was, I would assume, for a lap 1 contact, and you may be saying, oh,
Max
more contact.
Weiland on the inside there, Derek Wargo into turn number 2. Mateo Rubio Luengo pretty much pushed him on through. Max went to the bottom, and Mateo was pretty much telling him, you're gonna go, and he did. Wargo got shuffled back, Weiland got shuffled back. Now Myers is right behind him. The two of them were pretty much under the same camp for a good number of years, with Weiland's junior career being pretty much, you look back to it and you got to think to the Magic Kart, and AJ as well, right in 2024 with the single speed side of things for AJ and as well for Max, and then shifter and single speed throughout other different series here in the United States, and now they find themselves on MPG Kart Republics for the 2026 United States Pro Kart Series season. And they put themselves a little bit down the order 13th and 14th. There's now a move out of Edgar Rodriguez. That's going to lose a little bit of time for James Overbeck, who's going to respond on Edgar. Looking on the inside, turn number 4. He's going to go through, and now McQueen looking to pass him, and he is through for 3rd. So McQueen goes by on Rodriguez as well. And that was one of the things that I was kind of asking to myself as well coming into this weekend and coming into this heat race specifically, right? We have seen the BJR Lent Karts work together perfectly throughout the year. You saw it at the Indiana Grand Prix throughout that main event with James and Paulie, but it's really the first time that another one has been right there, and it was Edgar Rodriguez this weekend, right? What's it going to be like for him? Is he going to be the driver to sit around in 3rd and be patient, or is he going to be the one to make moves? He showed his hand, right? Wants to be the one to make moves, and unfortunately paid the price for it, with James responding, and then McQueen going right back on him as well. And McQueen's been, you know, very happy to work with both James and Paulie throughout the year. So it's something new, a different factor for him. And as I say that, right, forget everything that I just said. McQueen, turn number 2, he's going to make a move of his own in a turn 2 for 2nd. He's clear.
See, here's the problem that we just saw, though, is the fact that Overbeck and Rodriguez back and forth on that, right? And this is the thing that you have to remember. Karting, there's a lot of momentum-based runs in karting. And if you have the momentum built there like McQueen did, the second that Overbeck and Rodriguez started fighting, that shifts the momentum in McQueen's favor, and that's what allowed McQueen to make that pass so easily going through and make that pass stick. Now up into 2nd, able to get another pass done because there's nobody to help along with. So now here's what I'm curious to see. Rodriguez is basically a one-man ship sailing now, sitting in 4th. You have Bonilla behind, you have Malkowit behind, you have Lemke behind. That momentum now shifts because you're the lead kart in the go. And what did we say earlier about KA? It's pass or be passed. I hate to say it. I think, unfortunately, Rodriguez is now in the be passed position.
Yeah, and now he's falling under fire to his countrymen and Donovan Bonilla, both of the drivers, you know, born and raised pretty much in Mexico City, Mexico. And now the two of them kind of going at it here on the racetrack for 4th. Rodriguez holding on over Dono, who holds on to 5th. They got Malkowit right behind him. Lemke there for the back on the Charles Leclerc machine. And you look at the comparison here in between Caden McQueen and Paulie Massimino. And there's been a trend over the last couple of laps. Here, Bradley.
Yeah, looking at the pace here, of course, lap 3 was the lap that pass occurred to get up to 2nd, so you would expect. But even with that pass, look at that, just 0.07 of a second is the pace difference, and that flipped right back on lap 4, and now look at that gap coming across the line, 28 hundredths of a second faster on lap 5, makes that gap 0.18. The gap is gone. The gap is gone. Massimino is now going to start feeling some pressure here, but again, what am I looking at with Massimino? How often does Paulie Massimino look over the shoulder? And we're only just over halfway through this heat. Paulie Massimino's not even looking backwards yet.
Yeah, no passes through here. One driver went off, and it looked like also brought on a little bit of water on the racetrack. There's a little patch there on the run into turn number 10. I'll just throw a wrench at things for some of these drivers, but that being said, there was a move further back in this field, and it was out of Donovan Bonilla, or I should say it was out of Isaac Malkowit on Donovan Bonilla, and they're still fighting. Malkowit looking to go on Rodriguez, and here comes Lemke looking on the inside. He might just get all of them as they work their way onto the front stretch. He won't, because the OTKs are going to stay in line on the outside of him. McQueen now looking for the lead. He's found it into turn number 1. Caden McQueen to the point. Massimino going to respond. Overbeck looking for 2nd now. He's not going to find a way by. Looked like there was a yellow thrown throughout that sector. Here goes McQueen, going to go right back into turn number 4. Caden McQueen to the lead, and now we're side by side for 2nd, and they're also side by side back for 4th. Rodriguez, Malkowit, Bonilla. The fighting continues there. It's Malkowit, Bonilla, Chase Gassi, Lee joining the party, and yellow flags again waving through this sector.
And as those yellow flags wave through for karts off the track, that does kind of settle things in, but this is where really we're seeing things build up is 12, 13, 14. This complex of corners right here is really where we're seeing the fighting come through, and one of the things that you see behind is, again, that battle, Malkowit, Bonilla, and Gassi at Lee, Rodriguez. They are absolutely in a full-blown UFC match behind these top 3 as McQueen holds the lead. Massimino going to look for a move here, but James Overbeck, I think, wants to get ahead of Massimino. I think James Overbeck, and we saw it there, trying to follow McQueen through, feels like the faster kart between the three and wants to be in the front, but you got to get past Paulie Massimino, which is not an easy feat.
Yeah, and there was also big moves in the group further back with the likes of Shane Reddy and Mateo Rubio Luengo as we were picking back up with the leaders. They have now kind of quieted down a little bit. The gap has opened up, and the top three are the ones that have the closest battle inside of the top 20 as we sit bumper to bumper, nose to tail. Massimino, and this is the first time that we've seen him kind of sit back, and now he's going to go looking inside of turn 13. Overbeck looked to follow, and McQueen did a great job of just holding him off for second and not losing time as well, right? Getting past turn 13 and then just getting right back in line, brushing on the brakes, holding them onto them a little bit longer, and just able to hold on to the gap there as they work their way now out of turn number 3 and into 4. 3 laps to go, 2.5 now really, Bradley. And Caden McQueen, well, like we've seen a lot of this year, stuck in between James Overbeck and Paulie Massimino and K.A. Sr.
I don't feel like this is going to stay the same to the end, though. The question for me really becomes, again, at what point do you go for it here in the moment? Because this is where things will be really kind of showing themselves. Is it here into 13? Do you try to stick the nose down the inside? Massimino defends, parks the bus in the middle of the track. Exactly what needs to be done there. Massimino just not showing any chink in the armor right now. Is very well doing a good job. Is black flag for 904.
Black and white, so that is a penalty flag there for the driver of the 904, and that is Donovan Bonilla, the driver who sits in 6th, but we're fighting already up at the front, down to the bottom for Paulie Massimino, and that allowed James Overbeck to get clear for 2nd. So now the 2 BJRLN karts sit 1 and 2 on the racetrack with Isaac Malquit looking to close on in and spoil the party for any of these 3 drivers. A lap and a half to go.
Watch out for Isaac Malquit. I think that is going to close in here because these 3, again, they're not running their fastest laps. They're running the best defensive all the way down to the inside here. Overbeck follows through. McQueen wants to look to the outside, and here we go on the brakes. Defensive lines around, and McQueen not able to capitalize, but Isaac Malquit trying to go down the inside, follow along, looking for the pass for 3rd. This invites 5th, 6th, and 7th to close in. Now we have 7 karts battling along here as we come to the white flag. 1 lap to go. Massimino, again, the most defensive drive he can right now, all the way to the inside. Let's work the outside for McQueen, trying to go for the lead to 2.
Caden McQueen fully clear into turn number 2. Now he's going to go side by side with Paulie Massimino. You don't see a move like that all too often, but McQueen able to plant that Velocity Racing Sodi on the outside line and make it stick. And here goes Chase Gassiet-Lee, side by side with Bonilla. And now to the bottom for McQueen, rolls reversed. Massimino, now the one looking to get ahead of McQueen for the lead and for the win of this first heat race on the weekend. On the bottom for McQueen, he's gonna wash out wide and take that Sodi to the bottom. James goes low, fending off from Malquit. And now in a 13, is there enough at the bottom for Massimino? There isn't. McQueen's gonna hold on for now to the line. It's looking good for Caden McQueen with the awesome move around the outside of turn number 1. And really, I can't find the words. Awesome superhero, something to describe that move out of the 942. Caden McQueen stuns Massimino after the white flag was thrown. What a move to take the win in heat race number 1. Massimino, Overbeck, Malquit, and CGL inside of the top 5.
And look where Edgar Rodriguez ended up, all the way down in 8th place with teammate Mateo Rubio Luengo. Again, it was a BJR 1-2-3 to start out, and then they started battling through, and that shuffled everything. That brought Caden McQueen in, who was running consistently faster. And sometimes that's all it takes. It's that momentum shift that changes everything.
Yeah, what a move there out of the 942.
Wow.
And that one, again, is going to conclude. Max Weiland and A.J. Myers did finish inside of the top 15. And there's a look back at how they stacked up further down the order. Connor Ferris, Derek Wargo lost a handful of spots Finished down in 20th. That was it for KA100 Senior. And there's another look. He was in third at the start of that lap. Third at the start-finish line. Out of line all the way to the high side. Just, I'm at a loss for words. What a move out of Caden McQueen.
Don't ask me for words. I don't have them either. That is a unnatural move to make the outside of 1 to 2. Malkowitz wanted to go inside, and that is the line you would expect there. And even Pauly was looking. Wow.
And that might be the move of the year. I don't know if anybody's going to top that. From third to first, outside, Caden McQueen. What a drive.
Can we get him now? Okay, Chase. Caden, you can go.
Can I move this car?
We'll let Caden kind of start to get through the scales here before we catch up with him. What a heat race. Really a dogfight there between a lot of front-running drivers that we've seen continuously run up front throughout the weekend. Caden taking a look up at the weight there, making sure he's all good. Sody boys have got to be proud of that performance there. We'll grab him and kind of talk to him about those last few laps. Caden, really crazy race there. Kind of talk me through those early laps. How did pace feel before we got into that battle in the last couple laps?
Yeah, I think the pace was good. Obviously, we've got quite a few races on these tyres, so I think it's quite important to look after them as well. So I didn't really push too hard too soon. I made a mistake in the middle of that race just when I did catch the two. So I had to push a little bit harder just to get back there. It was always going to be like that on the last couple of laps. And the lap I actually dropped back to third, I was going to attempt to do what I did on the last lap, but I didn't. But yeah, the last lap I had a few drivers behind as well, so I kind of had to make the risk.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question for you there was you should have seen the fence light up when you made that around the outside move. Is that something that you were kind of planning the whole time? And walk me through that one.
Well, like I said, I was going to do it the lap before when I was in second on Pauly, but then I thought, actually, let's not do that. And then I got overtaken, and I think I needed to do that. Otherwise, I was going to be in a little bit of danger from behind.
Is there any risk to try to pull that move back out on Sunday? You've kind of showed your cards there, right? You've still got plenty of other corners on this track that I'm sure you've got some things hidden. But is that something that you kind of have to throw towards the back of the book there now and say, let's find something new?
Not really. It's a rock and a hard place. You know, if you're in the lead, it's quite hard to defend someone getting the switchback and someone driving around the outside of you. So if you're in the lead and there's quite a few karts behind you, I think you do have to slow it down. So I think it's just it's good to catch people out like that.
Well, great drive. You had the fence going crazy on that one, so congrats.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Racing action continues. Parallel Motorsports Mini Swift. Now onto the racetrack, and here's how they stack up. Manalio and Mason Brody are going to share row number 1 with Liam Francisco and Dutch Westbrook on row number 2 out of the slow group. Slade Hero and Aiden Go. Your top 3 rows, top 6 starters: Zev Gottschalk, Santino Aguilar, Staffel, Cladera. Your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters. On a 20-plus driver field: Ramos, Ho, Zeminski, and more, who are not going to get the start on the first time of asking. And taking a look back, I should say, to the conclusion of the KA 100 Senior first heat race. And again, great question there, Cameron, right? You showed your hand early on in the weekend. You put it in your back pocket. You wait to bring that back out on Sunday. But Caden said, planned it for a couple laps and, you know, made that move. And that's a very, I think, characteristic interview to the driver that Caden McQueen is, because, you know, very, you know, Mamba mentality early on in the weekend. Job not finished. First race of the day, you know, get nothing for winning a heat race outside of a couple of points that are going to go on, you know, the total points average on Speed Hive later on in the weekend. But outside of that, you get nothing outside of a couple of points going your way to where you put yourself in the main event. So very serious, very calm, very collected out of Caden McQueen. But, you know, we were erupting here in the booth. People on the fence lines, I could only imagine. 24 drivers total getting ready to go racing here in Mini Swift, with Manalio and Brody leading the field to green. Not going to be it. His second time of asking, and it looks like Porter Weisencell probably just not happy with the fact that they are punching off a little bit too early before heading into the start box. Again, the leaders do control the speed as to which they approach the start box. And now it's a question of whether or not they want to swap the first 2 rows to promote Francisco and Westbrook for being the drivers to lead this field to the green here, Bradley.
That is an option that they have, and we'll see if that is done here. As it looks like,
I think Westbrook did it himself.
Yep, I think so too.
And there goes Francisco. So the top 2, I mean, they know the procedure, right? These drivers have raced long enough, seasoned veterans, if you will, in the cadet classes. It sounds odd to say, but I mean, they know the procedures. So now it's gonna change roles. And again, you look back, Dutch Westbrook was one of the drivers who qualified out of the slow group in Mini Swift due to a technical DQ at the start of the day today. The conclusion of the warm-up sessions, which had him starting and qualifying out of the B group, out of the slow group, now puts himself on row number 1. That's how quickly things can change. But here we go. We look at the lights. It's Liam Francisco. It's Dutch Westbrook. We got him. And we're underway in Parallel Motorsports Mini Swift.
Great battles up in the front here. Dutch Westbrook trying to take the most out of the opportunity of starting on the front row to try to get up to the lead. Again, qualified in the B group and did not have a great time. Big spin back there in the background out of turn 4 as drivers continue to try to battle their way along. Everybody makes it through very well out of the 6-7 complex and up into the point. We will go down into 11, up the hill, down towards 12.
And Dutch Westbrook is indeed the driver in the lead of this race. Now Mason Brody back in 3rd. And Liam Francisco is the driver slotted back to 2nd. Now Brody looking on the inside, turn 13. He's going to get clear. And now Francisco's just going to hold on over Aguilar and Aiden Go, who are going side by side on the front stretch. And Aguilar's just going to have to make way. Slots in line behind Aiden. Then you go back to Zev Gottschalk. Moves as well made Enzo Ramos on Brody Stoffel, and then you go to Knifick, so on and so forth. But at the start of the race, we did lose a couple. It looked like Braun was involved, as well as Cladera in the 22. Jackson Brewster, I believe, didn't even take the green flag here in this one, or the lights, I should say. But odd start for a couple of the Sodis to kick this one off. And up at the front, picture perfect start to the first heat race on the day for the 133 of Westbrook.
Don't speak too soon. Down the inside, there goes Mason Brody making the move to the inside here to get up to the lead. That shuffles Dutch Westbrook out. Is it a 2 for 1? Is it a 3 for 5? Is it a 4 for 4? Here we go, a 188 of Slate Harrell trying to make the move here. Westbrook trying to defend that third place, holding side by side, still looking around, look left, right, left, and try to find where to slot in here as things shuffle through. Westbrook to third now, Aiden Go up in fourth, Slate Harrell in fifth. Big shuffles up and down the order, and they're not done into one. Big contact there for the 188 of Slate Harrell.
Yeah, there's Slate Harrell as well. Somebody got in the back of him, and that was Aiden Go, just got popped up and into the air. Francisco passed for the lead, quickly going to get passed right on back by Dutch Westbrook. And again, Brody just had to make way. A lot happened inside of the top 5. A little bit of contact here and there, but everybody's still going. If anything, I think they're bringing more into the mix. Alexis Stoffel are closing in. Ramos is with them. Zev Gottschalk, another one of the Bennicks that's starting to close on into this lead group. And here goes the pass for a second. Brody on the inside. Slade Harrell going to push him through. And they're going to get clear on Francisco, who's stuck all the way on the outside, on the dirty side of the racetrack, and he's going to pay the price. Harrell went through. Aguilar went through as well, and Francisco is going to respond, and now Gottschalk's going to look. And whether he gets it or not is going to be the bigger question. He will. Gottschalk onto the front stretch. Gets by.
Look at this as they come through. The top 10 all within a stone's throw of each other. Along, shuffles up and down the order along there. The 160 of Aguilar trying to hold on as much as possible in the mix. Meanwhile, up front, look at this defensive driving. Lap 4 of 10, by the way. We're not even half distance, and we're already defending for the lead like it's the final lap. That's the fun of Mini Swift here. They race, and they race hard and fast. They do not pull punches. They send it, and they go. If there's a move to make, they're the ones that are going to make it. We talk a lot in senior, in pro, about the thought process of when do you make the move. For minis, it's if pass, take pass. It's not a lot of seeing them hold on. This is where they really do play the game of I'm faster than you, I'm going to be in front of you now, I'm not waiting.
And really the tone for this race also, Bradley, was set quite early, right? With the first couple laps. Well, we are still in the first couple laps, I should say. This is barely lap number 4, but in the first 2 laps, right, the amount of passing, the amount of moves, the amount of, dives that we saw in turn 2, back in 13, side by side, the contact, it set the tone for this race quite early as soon as those lights went out, right? And you're sitting there for 2 laps, having to do 3 out laps to get this one even started. Shows you at the level, at the nervousness, getting this one kicked off, and it's showing in the way that these drivers are pretty much driving out there. Granted, the gaps have now opened up again to what they were earlier on today, but Brody got a big exit, and he's quickly going to get denied as Westbrook went over to, shut that door. That just was very slightly open for Mason Brody as they were working their way into turn number 9, and now side by side, Aiden Go all up and over the curve on the inside of 12. He's going to get through on Francisco. And now Brody, 2 times of Askin's going to be enough. He's going to get through on Westbrook.
Mason Brody with a great move there. Now trying to hold it 2 by 2 across the line as cross sticks are in the air. We're just now half distance. You got to be kidding me. This racing has been like it's the final tomorrow. 3 wide down into turn 2.
And on the inside, Jake Manalio was the driver who was able to get himself up and into 4th. Aguilar is right behind him. Everybody else as well. Zev Gottschalk, and now we're 3 wide again into turn number 4. Mason Brody on the inside. Francisco is going to cross them all up. He was on the outside. He's going to go to the lead. Westbrook to 2nd. Brody in 3rd. And now we're side by side for 4th. Manolio, Aguilar side by side with Go. Up and over the curb. Yellow flags fly further back.
Yellow flags further back, but battles heating up front here for our drivers. And this is the first time I think all race we've seen any semblance of a straight line here. As again, that's Aguilar in P7 defending from Gottschalk, and Knefik just behind as they work through. Up at the front, it is Westbrook again trying to defend through and along that 133 under so much pressure. 3rd to 1st to 3rd to 1st, and now able to get a little bit of breathing room in the front, which might be a bad thing. Look at this. Your top 10, your top 12 all in a line.
And now Francisco is going to get shuffled down the order. He was passed by Westbrook into turn 13. Now passed by Manolio, Brody, and Go at the conclusion of turn number 2. Now Aiden looking to the bottom. He's fending off from Francisco. with Manolio and Brody sight set forward on the 133 at Westbrook. The rest of the group, Aguilar's right there. He leads the pack of Knific, of Stoffel, Ramos, Sears, and a couple more. But they're working their way down and into turn number 11. Westbrook with the biggest gap that we've seen so far in this race. And it's going to close on down before the end.
And already closed it is down into turn 12. Francisco trying to make the move to the inside. Great defense there from Westbrook. Manolio now also in this run. Shuffle one way, shuffle the other. Let's go side by side through. That's 3 karts around for Manolio, getting by. Manolio dropping all the way through, and it's a black and white flag for the 140 at Knific.
Yeah, Knific's going to get, again, an eye on him by the officials. But again, those moves for second, right? We saw it in turn 13. They're benefiting Dutch Westbrook more than anything, right? Brody with that move, and then again was really able to close down the gap on the front stretch. Now putting himself in second. Now putting himself in line with Westbrook. But there's 3 laps to go left in this first heat race. It's really a long way still to go. Anything can happen. As now Gottschalk's going to go through on Aguilar for the 6th spot. He's going to get him back, I should say. And now they're all stacked up. As Brody now into turn 11, down the hill, Mason Brody the lead with Go looking on the inside, onto the backstretch. Westbrook on the outside, and this might hurt him if he can't hold on. Go is through, Manolio looking by, and Westbrook able to stop the bleeding, getting in the line in 3rd.
Westbrook able to hold on there to 3rd. Very important, because if that had been more of a shuffle, it would have been a very, very bad day. Let's see what happens here as we come through. Popsicle sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. This is where we need to see Westbrook really make a move and try to get back up. Is going to peek inside, not able to go. Brody and Go up in the front. They're going to go. Big hit of the curb there from Go. That lets Westbrook get through. Not trying to make the pass, but makes the pass. Manolio follows through. Manolio off the track.
And they get side by side. Manolio 2 tires into the grass, able to save it. Now Aguilar and Gottschalk going side by side on the exit of turn number 4. But again, that moment out of Aiden Go, thought about it into turn number 2 on the brakes, deep into the corner, and he just got shuffled to the wayside. Big bobble for him there. 2 laps to go, and now this is going to be a build-up lap once again for Aiden. For Westbrook, he's right there with Mason Brody. He's going to go a lane lower than Westbrook, all the way to the bottom now into turn 13 here, Bradley.
Westbrook almost looked like he was trying to set up a crossover there, but I think Westbrook, just knowing that pass wasn't there, decides to carry momentum down the front stretch and look over the shoulder from Go. Now here we go, drag race to the line. This should give Westbrook a bit of a run here. Now let's see what he does with it. Cross the line, white flag, 1 lap to go. Westbrook to the outside, Brody to the inside. Brody defends. Westbrook trying to do the switch over around the outside through 1. Side by side, Go and Manolio not able to make the moves through. Westbrook over the shoulder, Brody over the shoulder. Westbrook again just taking the racing line, and again Brody just blocking that inside line very well. Side by side out of 4 coming into the 6-7 complex, and this is where Westbrook gets to the lead.
Dutch Westbrook with a move around the outside on Mason Brody is going to put himself to the lead of the race in heat race number 1. This one feeling like a main event, racing like a main event, but it's just heat 1. And if this is anything what we're going to expect to see throughout the weekend, you're not going to want to miss any of it. Westbrook to Brody to Go as Mason Brody looking on the inside, and Aiden Go through it all is going to cross them both up, with Westbrook still with an opportunity to the line. A drag race side by side. Dutch Westbrook is going to retake it when it matters over Aiden Go and Jake Manolio, your top 3 in Parallel Motorsports Mini Swift. Ooh, what a race there, Bradley. Mason Brody in 4th, Dalton, Sears, and we're finally able to just catch our breaths here. What a race. What a way to kick off the weekend in Mini Swift.
Dalton Sears up 15 places, by the way. That 145 capitalizing on everything happening ahead and just putting the cart in the right places. We didn't really talk about Dalton Sears through Heat 1 a lot, but I tell you what, we'll be talking about him through the rest. What big moves all the way up and down the grid. And Caden Cladera, unfortunately, down into 16th when it was all said and done. George Zeminski down 5 places in the P23. What a heat.
What a race. What a race. X30 Juniors, again, they just got a show, and now they got to go out there and put one on themselves. They're coming up next.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight.
Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Speed Concepts Racing X30 Junior getting ready to kick off their first heat race of the day. And they will get, or they do get, I should say, them and the shifters get an extra lap around. Travis Pettit and Royce Vega are going to share row number one. Two drivers who were under the Rawson Performance Group camp at the start of the year. And now rivals on different operations. Ryan Perry Motorsports, BJR. On row number one, Marco Salmon and Wynn Gottschalk, the Kart Republic rookie on the outside of Salmon on the BJR. Who's on the inside, who's representing the United States over at the FIA Academy Trophy. Lucas Palacio and Tristan Murphy on row number three. Braden Wagner and Igor Kotowski on row four with Dominic Gaddis and Cameron Johnson. Your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters.
Going to be one to watch here as they roll along here. Nathan Dolcev, William Beater, Grayson Walcott, Maru Narario, Benja Fernandez, Parker Ives, Paxton Romero, Kai Park, and Green Eslick. 19 carts to roll through. Your front row holding side by side into the tram lines.
Here we go. Lights are out. Speed Concepts Racing X30 Junior is underway.
What a run there up on the front for Travis Pettit, getting the go there early, trying to hold ahead and get that BJR cart absolutely moving up in the order. It's now BJR 1 and 2 because Royce Vega, that outside line, did not get going at all. The 739 absolutely falling down the order as we go up the hill and down towards 12. Your top two with some breathing room, but Vega down into 4th place here, now trying to fight for 3rd.
Now they're all at the bottom of the racetrack. Palacio to Vega to Wagner to Murphy. And then back to what looked to be Katowski, who's in that group as well. But the black and white already shown for 1. And that's the 755 of Paxton Romero, who's down in 15th. Noted for an incident at the start of the race. That being said, the start of lap number 2 as both of the BJR Lent carts on the BBS power plants leading this field. And the RPG AVP machine in 3rd, and the RPM powered Tony Kart in 4th, of Vega, Wagner, Murphy, Gottschalk, all working their way through this opening lap. And this is a pretty big gap to what you've seen across other classes. And this is why Palacio takes Vega all the way to the bottom of the racetrack. Wagner to the high side. Vega's going to go through. Murphy, Katowski, Gottschalk, Golseth all go by on Braden Wagner. All direct correlation out of what occurred on that backstretch with Lucas Palacio and Royce Vega.
And all the way through, Wagner dropping down was 2 wheels off the track. That is not what you want. And if you're Pettit, if you're Samet, you're very, very happy with that going along. I was just going to say, you know, looking at BJR, they've pulled a significant gap. Now, all of a sudden, all that argy-bargy as it happened down the hill towards 12 gives even more of a gap here, gives more breathing room. And 3rd place back, again, the UFC gloves are out. We've got the fight in X30 Junior. It's not for the lead right now. It's 3rd place back, and, well, they need to try to work with each other if they can. Right now, it's just not happening anywhere. Dive to the inside here for position.
Yeah, good move out of Royce Vega, going through for 3rd into turn number 12. Now Royce, again, tried a couple laps ago. The kid out of Dallas, Texas is going to get clear into turn number 12. Waited a little bit longer on Lucas Palacio. And now Vega's going to keep him all to the low side. Now finally opening up, but just narrow enough into turn number 2 to not allow anybody to surprise him there on the inside. Here goes Palacio looking on the inside. Clear. Murphy clear. Golseth clear. Katowski clear. Gottschalk clear as well. And it all quickly changed for Royce Vegas. He has Grayson Walcott to his outside. And Johnson right behind him. Just a snap of the fingers there. And Vega, as quickly as he got up to 3rd, just like that, all the way down to 8th.
A 5 for 5 move. That was such a wild moment to see. I did not expect to see that change through. Now trying to fight it back. Let's go and swap our Rooskies around here. The 707 up into 3rd. That's Gottschalk all the way up into 3rd from 8th place at the start of the lap. And now you see the hand signals. You see the communication here from the juniors of saying, no, we need to get forward. And we're not done with the contact.
Golseth exited turn 1. He was on the high side of the racetrack. He was on the outside and, again, just ran out of asphalt, ran out of runoff there. And he was in the grass, 2 tires, able to get back going, but he's stuck in the middle of this pack here, Bradley.
Yeah, I should say, too, Gottschalk's 3rd in this group as we get a Shop AKR replay. There's your contact. And
it was just a move out of Katowski into turn number 1. Going through, and it looked like that rear bumper out of Katowski was following Vega through, just clipped the front bumper of Golseth, sent him off the racetrack.
And
close one to call, but it's just, you know, glad that's not my job, honestly. Close one to call there in between the two, but again, stuck on the outside, just rear bumper to front bumper. Sent goal set 2 tires into the grass.
That's one of those 6 one way, half a dozen the other, and depending on who you're rooting for, I think really depends how you call it. Pass for third and a repass for third and some contact for third here as we see another shuffle through. Gottschalk up into fourth now as you continue to just watch these battles develop. You're continuing to just keep an eye on these drivers as they shuffle left, right, and center. Nobody settling third place back. By the way, your gap to the 2 BJRs up in the front, 5.5 seconds and counting. That is ridiculous gap for the top 2, as fourth place now isn't decided because Palacio in third is trying to run away.
And Gottschalk trying to hold on to it around the outside. He's going to get passed by 2 RPMs, 2 of them together in turn number 13. 2 drivers weren't quite able to get who they were, but it was Parker Ives and one more that was involved there in the black and white for the 794. And that might have been Braden Wagner, I believe, the driver who is under investigation, who's running in 9th.
Believe it was here, the RPG driver, Braden Wagner. We'll keep an eye on that here through the rest of the race and see if we can't get some additional info, because there's a lot of moments happening here. And there's that Lando Norris helmet, 794, Braden Wagner, giving the clear hand signal of don't look at me, go forward, don't look at me. Trying to get moves done here, up the hill to go down the hill as they continue to fight through. You've got just a myriad of karts all working through. Unfortunately, right now, we're only just over half race distance. We still have so much time to go. Again, Gottschalk down the inside.
Yeah, when Gottschalk there, able to look for the inside. He's now clear. Just got past the bumper of Walcott into turn number 1, and now Wagner looking. Not going to find anything there. Gottschalk all the way down to 7th for that driver, and he's got 2 of the RPGs right behind him. Katowski up the road in 6th. Vega, Murphy, 2 RPMs up the road in 4th and 5th. Then Palacio, the lone Rawls and Performance Group Cosmic inside of the top 5. And then Pettit and Samit, both of the BJR Len karts, are probably going to have no idea what has transpired behind them.
So much of a gap to the top 2. I mean, they're probably looking back and saying, wait a minute, where did the rest of the race go? What is happening here? Because, again, that gap is significant. Passes again to the inside here. Continue to shuffle along here as we have moves up and down. We've had a multitude of karts go up and go down the field here as they work through. Still holding 2 wide, almost 3 wide out of the run out of 16. That run out of 16 really sets up your next lap and your entry into 2. That's your next big braking zone. And, well, we see how it's playing out as we go 2 by 2.
Cameron, we'll head on down to you.
Thank you, guys. Down on grid here and kind of watching some of the racing. Been able to talk to a handful of different drivers and tuners here this weekend. And the consensus has kind of been the different tire compounds that we've seen race on this track over the last few weeks, the main one being CK&A last weekend. The track is just now kind of getting to the point where we've got some new clean, fresh rubber due to the help of the rain, as well as getting some nice new tires throughout the qualifying sessions. The track is just super grippy right now. Everybody's trying to keep their go-karts free. We're not quite at the point where we flipped and gotten to that greasy point just yet, but it kind of sounds like the track is getting closer and closer to that point. We're around 110 to 112 degrees of our surface temp on the track. So we're getting pretty hot and steamy out here, and we're getting closer and closer to that max level of grip. You see a lot of these drivers kind of holding onto that steering wheel tight throughout the corner. You can see a little bit of fighting in that feedback, just having so much extra grip as they roll that speed through the corner. So wouldn't be surprised if we start to see the track kind of tip the other way as we continue to get to the hottest peak of the day before the track starts to get better around that 3 to 4 p.m. range.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Cameron. You saw the graphic there on your screen, 112 degrees Fahrenheit at the moment down on the asphalt. And that's a very good point, right? Last weekend was the Vega Red that was racing out here. And it's one of the softer compounds, I think, that it's raced across all the big National Series. Granted, that's a 4-stroke national, but with the amount of cars that were here last weekend racing, drivers that were, you know, here for a variety of at different events, you talk about, you know, the MGs, the Avincos, whatever you want to call it. Last weekend, there was a lot of grip, a lot of rubber left on the racetrack, and you come here with the MG Reds, MG Yellows as well. It's you know, gonna get even more so. But you know, after yesterday, the track is set back to pretty much a reset, right? With the amount of rain that we got, washes all the rubber that was built up, washes it all off. And then today, the fact that we've gotten to this point where, again, sitting by in Cameron seeing this and the temperature being as high as it is so early on in the weekend, it's quite surprising to see, right, the evolution of this track early on into the day, because this is, again, it was a green racetrack in the morning. Now it's coming back the way up to what it was, and you're seeing a little bit of the rubber start to kind of tack on to some of the Rhino liner throughout that last sector, which is, again, surprising, but also not surprising because of how long these heats have been. 12 laps, that's a very, very long time. The longest heats that we've had have been just around 8 minutes plus a lap, 8 minutes plus 2 laps to, you know, 8 laps throughout a variety of different series. So it's a long distance. McQueen said it earlier on today, right? You need to nurse these tires for a long period of time. You got to go through the super heat with them. 3 heat cycles, 4 I should say, with qualifying. And if you're Travis Pettit, all that's kind of coming to mind, right? With what you're doing, how hard you're driving into the corner, how much of that MG red or yellow you're using, whether it's KE Junior, whether it's X30 Junior, something that you're thinking about for all drivers out here this weekend before you put on that fresh set in the main event later on today. Luckily for him, he could have nursed them because he didn't have to fight all too much for the race win in heat race number 1 in SCR, X30 Junior.
A great margin of victory there, 2 seconds over the teammate Marco Samet, and then it's Lucas Pelasco who comes home in 3rd. Drag race to the line further back. That was for 9th and 10th that we saw going side by side, but Travis Pettit had such a strong qualifying, kicks it off with a strong heat win, 2 seconds up over the teammate.
Well, there you have a look all the way down to your top 15. Quick commercial break. When we return, it's time to go racing in KA Masters, KA Super Masters.
Macro Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know. You sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old? 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. Well, that's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always 2. 1 for me and clearly 1 for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help, though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
TKG, Barrel Art, Nash Motorsports, KA100 Masters and Super Masters gets ready to go green with the Orsalon Racing Machine of Renato Jader David leading them to the green flag with Andy Kutcher to his outside and Mike Rollison on row number 2 with Enrique Vaca on row number 2 as well. Getting ready to start 4th in issues for Renato, who continues. He was and looked very, very busy on the right-hand side of that Orsalon machine. And he sped on through, and I think he might have just bought himself another lap to try and adjust whatever it is he has wrong, and I think it might be something with the carburation that he was trying to adjust, but he essentially drove through the start-finish to try and continue to work on his Orsilon package.
You don't think he did that on purpose, did you? No, he'd never do that on purpose. No, it's not strategy at all.
Well, I know you're being sarcastic, but I think he did it on purpose. We'll see. I think he bought himself the time, and he did just that. And he looks good to go this time around. But again, the only classes that do get that extra lap are indeed Pro Shifter, X30 Junior, and Pro X30. But here we go. First time around, not good enough. Renato ready the second time around. Lights are out. Masters, Super Masters, and KA are underway.
And a good start there from your inside row of Renato Hatier, David, and Mike Rollison going through on the inside up into second. Unfortunately for Andy Kutcher, the outside line, it's so hard to start on the outside line because it's two left-hand turns that kick off this race, and unfortunately does drop down into third, but is able to hold on there on Enrique Baca in fourth up front. David is trying to make some moves along, looks over the shoulder, and we'll see Rollison behind, head down, trying to go along. Andy Kutcher trying to pull an upset on the weekend here at the home track.
Yeah, Raleigh and the driver ahead of Andy Kutcher at the moment. Here's a look at that second group with Elefante, Falcone, Clemec, Jene Din, Tal Chambo, the drivers who are inside of the top 10. Kim Carapolati, the first one on the outside, looking in. And Renato with a great start to this first heat race. He's got 3 car lengths, might be a little less than that, over Raleigh at the moment. And the last time we saw Mike Rollison race out here at the Country Club was, I got a couple of weeks ago, almost a month ago, a month and a half really, on the Rotax power plant, where he was able to take the win in demanding fashion. That win, that time out, I should say. And now Raleigh's got Kutcher behind him, the winner of the Stars Championship Series. In the top 3, 1, 2, and 3. No changes, but a whole lot of separation here, Bradley, it must be said.
Yeah, it looks like everyone here in Masters, Super Masters taking to heart that strategy of it's heat one. Let's make sure we get our equipment through. Let's make sure we save everything along. Again, remember, this is a long weekend through, and you know, we started touching on tires back in X30 Junior. One of the things that Masters and Super Masters will especially be thinking about is that grip point and where things transition along and how the tires are going to hold up, because going from that green track through, that transition from a grippy track to a slippy track is going to be instant almost. It's not really going to speak itself along. It's not going to sort of start to foreshadow. You're not going to be able to watch it like any, you know, rom-com on TV and see it and say, oh, I already know how this happened. She goes out with him and not him. But then he gets the girl in the end because the other guy turns out to be mean and he punches him. Like, I mean, how many soap operas did I just write at that point? How many shows did I just right through?
Pretty much every movie with Paul Rudd in the early 2000s.
Exactly, there you go. But it's going to be a very much a flip of a switch moment when this track changes, I feel. And when it does, you don't want to be a master or super master when it flips. And maybe that's what they think is going to happen. And they're just settling into the rhythm here early because they think the track is going to flip through at some point in this session.
Yeah, and look at this here. Again, while we're on the topic of the track condition, track temperature as well, the air has been a lot different throughout the weekend. Today, very hot, very humid, which is going to change a little bit of the carburation. And again, we talked about the start for Renato, who, you know, we are thinking, speculating, doing our jobs as motorsports reporters, right? Trying to create a story here of what it looked like to us of Renato going out there, and it seemed like he wasn't happy with his carburation, continued to adjust, took a lap, gave everybody an extra time around, continued to work on it through turns 2, 3, and 4. And now, the last lap, he has done exactly that. Continued to kind of fine-tune the carburation on his KA machine, KA power plant on the right-hand side of his car. And Kutcher as well. He looks quite adamant about wanting to go by on the 428 of Mike Rawlison, but he hasn't yet found a way, because they aren't quite catching. Raleigh, while he is there and he's not making a mistake and he's, you know, just matching him, he doesn't have that extra to close on into Renato. The driver who does is Andy Kutcher. He set the fastest lap of the race a lap ago. He was 2/10 better than the two drivers ahead of him. That's why you're seeing the kind of urgency and the want to try and get ahead out of Andy Kutcher. Now he's going to try it again into turn 13. He's going to get it that time by. So now a different look in a second. We're about to find out what that's going to do for him.
You know, one of my favorite sayings that I use all the time is, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. And we see that here with Kutcher on Rawlison. It's one thing to catch Rawlison, it's another to pass. Setting up that pass, the classic MCC pass, as I like to call it, out of 12 into 13. That is one of the best places to go, because you're essentially doing a tightening 360-degree loop. And if you can set up that inside into 13, it can catch people off guard. It can be a great move. The other classic passing zone, I call it, is turn 2, where you try to make a move up the inside, or I guess apparently now it's a move around the outside, as we saw, because that for some reason worked out way too well a few heats ago, and I can't wait to see if that comes through more this weekend. But we saw the move come along, we saw that change happen, and now, again, we look further back, more action happening further back in the field. This is for P10 right now, or P9, forgive me. This is Den and Shambo who are battling it out, the 433 and the 455.
Yeah, things starting to change as Todd Shambo looking to go on Janae Den. They're side by side. And out of the front stretch, two of them kind of negotiating as to who's going to be where. Like Shambo just kind of pointed him back forward. Wasn't fully able to get clear. Wanted to let him know, like, hey, I got a little more. Let me through. Now Todd's going to have to wait for a little bit longer as Janaid holds on to the 9th spot. And Shambo actually crossed the timing loop first. He was ahead, but just nowhere to make a move for him.
Well, and that's one of the things, too, with Master Supermaster. You know, we saw the point by, we saw the respect there. Make a dive to the inside into 12 from Rawlison for second. Now, that was a strong move, and Andy saw that move coming, let that one go through and along. And, you know, we talk about how grippy this track is. These karts are going up on 3 wheels in turn 12 and 13. The back rear tire is lifting up, the inside rear tire lifting off the track. There's so much grip. These karts can send it into 13 in ways that, well, you wouldn't naturally expect it to go, but that's just where we're at with this track condition right now. Rawlison making that move back on Kutcher. Now that's telling to me, because Kutcher couldn't close up on David up in the front.
And again, that's, you know, what you get out of Masters racing, that level of respect and that level of kind of know in between all of them. Because yes, Andy Kutcher did pass Mike Rawlison, and he was faster at the start of that race, but all right, Mike, again, turn 13, Andy was able to go through on Mike, and, you know, Raleigh sits there for a couple laps. All right, you know, I'm here, you passed me, you were faster, but we're not going anywhere. You know, we're not making up any time. So what does Raleigh do? He's going to go right back, you know, right on cue, and for Andy Kutcher, you respect it, right? Yeah, look, I tried, couldn't get it. You know, that's that. We'll see if you got anything else throughout these last couple of laps, and if they don't, so the last 2, then, you know, fight for second.
And that's the thing, too, with Master Supermaster, you know, looking at the age bracket, that's one of the things I always like to look at is, you know, what age of driver are we looking at? And again, they had no practice on Thursday allowed here for Master Supermaster. Masters are ages 30 and up. Supermaster is age 45 and up. So you think about these Masters here as they go through. These are drivers over the age of 30 that have long racing careers, have full-time jobs even, and, you know, they're out here doing this as competitive as they can, but also they love it. It's a love for the sport that really drives Masters and Supermasters to show up and compete at this high-tier competitive level. And with that love for the sport is also the love of not being extra sore Monday morning, you got to say. So sometimes they won't go for the same level of sins that you see minis and micros go for, that you see juniors and even seniors go for, because they aren't thinking just next card ahead. They're thinking long term on the run. They know the points. They know everything that needs to be done, and they want to save their equipment and get their equipment through the weekend as well.
Yeah, well, here they go. 2.5 laps to go left in this opening heat race of the weekend. Opening run, I should say, with Masters and Super Masters. And they're starting to kind of reel in on Renato Jader-David. Fastest lap out of Mike Rollison a lap ago. 0.2 better than the 4:05 Orsalon. So you see Raleigh starting to get on the horse, starting to push on here a little bit. We'll see if he's got enough. Those last 2 corners is where the gap opens back up in between Renato and Mike. This time by 2.6 in the air, 2 laps to go in heat race number 1.
Down into turn number 2, and that gap from David to Rollison closing yet again. 2.5 tenths last time across the line as they go down through turn number 4 and 5. Now we head to the 6-7 complex, and looking over the shoulder up front, David does. Rollison and Kutcher now just settling in here through the middle part of the lap. They definitely seem to have some strong pace through the run in front. However, they don't seem to have nearly the same pace to keep up in the middle part of the lap, where you go, again, turn 4, that 180-degree left, turn 7, 180-degree right, and then the S's. They seem to have some good pace going down the front stretch and then heading up the hill and down the hill from 11 to 12. But it just seems like that middle part of the lap, maybe there's something missing. Maybe it's a little bit of a setup adjustment. Maybe it's just a way they drive. That is where the difference is at. White flag out, 1 lap to go. Gap that time expanded. 3.5 tenths now separates first and second as they head through turn 2. And it's a strong run right now. Look over the shoulder, maybe feeling some pressure in the front.
Yeah, and again, Renato is going to hear Mike Rollison just get closer and closer to the rear bumper of his Orsalon machine before this one gets set to conclude. White flag did fly last time they crossed the stripe. This time, out of turn 11, Renato up front, Mike Rollison in second, Andy Kutcher in third, and to the line here goes on the inside, Mike Rollison into turn 13. He's going to get the move. Renato looking to go right back, and Andy Kutcher's going to get both of them to the line. Renato takes Rollison to the bottom. Andy Kutcher stuns them both. He's going to win heat race number 1 in KA Masters and Super Masters.
I know I said Andy Kutcher could be an upset on the weekend, but also sometimes you just got to be the right place, right time. Renato and Mike battling it out, and Andy says, thank you, never mind, I'll just scooch to the inside here, I'll take the win, thank you very much. Baca in 4th, Cara Pilati in 5th, Paul Elfante in P6, Scott Falcone in P7, your current points leader here, and Randy Kilmack in 8th, Todd Shambo in 9th, Jose Eduardo Delgares Elizondo in P number 10.
Zane Den, Greg Lee, Kim Karapalati, your 13 drivers. That's how they ended up. It was all said and done. But Andy Kutcher strikes first in K Masters. That's it for heat race number 1. Pro X30 getting ready to go green. John Antonino was looking to take victory back at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Contact with Paulie Massimino took him out of it. He's got a fellow rookie right behind him in Max Weiland with Joe Turney alongside him here this weekend. It's all getting ready to kick off. Jake Drew starts back on row number 5 on his second start on the United States Pro Kart Series with the Rawson Performance Group team. Started off the year on the Norbert Karting Academy GFC and making the move here, as well as Donovan Bonilla, the reigning winner back at the Indiana Grand Prix. Bonilla starts back in the middle of the field, but here we go. Drivers headed out to the racetrack here, Bradley.
Yeah, X30 Pro rolling out here, getting ready for their 12 laps of heat action, our penultimate heat here for heat number 1. After this and then shifter, it's lunch break, and then, well, we do it all again in the same order for heat 2, and we do it all again a little bit longer for super heats as they roll out. And as they roll for X30 Pro, Paulie Massimino and Davin Roberts are on your front row. Alan Isambard in third with James Overbeck in fourth. Blake Nash in the factory cart is in P5 with John Antonino in 6th place. Bonilla in 7th, Max Weiland in 8th. Finnegan Bailiff, home territory for Finnegan, P9, and Jake Drew in 10th.
That's your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters. You're back to row number 6 with Marcelo Tortato, Emiliano Lima. On row number 6, Bianchi, Hector Iturriaga. On row number 7, Ryan Raffa, Remy Andriatos, Eli Warren, Wrigley Keys, Michael Maker. 19 drivers total getting ready to take the green flag here in this first heat race of the day in Pro X30. Paulie Massimino needing a big-time weekend here. Maxing out would reignite what would, again, be a chase to the championship before we go to the Lake Erie Grand Prix. Just 4 hours up the road on the outskirts of Cleveland, Ohio.
Slow rolling here through 11 to go up the hill and go along, holding that single file here for the extended go as they come in now. They're going to form up for the tram lines. And again, the same signals we've had here of slow it down. Here's where your lines are. Let's be in the lines. And, well, it seems like that inside line very much holding through and hugging here as they hit the tram lines.
Paulie Massimino has them all at a crawl. The LN cart on the inside, Tony Kart on the outside. Lights are out. Pro X30 is underway from Ohio. And one of them off, that's Jake Drew. Jake Drew off the racetrack on the exit of turn number 1 at the start of this race.
Not ideal for Jake Drew at all, dropping off turn 1 all the way down to last, losing touch with the pack. Up front, though, the LN cart there with BJR, Paulie Massimino again up to the front here. Isambard in second now, and it's the 312 of Roberts down into third. Some shuffling of positions in the front through as we head up the hill through 11, down the hill towards 12, and I'm curious to see what Isambard can bring to Massimino here early in this heat.
Yeah, Alan Isambard has qualified on the pole here before. That was a couple of years ago. And since he is, we don't see him all too often on the Pro X30 side of things, but we are this weekend. And MCC is a place that he has been really comfortable at. And you're seeing that again here this weekend on that Rocket Racing Company. LN Kart now moves further back in the field. John Antonino going to get through on what looked to be James Overbeck. Donovan Bonilla going to follow him through. And the look for 5th, a little bit different, as now Overbeck is fed into Weiland, Bailiff, Ryan Raffa, and more.
Coming up the hill again, drivers taking a look here as they go through. Up front, Isambard is putting pressure on Massimino, and a little bit of contact on Massimino again. Those carts are going up on 3 wheels there through 13 and 14, and it looks like Isambard just a little bit of a tap to that rear left corner of Massimino through the exit of turn 13, but Massimino almost didn't even look phased, honestly, as there's a shuffle from position. That is way back in P13. That is going to be Jake Drew trying to make some moves forward here to try to just capitalize and recover.
Yeah, already working his way through the field. He just went by on Remy Andriatos. So Drew now up to 14th with his teammate Lincoln Lima right ahead of him. As you look at that second group, with the likes of Ryan Raffa, Finnegan Bailiff, Weiland, and more, working their way through into the S's, down and into turn number 11. Jake Drew this time is going to have teammate Lincoln Lima ahead of him. And I don't think Lima's going to fight it all too much on Drew. And indeed he won't. He was able to get through. Now Weiland on Bailiff, clear.
And threw around on Bailiff again. This is home track territory for Finnegan Bailiff here, sitting back out into the top 10 as we've had some shuffles up and down the pack. Rafa up into 8th, Weiland holding 9th, Bailiff still holding in 10th right now. We'll be looking to improve later on the go here as Massimino again up in the front, still feeling the pressure from Isambard, not too far away, but just enough to kind of keep the breathing room. And that's going to be, I think, key for Poly through the rest of this Pro X30 Heat, that we're only a third of the way through, is going to be just breathing and keeping that momentum, keeping comfortable as you can when you have a Isambard right behind you here. Alan Isambard is quick and will definitely continue to apply pressure. Again, we have Drew making another move here on the 320 of Weiland to move up to P9.
Jake Drew continues his charge forward in this first heat race after finding himself 4 tires into the grass. And again, just a reminder of how hard it is to start on the outside here. And then even more so when you're buried in the field like he was at the start, down in 10th. Now he's got Iturriaga right ahead of him. He's on the edge of the top 10 outside, looking in. And up at the front, Massimino is still leading over Alan Isambard and Blake Nash, who's up to 3rd. Robertson Bonilla, all single file, but it's been quiet up there. Not much has changed, and as I say that, Davin Roberts is going to get himself clear for 3rd inside of turn 13 on Nash. And they change the spot for 3rd, and now the lead looking to change as well. Isambard had a look down low into turn number 1 and just thought better of it. Brushed on the brakes, slotted back into line, Bradley.
Isambard given the peak there, putting the pressure. Again, this is turn up the heat and do what you can here. I don't know that you can Caden McQueen it around the outside now. Poly's seen it. Poly's going to have that in the thought, but for Isambard, where do you set up? Do you do turn 2? Do you do turn 12? What's your pick? Pick your poison, and it's either going to work or it's not. You can't go for half sends around because you're costing yourself time, and now, unfortunately, for Isambard, has actually lost touch with Poly Massimino so far, is actually back towards Roberts now in 3rd.
And here goes Drew looking on the inside of Finnegan Bailiff. He's clear, so now up to 9th. Cleared Iturriaga laps ago, and now he's through on Bailiff. That's a good move there. Cross sticks in the air, side by side. Blake Nash, Donovan Bonilla. Door-to-door contact in between the Nash Motorsports factory cart and Bonilla's. Overbeck is going to go through on Buddy Antonino into turn number 2.
Overbeck pulled a great move there, and it's always interesting when you see the flagman have to take a step to the side because there's some side-by-side contact along, just knowing like, okay, I don't want to be near this. Let that go away, and we'll see if there's any sort of a look at that. That just seemed like some good side-by-side racing to me personally. But again, I don't make those calls, thankfully, because, yeah, I don't want to make those calls. Up in the front, Massimino still holding Isambard. Roberts has reeled in here, getting closer and closer. And for Roberts, Davin Roberts here trying to make some moves in the Ryan Perry Motorsports machine, I think is in a great position right now. We're only halfway. Roberts has been comfortable early on, is closing that gap in. I would say that RPM is going to get much closer.
Yeah, it's taken a while to kind of, you know, get into the speed of things here for Davin Roberts in this race, but late on the long run, 12 laps, it's looking pretty good for Davin. He has stayed right there with Isambard and Paulie Massimino, and that's kind of, you know, the direct trend that Ryan Perry Motorsports has had over the last couple weeks. And, you know, dating back, I would say, to one of their strongest weekends to date when Davin was able to take the pre-final victory at the Pro Tour. It's just kind of continuing that same speed they had there that weekend, continuing it here this weekend. Cameron, we'll head on down to you for more.
Thanks, guys. To continue to kind of note on some of the things that we've touched on and the increased grip that we've heard from the competitors here on track, I really like to highlight Davin Roberts and how minimal his hands move going into the corner. He's not fighting, getting stuck in those grip patches, really able to use his body, get the weight off that inside tire, barely move his hands, and get that initial point, which ultimately is helping him close up by the time he gets to the apex to Isambard and Pauly. So Davin, in my opinion, looks the best out of these top 3 guys at the moment, really focusing on his hands.
And that's a very good point. Davin, you see this a lot, right? Whenever a driver looks comfortable, whenever a driver looks confident in the package that he has at hand, you see driving just like this, right? Very smooth, very controlled, very collected. And in these last 2 corners, it's also, you know, I think even more notable. Very minimal movement on the steering wheel here into turn 13 as well. You see that left rear kind of lift up, but he's not fighting with the car all too much. And that's one thing to know. It's the same, I would say, for Isambard and Pauly Massimino, right? The 3 of them look, I think, as good as anyone out there as far as their hands go, and as far as, you know, their cars go as well throughout this race. They look, I think, quite even on pace. And it just shows you, right, how even, you know, a lot of the teams on the OTK package have really become how close it is all weekend, which is also one of the things for Blake Nash as to why he opted to choose something different this weekend and go on a factory kart. Gives him something different to chase, you know, sticks out a little bit more in comparison with the rest of the field, as now Isambard into turn 11. Talking about making yourself shine, talking about sticking out. That's a move. That's up there with the ones that we've seen today. He's going to get clear in turn 11 over Pauly Massimino. Isambard now in the lead.
I did not expect a turn 11 move in a Heat 1, but here we are, and let it stick as Isambard now holds side by side with Pauly. Popsicle sticks out, 2 laps to go. Pauly Massimino down the inside, gets the pass. Roberts says, all right, I'll try the outside move here around, trying to get past Isambard, isn't able to do so, gets crossed back, and now sets in third. Look at who's in the mix now, though. Blake Nash in the factory kart now coming in here, and James Overbeck in 5th place has now closed up as we go side by side for 2nd place down the inside. Roberts up into 2nd as Isambard wanted to try something on Massimino, and Roberts takes advantage. Now this shuffles everything.
Yeah, and Isambard just trying to get creative there. Davin Roberts said, thank you very much. I will take 2nd from you. And he did just that. Now for 3rd, Blake Nash defending low for to keep Isambard behind him. Overbeck in 5th, and then John Antonino, Donovan Bonilla, and Jake Drew in the 329. Well into the top 10, chasing down his teammate. Granted, they're helping him out here a little bit. White flag flies out of Porter Weisenso. 1 lap to go, and we got them all stacked up to the bottom of the racetrack. Roberts looking to hold on. Nash to the side of him a little bit on the rear bumper, and now Roberts going to play defensive for 2nd. Pauly Massimino is going to get a gift and a half on this final lap.
Isambard all the way down back into P8 on this go, just trying to hold off as much as possible. Pauly Massimino will be celebrating that, as now we still have closing up. Let's not speak too soon, because here we go for 2nd place along, side by side through, down the inside for Blake Nash, trying to make the move on Roberts.
Roberts on the high side, Antonino looking on the inside, Bonilla low, Isambard gets shuffled back. This is all behind Pauly Massimino. He qualified on the pole. He checked that box. Now it's heat race number 1, the way of the 308 of Pauly. And Blake Nash, through it all, is going to finish 2nd. Antonino in 3rd. Roberts and Bonilla, your top 5.
In the final 2 laps, it went from a 3-kart runaway to the top 10 all crunched together. That is how quickly things can change. And then Isambard dropping all the way to 6th in the end, able to split the RPGs there. Bonilla in 5th and Jake Drew in 7th. James Overbeck, unfortunately, in the BJR into 8th. Finnegan Bailiff 9th, and Ryan Rafa in 10th. What a run here in X30 Heat 1.
Great way to kick things off in Pro X30. Great way to kick things off for Pauly Massimino. Getting a big weekend this weekend like we talked about. As far as points go, as far as championships go, it's going to become a first-time United States Pro Kart Series Pro X30 champion. That's a good way to start off the weekend, a good way to start off this Saturday. But coming up next, it's time to shift some gears in 125cc water-cooled racing action. Pro Shifter is on deck.
Down in the scale line, we'll catch up with Jake here. Really solid drive back. You can see a little bit of mud and grass on the kart here. Kind of talking about that early registration.
Yeah, happens all too much right now. So need to sort that out. We'd have a good shot. It's unfortunate. If we could be in the top 5 anywhere after lap 3, we'd probably be in good shape. But coming from the back of the field, whether it's a heat race or a final, makes it difficult. So have to sort that out, and we'll be in much better shape.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Can't really blame Jake. Frustration, right? After start of the race, and you know, very experienced in the way that he responds to the question as well. But you know, to translate what he just said, pretty much, he's frustrated with the way that these races have started with his competitors, right? If he can sort out getting through the start, maybe getting a little bit more respect throughout the start of those races, he knows that the pace is there for that RPG Cosmic to go out and fight up at the front. Nonetheless, last on lap number 1, charges through the field to put himself well inside of the top 10 here.
It's such a hard position that he finds himself in there, of course, going through. And race starts are always the most challenging part of a race, I think.
Especially when you're starting on the outside.
I think that is just a hard-fought thing through.
To add, buried in the field, right, in 10th.
Yeah.
It all goes back to qualifying, right? Just qualifying didn't go their way. Whether or not an issue left scratching their heads, pace is there throughout racing action, but it's all back to qualifying. Qualifying 10th.
Yeah, we'll see how it picks up for the rest of the weekend, and that's going to be the hardest part, I think, for Jake Drew, is to just kind of wipe the slate clean now. You've got through Heat 1. You got to kind of just leave that in the background and just let Heat 1 be Heat 1 and look forward to the rest of the weekend. That is a hard skill to learn, regardless of how much experience, training, whatever you want to call it, you have. That is a hard thing to learn and do, even in the pro categories. It's so hard to do. I don't envy the position he's in.
Well, here we go. It's time to race in Velocity Racing Sodi Pro Shifter. Marcus Kayak, the Estonian, on row number 1, alongside Gavin Bailiff. Adrian Rennerden, the Frenchman, alongside Ian Quinn, fellow McCrone Motorsports Formula K, on that second row. Justin Weiner, Matteo Pappas on row number 3. Then you go back to Riley Pegram, Jonathan Ocasio, Larry Pegram, Mitchell Lowry. Your top 5 rows, top 10 starters: Gavin Ivey, Bradley Danoff, and Yevgeny Panenko. 13 drivers, 7 rows, led to the green flag by the driver who makes his first start at the club. And a driver who can't even count how many starts he has at this place to his outside. "13 shifters into the start boxes. Kayak on the inside to Bailiff, to Rennerden, to Quinn. We look at the lights outside, favored here in Cincinnati. Kayak, one of the best starters in the world. Heat race number 1, Pro Shifter, is underway, and the whole shot goes to Gavin Bailiff.
And already up front, Gavin Bailiff trying to do everything possible to hold off Marcus Kayak. And here in Heat 1. This is where it's going to be a little bit of just sensible racing, hometown hero versus first-time running. Already we got some contact there, nose to tail, from the 7 and the 49 as they all kind of got shuffled in behind. Redden and Quinn all trying to close through with White and Pappas and Pegram all running along. Nobody really opening a gap yet, and already you see Bailiff running that racing line very well, sending it wide to come back in through 12 and sweep. A little bit more of just stacking up here in the shifters as everybody is holding together. Bit of contact there around White, Pappas, and Pegram.
And we're side by side for the lead. Bailiff to the bottom. Marcus Kayak to the outside. He's going to cut the nose off on Gavin Bailiff. And these two picking right up where they left off a month ago at the Indy Grand Prix in the main event. It continues here in Ohio as Bailiff continues to defend from Adrian Reneden.
It doesn't matter that this is a heat. These two last time out, it was a challenge, a fight through lap 16, some exchanges of contact and hand signals, and then unfortunately on lap 18 it was a mechanical black flag taking out through along for Kayak dropping out and having to unfortunately DNF last round. And well, I tell you what, we talk about, you got to let it be. It's a heat race. Sometimes stuff like that, drivers have long memories. So Kayak already trying to get the runaway here early on. Bailiff settling in the second. Reneden's in third. Watch the Frenchman here. If those top two start battling, that could be through. Let's check out this AKR replay here of that contact in the front.
Gavin Bailiff already on the brakes. Marcus Kayak around the outside, and you see him just move over. He moves over, cuts the nose right off on Gavin Bailiff. Right, and again, probably frustration from Kayak in these first couple laps. Bailiff went defensive the entire opening lap as now Reneden looking on the inside of turn 11. Adrian's going to get clear, and it's going to extend the gap for Marcus even more so. From what I've seen, from what we've looked at, nothing displayed on the light system for the 49.
I wouldn't think there'd be anything displayed for Kayak there. I think that was just two racing lines coming together, and I think it was just a racing incident more than anything, if even that. We'll see if anything comes through, but just watching so far, I don't think anything coming of it. The thing that's catching me off guard right now is the fact that Bailiff just doesn't seem to have that much pace right now. Gavin Bailiff falling down the order here under pressure from Quinn in the 79, the Macomb Motorsports Kart here, looking to make a move through almost into turn 11, makes the move into turn 11, and Gavin Bailiff down another position, falling into 5th after fighting for the lead early on. And is this conservation early for Bailiff? Did he get damaged from that contact with Kayak? Was there more to that contact than we saw along? As now it looks like we're actually going to have
he's got his hand in the air. There's got to be something, I think, mechanical wrong with the power plant on the right-hand side for Gavin Bailiff. He's into the pits, and it was, he really couldn't even put up a fight at the start of that race to Kayak. He was all the way to the bottom, playing defensive, and again, really no surprise that, direct result with Bailiff, the fact that he was so defensive was I think, due to the fact that he had an issue that was lingering on the power plant attached to that TKG barrel art. Regardless, Bailiff is going to be shuffled down the order with a DNF. Here in this one, he'll slide all the way down to 13th.
Now that is a moment I didn't expect here. Now that puts Kayak and Reneden, the Frenchman, to battle up in the front. The Macomb Motorsports number 49 of Kayak versus Adrian Reneden. How will that end up for them? Because this is one of those where you've got two drivers who are very, very strong, who are going to fight through. And looking at pace-wise right now, it does seem like Reneden is the faster kart, but that gap is sitting in a second. Last time through, Kayak was just faster, but overall, fastest lap goes to Adrian Reneden here so far.
Yeah, good point there. A lap ago, Kayak was able to go 2/10 better than Adrian Reneden. We'll see what it stacks up this time. they're in, and they're just having a look. Gavin's just having a look. We'll send it on down to Cameron. She's standing by with Gavin Bailiff, who is out of this race early. Cameron?
Yeah, Gavin, I won't keep you long here. I know clearly some frustration there, but kind of give our viewers a little bit of an insight of what brought you in early.
Not sure what happened, to be honest. We made an axle change and we made sure everything was tight, but the rear set screws came out. I don't know. I honestly don't know what happened, but I know that it was tight, so I'm not sure. It sucks, but we'll have a little bit better tires and heat too, and just try and salvage what we can.
Yeah, well, good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there you go, a change after the qualifying session, going to either a stiffer axle or a harder axle. It's different, same thing. Either a stiffer or a softer axle for Gavin Bailiff, and then the set screws, which is really what holds again that axle down into the cassettes it's kind of came loose for Gavin Bailiff here on early end, and again, no issue with the power plant. It was something in the rear axle, so nonetheless a mechanical DNF, just trying to find that little bit extra. It happens at times, right?
It's one of the worst things in karting is that mechanical failure that you just don't know why it happened. That's the thing. You heard him say it too, the set screws were tight. You know, that's one of the things a lot of these karting drivers, all of these karting drivers, they don't just drive, they also work on their karts. They go back in, they make sure everything's good. They are responsible for their karts just as much as their teams are. So, you know, when you see drivers underneath that tent, they have all of those facilities and that assistance and that toolbox, but also they work on it too.
And for Gavin Bailiff, it's not just his, right? But there's customers under that tent. Well, his dad, Sean Bailiff, is busy looking after the racetrack, you know, with the series and doing everything behind the scenes as a track owner on the team side of things. It's Finn and Gavin, right? Looking after the team, looking after the customers. So, again, just something to know. But no better time to happen than in heat race number 1, right? It's going to give you an advantage in tires going into heat 2 as again Quinn on Justin White. The two of them are going to swap positions, hanging in the air there for Quinn, just kind of apologizing a little bit and saying thank you at the same time, right? No harm, no foul in between the two, but, you know, back to that point, no better race to happen than in heat race number 1. You're able to recover for heat race number 2, able to learn a little bit, you know, and try and apply, and then you go to the super heat as well, so it won't put you all too bad in the main event, but we'll give you a little bit of an advantage before heat race number 2, because these tires are put through 4 heat cycles: qualifying, heat 1, heat 2, and the super heats, and the fresh set of MG yellows coming tomorrow for the main event. But with that, it's again how much tire you're going to save throughout the day today, right? How much are you going to hold back and not try and use it? And that's I think the point that Adrian Reddington finds himself, and for Marcus Kayak as well, right? Trying to, you know, cautiously think about how much you want to go out there and push, especially at a track like this that requires a lot of lateral load throughout a lot of these corners. Turn 11, I mean, you know, the amount of load that's being put down onto the right rear tire, right? And here, 13 and 14, you are slowing, and the rears almost want to slide out while you're on the gas and preventing it from that. Turn number 1, again, on the right side tires. Turn number 2, again, that right rear is the tire that you're going to want to look after here this weekend, especially in the pro shifter category.
For sure. I think one of the things that I really liked from Gavin Bailiff there was the mindset. I really do appreciate the thought that he had there of the tires. You know, that is a big point that he makes. He goes, you know, we'll come out for heat 2 and be fine, but also I have fresher tires now. You know, that's kind of a nice way to turn a bad situation good. Yes, that stinks that you're down at the bottom of the order, but hey, you have fresher tires for heat 2 than Kayak and Reddington. And right now, just looking at lap times here, I mean, Kayak and Reddington, they're sitting fairly consistent on the lap times, all things considered. They're not pushing, but they're not pushing. They're finding that sweet middle ground, which is something that here with the white flag, 1 lap to go, a driver like Kayak, like Reddington, like all of these drivers, they have the whereabouts to know where that level is at.
And you see Kayak as well. Like, one of the biggest tells that these drivers really aren't all out pushing it is Kayak on this back straightaway and on the front straightaway puts his hand over the airbox just to kind of choke the motor a little bit, right? It's again just wanting to look after the equipment that he has at hand. And also, you know, I'd be curious to hear from Marcus. This is his first time here at MCC. I remember when it was Adrian's first time last year at the second round of the SCUSA Pro Tour and Pro Shifter. He said this is one of his least favorite tracks, one of the most demanding, one of the most physical, and one of the bumpiest as well. This section, I should say, specifically, I'd be curious to hear what Marcus has to say about his first visit out to the Augusta National of go-kart tracks here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. That being said, a great start to the day for Marcus Kayak, a pole and a Heat 1 victory going the way of the McCrory Motorsports Formula K machine. Renan and Ian Quinn running up the top 3 in Pro Shifter.
Justin White 4th, Matteo Papi in 5th, and Jonathan Ocasio in P6. Mitchell Lowry, best mover here, up 3. Riley Pegram down 1 place into 8th, and then Gavin Ivey in 9th. Again, Gavin Bailiff, unfortunately, out of this run. And then in the Masters, Super Masters, Larry Pegram able to pick up the lead over Bradley Danoff.
Evgeny Penenko, the driver, finished 3rd in line there in Super Masters and Masters. But that concludes the first half of coverage for the day. Quick lunch break to feed all the hardworking KC camera crew, for everybody in production, the United States Pro Kart Series team as well. That keeps everybody safe. They step aside for a moment. Second round of heat races scheduled to start at about 1:30 p.m. local time. But we'll step aside for a couple of moments. I'm sure we'll hear from a couple of our drivers as well. Kayak, it's the first one of the day in Pro Shifter.
Marcus, it's your first time here in Cincinnati, but clearly it's not affecting you at all. Kind of give us some insight about your thoughts on the track and how it's been to drive.
Actually, I quite like the track. It's technical, at the same time quite fast, but yeah, I like it overall.
How would you compare it to some tracks back home that you're more used to?
Of course, it's a bit different, a bit more narrow, a bit more, not so long, but anyway, a track is a track and you need to be fast in every condition.
Well, you've been pretty quick here this weekend. Congratulations and good luck throughout the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Very good point there out of Marcus, right? A track is a track. You got to go out there and race either way. Again, the race isn't going to change venues halfway through the weekend, right? It's a very good point. Adaptability is what makes a driver really good. Bradley, we step aside here for a moment. For those of you at home, we'll be back in a couple of moments. The lunch break getting ready to go green for us. 1:30 p.m. We'll be back with more racing action on the other side of this break. quick break in the action, and we're back for more Team Ferris Racing. Micro Swift getting ready to go green with Bo Wyatt and Emma Dalton leading this field to the green flag for their second time on the day. Dusty Strayer and Kip Knaus, who fell a little bit down the order in his first race of the day in heat race number 1. He's looking for a better result here in the second one. And there's a look at the 19 drivers that we have getting ready to take the green flag. I should say getting ready to get the lights. The second time as always, my name is Caleb Vieska, Bradley Dalton alongside me. Cameron Reed, our boots on the ground this weekend. She was racing here last weekend at the Karts North America Summer Nationals. And now we're getting ready. We were only pretty much in a break for 20 minutes. The United States Pro Kart Series official is getting ready to take us back racing. Wyatt on the inside, Dalton on the outside. Lights are out. Micro Swift underway again. Oh, two together. Emmett Dalton, the driver who started on the inside, gets collected. Franco Schiavo collected as well, and another one looked like the number 7 was involved in an incident. Winston Dickin, one of the 3 drivers involved in that one.
That was a big moment there into turn 2, and well, we saw how Micro Swift kind of handled things out earlier today, and well, already going right back to racing here as we get a Shop AKR replay, and look here to the inside, and it was just a little bit slide. The track, I think, has hit that slippy point that we talked about
but
there.
It also looked like Schiavo was getting some help from behind. Francisco's in line, and I think just nudges him there.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And that's enough to just send Schiavo up and over the front fairing of Emmett Dalton, which put him down the order. Aside from the couple that we lost at the start, everybody else able to get going nicely. Wyatt, Strayer to Francisco, and then to Liam Compatiello and Trey Sanders, your top 5.
Keep an eye on Liam Compatiello there in 4th place. I have a feeling that Compatiello is going to be looking to make some big moves up 2 places already there, of course, with that contact up near the front. That helps get a couple of positions up, and now it's just a matter of continuing the charge. Your top 6 all sitting nose to tail right now, led by Wyatt, who is looking to just make some strong, comfortable goes up in the front here. You have one of the Paralympians trying to go to the inside. That is Strayer, who's trying to make that move, come along, and Strayer, Dusty Strayer, up into the front there in a nitro kart, I should say.
Yeah, on the Speed Concepts Racing nitro kart for Dusty, a move that was made for really, since we were back here over at the RMC America's Trophy. Now getting used to seeing Dusty on the SCR machine. It's quickly going to change. We can get used to seeing him out in front, and neither did Bo Wyatt because he passed him. The lead goes back the way of the Bennick. And then to Strayer, and then to Francisco, to Compatiello, to Katowski, who's now put himself inside of the top 5. And Jack's had to work for it this weekend, right? More often than not, we're talking about Jack with, you know, lights out pace, usually the driver out in front, leading laps, being either first or second. And this weekend, he's had to work his way through this field more often than not. He's up 6 spots, make it 7 because he's up to 4th.
Yeah, Jack Katowski, a driver that we always expect up in the front, as you said, is always a strong runner. 105 races under his belt here in the Carter GV database with 27 wins, 44 podiums, and 24 poles and counting in that young driver's career. But here today, it's definitely not been what you would expect for a driver that has experience here at MCC and has had multiple runs along here in MCC. So curious to see what happens here going through. Finished 3rd at Clash at the Club back in July, and we'll be looking to do a bit more here today.
We'll see as they work their way into the infield hairpins, I should say, with turn number 4 and turn number 7 right here that they're working their way through now. And the gap up front has opened up Bill Wyatt has got about half a second in between himself and Dusty Strayer. And then Katowski, he has been subtly working his way through this field. Now he's up 8 because the Barrel Art is in 3rd and now going to look for 2nd. Looking on the inside at Dusty Strayer into turn 13. He's through. And everybody else behind, pushing and shoving. Sanders, Compatiello, Allegretta, Francisco, to Shiflett, to Apel. And then all the way back as well to what looked to be Kip Canals, who was also in that group. And I think might have even fallen back a little bit further here. Indeed, he just crossed in 11th after starting on row number 2, Bradley.
Yeah, that's not ideal for Kip Canals. Falling down the order in Heat 1, again dropping down the order here in Heat 2. But this is such a strong competitive field, and Kip Canals seems like a driver who can rebound back even from the start on a bad day. That number 66, I would not be surprised to see that cart continue to move its way forward here later into the day. The track definitely does seem a bit different than it was this morning, even through a short lunch break with no carts on track.
And Kip
Kip is
Canals.
off.
It looks like that's down in turn number 7, the hairpin. Kip was just in the grass on the inside of turn number 7, and everybody else working their way through. Compatiello, Allegretta, side by side. Trey Sanders with Francisco to his inside, and Francisco's got all the help. Shiflett pushed him through. Sanders and Apel right there with him as well.
And it looked like there for a moment Shiflett was going to try to make the move as well down the inside, and Shiflett opting to go back into a single file line and not go for the moves here, holding on nose to tail here at the moment for this pack as they work their way along, led by Compatiello in the RPM, going through and trying to just find any sort of move that could be found to catch up to 3rd, 2nd, and 1st, but the top 3 have managed to pull a pretty sizable margin here, 3/4 of a second for the top 3.
Now looking on the inside, Allegretta wanted to go for a move, and he's going to go wide. Francisco as well, and there goes Shiflett, taking advantage of it all. He's going to be the one to pass it at 13 and get himself up to 5th.
What a great move there from Shiflett to get that move along to the inside. The 2-for-1 special, just the grip in the cart so strong here on the day, and just managing to make that cart move along. Again, that's one of the things with micro swifts here, the smallest category of the weekend, is they are able to make moves in places that you wouldn't really expect. I would never expect to see a master, super master shifter make that move around the inside of 13, but you know what? A micro swift and even a mini swift, they can make that move stick, and it's really, really fun to see when they do.
And we saw it earlier with Andy Kutcher and Mike Rawlson passing for 2nd. They passed there inside of turn 13. A lot of places to pass at this place, and that was one of the things that we kind of talked about when we looked at the kart class track preview. Because you can pass in this last section right here, 13 and 14, but tricky where you, again, try to pass, right? You go on the inside, driver don't sit on the outside, turns into the inside into 14, and then they move out of here. You heard the thought process with Caden McQueen, right? Trying the move on the outside. It's a little easier to do it in these, again, cadet karts because they are that much smaller as far as width goes. But again, it has to be it's a very situational move, in my opinion, as to what we saw there out of McQueen, and as to what it has to be for these, drivers to do. But it's not, it's not like we haven't seen something like that before. I haven't seen something like that from third to the lead was what was so surprising about it. But, aside from that, situational moves and making them, that's the biggest thing whenever you talk to driver coaches as to what it takes to go out there and coach a driver, right? Getting them ready for respective situations is a big thing.
Yeah, and that's, a lot of situations you find yourself in, you know, even in life, is there goes Shiflett up the inside of Competiello with a great move there again through 13 and 14, able to hold the inside through 12, and then that opens the inside through 13. The hand signal, let's get up to the front here. Let's get towards Strayer and Katowski as the popsicle sticks are out here. 2 to go in heat number 2 for Micro Swift, and a good lead there up in the front for Bo Wyatt, nearly 9/10 of a second over Jack Katowski, who's up into second. That's where we would expect to see Jack Katowski up in form, up in second, but not able to close 9/10 of a second here at the end of heat 2. That's a big ask.
A big ask for a lot of these drivers to try and put something together here before the end. They're working their way now out of turn number 11. And the gap at the line between the drivers in first and second, and it might even grow just that little bit more as Dusty Strayer on the inside of his teammate a little bit early on in the year. Remember, Strayer went over to the Trinity Karting Group, had a couple of starts on the Burrell. And that's going to change the outlook for second. It's going to pretty much hand it to Bo Wyatt, though, who is gone. He's going to be a second and a half clear as Katowski's going to respond now into turn number 2.
Great move there from Katowski down the inside in the Burrell Art, going along on the Nitro Kart. The Speed Concepts Racing driver now trying to work to the outside here for Strayer as Katowski defends beautifully to the inside here. Looks left, looks right, looks left again, and to the left. Here we go. There's Strayer trying to work the outside through the 6-7 complex. That lets Shiflett shift to the inside here. Now the 14 and the 12 battle. That's a little bit of breathing room for Katowski. Just what Katowski needs here. Going through the middle part of the lap. Up the hill through 11. Down the hill towards 12. Some shuffles back in the back there with the 48 of Competiello trying to defend. But into 12 and into 13. Nothing to see through 13, though. Dive to the inside there from Strayer. Shuffles Katowski out. Katowski holds the inside on Shiflett.
Strayer with a move for second, Katowski in third, and up front, Bo Wyatt is going to double up and take the win in heat race number 2 in Micro Swift. Katowski to Braxton Shiflett, who are just able to get ahead of Dusty Strayer for 4th. Francisco, your top 5.
Allegretta in 6th, Sanders 7th. Competiello unfortunately falls way down the wayside into P8. Harrison Appel into P9. And Chase Zolman in P10 here. Behind that was Bryson Barnett. It was Garza. It was Schiavo. It was Ellis. And it was Nascimento down in P15. Emmett Dalton into 16th. James Laser and Winston Dickin. Your 18 karts here in Micro Swift.
Quick commercial break. More racing action on the other side with K100 Junior.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
KA100 Junior presented by BBS Racing Engines, getting ready to go racing. Travis Pettinelli Katowski once again lead this field to the green with Marco Salmon and Tristan Murphy on row number 2. Palacio and Wagner. In the first one, a lot happened. Travis Pettit and Marco Salmon, I would say, played their cards quite nicely. Pettit able to get the win in the end. And we're getting ready to do it all over again. I believe Pettit was able to get over Katowski, but that being said here, Bradley getting ready to go again.
Yeah, this is going to be another fun one to watch here. A very full grid, 32 karts looking to make a move. A few penalties being given out of the first heat for some blocking and some swerving. So race directors already doing a good job of staying on hands as we come into the tram lines.
Well, here we go. KA100 Junior for heat race number 2. A couple of them out of the lines early, further back, but up front, all good. We're underway for heat race number 2, and Katowski is getting swallowed by the pack here, Bradley.
That he is here, heading down the order. Not what you want to see for Nico Katowski, but Travis Pettit absolutely getting away. Looks over the shoulder, heading towards 6-7, and just looks over the shoulder and says, you know what, there's nobody behind me. That's fine. I'll take some breathing room here in the BJR LN, and has a great go so far as Katowski just trying to find some way to rebound here on the front end. That 8-11 now of Murphy up into the order, and well, we've got some dives coming here in the mid-pack as well as we come through 12 out of 13. You've got the RPGs mixing things up.
A couple of the Rawson Performance Group machines of Palacio, Wagner that are all throughout. As we start lap number 2, a move now for Katowski to regain some of the spots lost at the start of this race. He's able to go by on Marco Salmon.
Looked like a little bit of contact there from Salmon through on Veeder, actually coming out of the exit of turn 2 as they were finding their way along. Again, looks over the shoulders from everyone, dive down into turn 6 and 7. Great move, and you can see just how much this field has really sort of set itself up into a line here early on as these drivers continue to battle up through 11, down towards 12 yet again. Looking up front, Pettit has Murphy for company, and there goes Katowski on Salmon, trying to get a bit of a rebound started, and Salmon actually following through behind Katowski because they're passing Gulsev. So lots of shuffling here in the mid-pack to mix things along. Up front, Pettit holding the head down, doesn't even look over the shoulder coming across the line as Murphy and Palacio second and third.
And second and third is now on the inside. Golseth looking on Salmon, clear. Orioli right behind him. And out of the bottom of the racetrack, Travis Pettit's got some company. It's Lucas Palacio who's right behind him to Murphy, then a Katowski, and then to Salmon now, who has emerged in 5th through it all. But up at the front, a sight that, for those of you guys who've watched our platform for quite some time, you'd really be no stranger to. Travis Pettit and Lucas Palacio, they had a really dominant run back in 2023 whenever the two were racing together on the Mini Swift side of things for the Trinity Karting Group, both on Kart Republics at the time, and they traded and delivered so many great moments in Mini Swift, and now in Junior, they're doing just that. The action continues here on the track. We're side by side, 2 by 2. We'll head on down to Cameron, who's got a little bit more.
Thanks, guys. We've talked a little bit about how much points will be affected now that we're kind of in this later half of the season. Nate Golsev, currently 3rd in the points, finished 9th in Heat 1, but due to a bunch of attrition in front of him, penalties were allowed to gain him all the way up to the 5th spot. Now he looks quite racy, currently still in that 5th spot, but able to hold on to these lead guys and put some battle in there. Things like this, points and penalties that are affecting the position that greatly, could really make a change happen when it comes down to the championship.
Yeah, very good point. There's a look at how the championship currently stacks up. Pettit closes in on Katowski as now there was a swap up front with Palacio and Pettit. A swap as well further back as now Palacio's going to go wide. Pettit looking to his inside, into turn 15, out of 16 now. And Pettit is clear. Now to the outside, Marco Samet looking to go by on Palacio, looking for the inside of turn 2. Nothing's going to give there. And he's going to stay in line. And then behind him, Golseth and Murphy, both of them looking for moves of their own and not finding them.
Look at how compressed the front of this field is as they head through. There are so many karts in a line here. You kind of run the risk of, you know, move or get moved, really. If you pull out of position, you let everyone in front of you go away because you start to battle for position. But if you aren't defending well, you're letting people in front get away. Everyone in this group, all the way back down through your top 10 and then some, are driving very, very defensive here. Nobody wants to be the one to kind of shuffle this along, so they're all looking through. A little bit of a move there for second. Palacio and Samet swap places as we see them come through, but again, look what that does for Travis Pettit. A little bit of breathing room, and side by side, back in the order a bit more. That is Katowski getting real feisty.
Yeah, Katowski and Nathan Golseth. Golseth didn't want to make way. Golseth wasn't going to be denied, and he wasn't. And now he's through for 5th. He's got everybody else stacked up right behind him. And Darren Kidd on the Hook DD machine, already a winner right here. And also the winner of the ticket to the Grand Finals to go to Portugal and represent Team USA on the junior platform on Junior Max in November. He's in line. Orioli to Wagner. And then to Callan Berghofer, who's been subtly working his way through this field to put himself up to 10th after qualifying down in 18th. Now looking on the inside goes Orioli. Darren Kidd's going to get stuck on the outside. Wagner, Berghofer. And it's going to end with William Veeder, who might also get by here on Darren Kidd. He's got the outside preferred line onto the front stretch.
And that's the danger of all of these karts being in a long line, is you get shuffled out of one place and everything goes through. As look, as long as we continue to fight things through, it is not stopping in the least here. Back outside of the top 10 there. Valera tried to look for a move as well. As we again look back up here to the mid-pack, this 8:23 leading things. Golseth really looking strong here, and up in the front right now, it's a BJR 1-2.
You saw Orioli there just emphatically point forward as a change for the lead. Turn 11 for the 8-11 of Tristan Murphy, who gets himself clear and into the lead of the race over Pettit, over Samet, and Palacio in line in 4th. And we're only halfway through. This is the start of the second half. Now we go in on lap number 8 as one driver getting flagged off the racetrack because the leaders are on their way. Murphy's at the bottom. Samet opens up, and here goes Pettit, who's also looking for a way by. Looking on the outside. He's going to pay the price. Samet is through. Palacio's through as well.
Pettit wanting to try that outside of turn 2, and it just doesn't work out and loses the place through. Now Samet wants to try the outside. That's not going to work for Samet. Pettit not able to capitalize, drops in, and look at that. BJR to 3rd and 4th as Palacio holds 2nd. Murphy holding the lead here, but now to the inside. There goes Samet, move for 2nd, and Pettit forcing side by side through 8, 9, 10, down the bottom of the hill at 11. There's the pass through for the go. That puts Palacio back down into 4th, right where he started the lap. Down the inside to turn 12, though, will not be denied. Up into 3rd, and now big contact between the two.
Yeah, wheel-to-wheel contact in between Pettit and Palacio. Both of them continuing in line. Now they're side by side for 3rd. Samet in the lead, and Nico Katowski, as quickly as that, has arrived on the scene with the top 4, making it top 5. And this one going to get close all the way to the end. A long way still to go as Samet takes him all to the low side into turn 2. Out of it now, Murphy, Palacio, and Pettit, they all went low as well. Palacio again to the bottom. And not too far back, Berghofer and Braden Wagner. If this continues, and it will, with Samet into turn number 7, they are closing as well at an alarming rate.
Berghofer and Wagner have past the fishing line, and I tell you what, they're reeling it in quickly, and they're saying, hey, get the net, we've caught a big one. That big one being the chance at the win in heat number 2 as your top 5 still hold nose to tail. And now, here we go. This closes in. There's 6, 7, there's 8, and 9. 9 carts now, nose to tail coming through. The 829 of Pettit pulls out of line here, trying to get past Palacio in the battle for 3rd as we still have 3 more laps to go. 4 more laps to go.
And Pettit was able to clear Palacio on the front stretch, and Palacio with a push from Katalski, able to retake it going into turn number 1. Sammet to Murphy as Sammet goes to the low side. Murphy finally able to get creative with a gap further back to 3rd because they've started a fight back there. And now Murphy again opens up to the high side. Wanted to set up a crossover on the exit of 7. Not going to get the run, but he is all over the back bumper of Marco Sammet on the BJR Len cart. Now to the backstretch. Murphy going to open up again. Palacio to the bottom, defending for 3rd. And they are still catching the leaders while they fight. Still closing in, and everybody in line is going to know not to make a move just yet because they are closing in on the top 2.
They know that it's close. Popsicle sticks in the air, 2 to go. Top 2 go on the racing line. 3rd and 4th, Palacio and Pettit. They go to the inside here. Sammet and Murphy side by side through 2, and let's go 2 wide, almost 3 wide there in the mid pack as the 829 of Pettit holds off the teammate of Berghofer, BJR. Tell you what, so many drivers on the field, they battle through, and Sammet again defending through 5 and looking over the shoulder. There's Murphy. What's the gap behind? Murphy again trying that good crossover that just hasn't seemed to stick this entire time.
Sammet's just been so good. He's been so good on the brakes, knows when to get off, knows when to get back onto the gas, and it's worked out perfectly every single time for him. As now onto the backstretch, Palacio, I think everybody's grown tired, and then now, while Palacio went to the bottom, Pettit went to the high side, and everybody got through. Katalski went by. I'm not sure if Berghofer did too. He did. Berghofer now behind Pettit, and Palacio, he's getting swallowed by the swarm on the backstretch. The 2 leaders, it's Sammet and Murphy with a runaway. Palacio back behind Berghofer now in 5th, and a pass for the lead. Tristan Murphy into turn number 1.
And a little bit of bumper-to-bumper contact in the braking zone into 2 as Murphy able to get up there to the front. Sammet having to kind of play defensively here now and back into the attack. Going through again, running wide through 3, but that settles itself out. Now into 6 and 7. Again, that Lando Norris cart, that BJR cart will pick the outside. Murphy defending it beautifully, though, as we head down last half of a lap to go for heat number 2. Going through that 811. Murphy driving with an absolute run and is going to push the 875 of Sammet to the inside. Here comes Pettit.
Yeah, Marco Sammet got a great exit on the exit of turn 11. Murphy just closed the door, but Sammet was already there. 3, 4, 5, almost 6 drivers in the mix, and now Pettit's going to push his teammate through on Tristan Murphy. They're going to drag race to the line, but Pettit, he's going to choose Sammet every single time. Was it enough, though? Yes, it was. Marco Sammet is going to win it over Tristan Murphy. Pettit's going to come across in 3rd. Fernandez, Berghofer, your top 5, and Palacio back to 6th.
Now that was an impressive go for the top 2, 3, 8. All of them just nose-to-tail fighting. Braden Wagner at the end of things dropping to 9th, and Katalski again, such a good run up. Unfortunately, falls down the order to 10th. Julian Rivera, P11. Lucas Carrega in P12. Santiago Orioli, 13th. Jackson Alfonte, 14th. And William Vidor in 15th. But I tell you what, BJR, you've got a lot of strong drivers that are fighting all up in the front of the field. It's a good day to be a BJR fan.
Yeah, great day at that. That's, again, picture-perfect start to our day. It was Katalski earlier on in the day. And it's now Marco Sammet who wins the heat race number 2. There's a look at the shop, AKR.com replay at the drag race to the line. Marco Sammet gets it over Tristan Murphy, and that push by Pettit could have been the difference to keep Samet in the lead.
Coming up next here on the go is going to be KA Senior. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar.
Here we go. BJR KA 100 Senior getting ready to go racing. And again, they stay the same as the way they started the first one. Nothing has changed on the grids. They won't rearrange until we head into the Super Heats. In a little bit. Heat race number 2 getting ready to go underway. We talked about Paulie Massimino, Edgar Rodriguez, and James Overbeck in the first one. Rodriguez got shuffled back. Caden McQueen with a stellar move around the outside into turn number 1 was able to get clear of Overbeck and Massimino. We'll see what this one gives us. Massimino once again has them all at a crawl. But the lights are out. KA 100 Senior Heat Race number 2 is underway.
Oh, and a not so great start there for the 918 of Max Weiland, running wide on the exit of 2 and dropping down the order there quite a bit. Meanwhile, up front, Paulie Massimino yet again with a beautiful getaway to kick things off here. That is going to be a great go there for the BJRs up in the front as they work their way along. And now here is where I am waiting, because I want to see what Caden McQueen can do on the second going and how Paulie Massimino can respond as we head into turn 12. Caden McQueen, unfortunately, is down into 5th here on the race start.
Yeah, down to 5th for McQueen. He started 4th, so hasn't lost all too much time. Now looking to recover a couple of spots. Bonilla is going to go through on Rodriguez. And now McQueen's going to go through as well, but Edgar's got help incoming. Malquit wasn't enough there for Ike to push Rodriguez through. They're all stacked up with CGO in line. Chase Cassiat Lee, who's sitting in 7th, to Weiland, to Rubio Luengo, to Brandon Lemke. That's your top 10 as they stand.
It's going to be interesting to watch what Overbeck can do here with Massimino. If they can start to pull a gap on Bonilla and McQueen there, 3rd, 4th, Rodriguez and Malquit, if they can work to pull that gap, that is going to give them a strong momentum. But just kind of eyeballing the gap here as they go down the hill, it doesn't seem like they're pulling nearly as much of a gap as you would expect there for those two to be working together. Some battles in the mid-pack there. That is Rodriguez looking to make a move there on McQueen, wanting to get along, but Malquit looking very, very quick there in the 970, looking like already wanting to try to make a move up towards the front.
Oh, and 2 together, Derek Wargo, Mick Gabriel out of this race. Mick on top of Derek. And the Formula K IPK Macron Motorsports machine out of this race early. The same for the AEM Karting OTK of Mick. Both of their heat races ending early. They're going to be down the order when it comes down to the Super Heat later on today. not what you would have wanted to close off the heat races here. And we talked about how important it is for the Super Heat, right? Just averaging a good points finish.
Yeah, it makes such a big difference in the points to have good heat runs. Of course, you know, we talk about points. It's not a make or break in the points per se, but, you know, 75 points to win a heat race versus, you know, into the final, it's 400 points for the win. But, of course, to have the chance of a good run in the final, you have to have a good run in the heat. So that is where things really make or break. As take a look at who has showed up into the mix here. CGL, Chase Gassie at Lee, now up into the mix here in the mid-pack top 5.
Yeah, Chase now starting to make some moves to get himself a little bit further inside of the top 10, just to try and get himself into the top 5 now. He's got Malquid on the edge, who's sitting in 5th as they've continued to shuffle Rodriguez down the order. Edgar in the 944 runs down at about 7th. And then McQueen ahead of him. Granted, the start of this race hasn't gone the way of Caden McQueen, but, you know, I don't want to say that the pace doesn't seem to be what it was in heat race number 1, but it's still very, very early to call here, Bradley. Very early, because this is going to stay put for this race. We've seen it time and time again, right? Just replaying, almost like a broken record. And this is going to happen every time when you have these 3 guys up ahead. Donovan Bonilla could play spoiler. But as they stand right now, it's a matter of Caden McQueen can get up there and catch up to these drivers inside of the top 3. Help behind Chase Gassie Lee's making some moves. He's gone by on Isaac Malquid, who fell all the way down to 8th. But a look at the point standings as well. The difference in the heat races is something to note here in K100 Senior. Paulie Massimino is the leader in the KA100 Senior Championship over his teammate in James Overbeck. Those two have gone back and forth throughout this year. Indiana Grand Prix 1 and 2 went the way of Paulie, but the consistency out of James has been very much there. 9 points is the difference before drops in between the drivers that currently run inside of the top 2. And a win for James could be huge for the margin with Paulie in the championship, and for Caden as well. Making a argument for himself as far as championship goes here this weekend already with a heat race win earlier on today.
Yeah, I think Caden McQueen is a very, very strong driver, and well, put the banner on top, fastest lap of anyone, Caden McQueen, 58.627. To give context to that, a 58.695 is Paulie Massimino's personal best, and it was a 59.0 last time around. So, I mean, you are seeing some pace out of that Sodi driver in the 942. I'm curious to see where the 942 can close up and then where a pass attempt can be made, because here's the thing. We heard Caden McQueen in the interview talk about, you know, having to manage tires, having to think about things. Right now, if you're pushing that hard, you're hitting some fastest laps, I don't think the track is truly gripped up that much. I think this is Caden McQueen really pushing things at this point.
Yeah, he is pushing pretty much to the max here. He was better. He was 0.2 better that last time around in comparison to the top 3. And he's closing in. We'll see if if Cameron doesn't see anything down trackside. We got to move on our hands here with James Overbeck going by for the lead. We'll send it on down to Cameron. What do you got for us?
Yeah, as we're sitting down here watching the races a little bit closer than what our boys in the booth are able to, I think it's important to note the speed that Bonilla has, how much faster and better he releases out of those tight corners. You can see he loses a little bit on entry to the BJR boys, but ultimately his exit speed is significantly quicker, and that's what's keeping him in the fight here. Another thing to note is he's been quicker. He ran them down. Now he's kind of being patient, taking his time, seeing how this plays out. He knows the 2 of them are teammates. It's not worth battling just quite yet. If he splits them, the likelihood is one of them will go right back on him, right? So using that to his advantage, kind of watching and analyzing where he might be better to make something happen on those last couple laps.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And again, with going back to the point that Cameron had, all right, Donovan being the driver in 3rd, he's having a break a little bit sooner into the corner. The same for Paulie. You know, he's a little bit, you know, earlier than his braking point because you got a guy in front of you. The same thing for Donovan, right? He's really able to kind of almost drive at that, you know, 85, 80%. to just be right there with the two guys in front of him. McQueen's been, you know, pushing and pushing and pushing and extracting more out of the tires, extracting more out of the Velocity Racing Sodi. So he's going to be running in hot to these top three. But for Donovan, I mean, you're right there with the two guys ahead of you, you know, driving at that 80 to 85%. There is really not much more to it. But like Cameron said, right, he's losing a little bit on entry, probably getting on the brakes a little bit sooner, and then on the have to run him down. And since getting there, he's been, all right, I'm going to sit here, I'm going to coast in third, let this race play out. And then for Caden, the same can be said for him. He was, you know, matching faster by a couple of hundredths, but now starting to go those 2/10 better, those 3/10 better, another 2 here. So it's starting to pick up a little bit here for the 942, and you're going to see that gap close down as well, I would say, before the end of this race.
I mean, look at it. It's virtually gone now, looking at it visually. It's very much, you know, if you watched a NASCAR race, if you watched a Daytona or a Talladega race, it's very much, you know, when you're watching that, they show you the car in front in stock cars will be 100% throttle. That second kart will be about 96. That third kart will be about 90% throttle. And it kind of just builds through. And, you know, while we're not saving gas in go-kart racing, of course, we're saving tires. We're saving energy ourselves. And so if you're sitting third, fourth, or second, third here behind James Overbeck, you're, again, as you said, breaking that a little bit earlier, saving a little bit, and it'll be interesting to see how that compounds through the weekend. By the way, McQueen's here. Look at the pace difference that's been. Half or quarter of a tenth, 3/10, 3/10, a tenth and a half, and then a tenth, and now onto the back of Bonilla. Now, here's the question I have for that 942. You've done all this pushing to get here. We're coming up on 2 laps to go. What do you really have left in the tank in that Sodi kart?
Yeah, I'm asking the same thing here for the 904, Donovan Bonilla, because while he was kind of holding there, that lap did look like he was maybe missing a little bit compared to the top 2. But all that gets thrown out of the window now. It's just been the buildup to get to this point right here. 2 laps to go for James Overbeck and for Paulie Massimino. And the question right now that I think everybody watching, and the question that we're asking ourselves is, how much is Paulie going to want to fight for this heat race victory? Again, you look at the championship, only 9 points separates the two. Definitely not in mind for any of them right now. At the penultimate round of the season in the United States Pro Kart Series, but it's a matter of how hard you want to fight for a heat race victory. With still a long way to go left on the weekend, a super heat today and a main event later on as well. Risk and reward. McQueen showed his hand. He was able to risk anything, everything as well in a Heat 1 to take the win. Will he do the same this time out? We're going to find out here, Bradley.
Coming to the line, white flag, 1 lap to go. A look over the shoulder from James Overbeck. This is where you know the pressure's coming. And again, McQueen trying to look outside, gonna look outside again this time across the line, or through turn 2. Not able to cross the line around here. Up in the front, Overbeck, Massimino, they're holding 1-2. And look at that, Bonilla holding the inside as well. Again, McQueen looking to do some sort of crossover. The bus is parked, the top 3 are there. By the way, here comes Chase Gassie-Lee out of nowhere as McQueen's battling around the outside, side by side with Bonilla. And now look there, the 913 to Chase Gassie-Lee into 8, 9, and 10, trying to make a move up the inside on Caden McQueen. Can't do so. Down the hill at 11, McQueen with the send to the inside.
Caden McQueen into turn 11 looked for it time and time again on Bonilla. Now Paulie with the opportunity to try and set up a crossover on James Overbeck as they're getting ready to receive the checkered flag this time around. McQueen in third, Gassie-Lee in fourth, Weiland to Bonilla to Malquit to Lemke to Myers, and then to Rodriguez to the line. Checkered flag in the air. James Overbeck and Paulie Massimino played that one perfectly. 1-2 at the end of Brandon Jarstacrack Racing KA100 Senior Heat Race number 2.
Caden McQueen went for everything there for third to get up into the front. Unfortunately wasn't able to. And by the way, Chase Gassie-Lee up into 4th place. Wineland in 5th. And unfortunately for Donovan Bonilla, falls down the order into 6th.
Yeah, Dono back to 6th after that move out of Caden McQueen. A clean move, but again, hindered the momentum that Bonilla was carrying and allowed a couple to get by. Malquit, Lemke, Myers, Rodriguez, Reddy, Ferris, Rubio, Luengo, Perez, and Harrower. Your top 15 at the end of heat race number 2. The red, white, and blue seem to be the difference maker for James Overbeck in that one. He's going to get it done. The unofficial results at the end of heat race number 2.
Yeah, we'll catch up with James here. 1-2 for the BJR boys, so they're definitely happy with that one. So we'll kind of give them a second. No, you're good. Kind of talk me through that race. You and Paulie kind of out there up front, really looked good the whole entire time. Maybe you lost a little bit of pace towards the end. We saw Bonilla and Caden start to charge back up. Was that intentional? Was that saving tires, or did you kind of fall off?
I don't know. The track this weekend I feel like has been a little different compared to what we're used to. So we've been trying some different stuff. Especially, at first, we were fast, but I just felt like when I was behind Paulie, like for whatever reason, I just felt worse when I was behind and I couldn't get to him enough. So I was like, in the middle of the race, I felt like we were in a pretty comfortable spot. So I'm like, let me just pass him, see how we do with roles reversed. And Paulie felt like when I was in front, he could really push me. Which I wasn't able to do when I was behind him, but I feel like we definitely slowed down a little bit. So it was just to see what it felt like because I haven't been out front yet, so I didn't know what it felt like. The kart felt better once I was out front, but still I definitely feel like we need a little bit. I don't know what that is, but we'll go to the drawing board and see what we can find.
Home track here. You were here last weekend, not racing, but coaching. That's all got to add a little bit of confidence going into later today and into tomorrow. You know this place like the back of your hand. Kind of talk me through how your feelings are right now.
Yeah, no, I like the track. I have a good amount of laps at it, and not even just have a lot of laps. It's just I feel comfortable here, and I feel like we know what we're looking for. So, no, it's definitely nice to be close to home. Family and friends can come out and watch. And also, you always feel like you want to do better when you're at home. So, can't thank BJR, BBS, everyone at JOA enough for all they do. My dad and Chase, my mechanics this weekend, they've been on it. So, yeah, hopefully we can salvage the rest of the day and hopefully keep it going.
There you guys have it. James Overbeck feeling good, but looking for a little more.
Thank you.
Yeah, feeling good about the win, and again, not satisfied just yet with the pace at hand. Nonetheless, though, this is what we got coming up next. Mini Swift gets ready to hit the racetrack. X30 Junior KA Masters, Pro X30, Pro Shifter with the Masters and Super Masters as well. And then Micro Swift and KA 100 Junior will be the first of the Super Heats. And it's pretty much, we're just at about ready racing. Now we find ourselves a little bit ahead of schedule. 2:26 is when these Mini Swifts are scheduled to hit the racetrack. With that being said, we'll step aside here for a moment. There's more racing action, a lot of it, getting set to come your way here from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Mini Swift, presented by Parallel Motorsports, now hits the racetrack, led by Jake Benaglio and Mason Brody. Liam Francisco and Dutch Westbrook are going to be on row number 2 with Slater Harrell and Aiden Go. First of the Parallels. Back on row number 3 with Zev Gottschalk, Vicente Santino Aguilar on row number 4. Brody Stoffel and Caden Caldera, your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters. Well, it was a great race. Last time out in heat race number 1, Dutch Westbrook able to get it at the line. And one thing to note, Benaglio and Brody struggled to get this field underway. Third time was the charm, but it was led by Westbrook and Francisco. We'll see if Benaglio and Brody can get this one started nice and clean on attempt number 1.
Look at the hand signals there up front from Jake Benaglio, already telling the whole field to slow it down. I always love seeing the drivers at the front here in these young categories waving their hands hard and saying, slow down, slow down, slow down.
Well, here we go. We look at the lights. And they're out. Mini Swift heat race number 2 is underway. Oh, and Aiden Go up and over the back of the Bennick of what looked to be Zev Gottschalk in the 115. Climbs onto the back of him and gets spun around on the exit of turn number 3. Aiden Go falling down the order. And you might just be out of this race as up front Mason Brody, Benaglio trading blows. Brody to the lead.
And Brody up into the lead here. Battles continue along through 8, 9, 10. A lot of shuffling of the order happening here in Mini Swift. Just looking back over the notes here that I had, I wrote that the race felt like a main event for heat number 1. Heat number 2, no different already. These drivers coming out of the gate swinging. They're ready to go. They're racing hard. And here in Mini Swift, they want to be at the front. They want to prove that they're the fastest driver in the field, and they are going to do what they need to do, which is pass karts and get ahead here in order to prove that. Crossing the line, let's reset your running order here as it goes. Brody, Francisco, Slate Harrell, Jake Benaglio in 4th, Dutch Westbrook in 5th.
That's a look at your top 5. They're not just on the outside is Aguilar on the Orslon, Gottschalk, who again contact with Aiden Go. There's Go climbing onto the back of Gottschalk. Gottschalk really not affected by it. He's still in 7th. But now it was a pass by Francisco into turn number 4. Brody's going to respond in a 7. And Harrell as well is going to pick up the leftovers to get himself to 3rd. Westbrook to Aguilar. And then back as well to what's Jake Benaglio, the driver who started on the pole position. Started on the inside, led this field to the green. Finds himself on the back foot now. The same for Zev Gottschalk, who has got Caden Caldera right behind him on the Sodi, looking to make a move. As now Westbrook in at 14. Oh. Harrell 4 tires off and into the dirt. He rejoins. Aguilar wanted to follow, and that left Harrell with no room on the outside.
How did Slate Harrell get away with that one? The 4 tires off through just literally splitting the gap there. We talked about that runoff on the exit of 13 and 14 where all of that dirt is at and where that trench is at. Somehow the kart was just wide enough to split that gap and make the difference here up front. Brody Francisco holding 1 and 2 pretty well here with Westbrook in 3rd. Dutch Westbrook will be looking to try to get that run to the front here. Beat Aiden Go by a 1/4 of a second in a drag race to the line. Unfortunately, again, Aiden Go that lap on contact. Now for Dutch Westbrook, Francisco and Brody are the challenge.
And now Zev Gottschalk with a good run on the backstretch and a good run down and into turn number 13. He's going to get himself ahead of Slate Harrell, who shuffled back to 6th. Benaglio and then Brody Stoffel has worked his way right behind Benaglio. He was able to get clear of Caden Caldera that time around. And then Zeminski, who's going to round up your top 10. There's a look, temperature rising here trackside. And then all on the racetrack with that little bit break, a little pause in the action. Went down a little bit, 104 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, interesting to see the temperature go up, but the track temp come down here as the wind has picked up, 10-mile-an-hour wind here in Batavia as we are nice and sunny. The humidity right there around 50%, much better, I would say, than what it was yesterday. Again, yesterday, just the weather absolutely not cooperating.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Today, all sunshine and rainbows. Yesterday, far from it. As this one continues here, we are getting ready to start lap number 5 out of 10. And this will be the last time that you only do 10 laps. They're going to go a little bit more for the Super Heat. He's now on the inside, looks Francisco. He's going to find it in turn number 1. On Mason Brody and Westbrook. Right on cue. You give Dutch the opportunity. He's going to take it. He gets himself clear for second.
A great move from Westbrook there to move up into second. As you said, for the Bennett Kart, if there's an opportunity, we're going to take it. And for Dutch Westbrook, now the challenge is, it's one thing to pass. Now you're defending from behind while attacking ahead. Which one do you focus more on? I feel like the obvious answer is attack ahead. Let's see how that plays along. Here we go up the hill through 11, down the hill towards 12. Westbrook wants the inside of 12, gets the inside of 12, and following through is going to be Francisco as well here as we shuffle this order for the lead yet again. But Dutch Westbrook, Heat 1, is to the point up front, but look at 4th place here into the mix as well, Manalio.
Now they're working their way onto the front stretch here. The cross sticks in the air out of Porter Weisenfeld. It's Westbrook to Mason Brody to Francisco, and then a decent sized gap back to Jake Manalio, who sits in 4th, Aguilar in 5th. Now into turn 4. This is the first time that we've had a little bit of a moment, a little bit of an opportunity to catch our breaths here for a second. But you know it's going to pick right back up. When we get closer to the end, as Francisco makes a big mistake on the exits of turn 7, dropped the tire on the edge of the runoff, spins himself around. Francisco from 3rd. He's going to fall way down the order here, Bradley.
And just that small moment, we talked about it in qualifying this morning, that any sort of off-track could be punishing. Yes, it is sunny here, but we can't emphasize it enough, the amount of rain and the mud here. As we get a replay, what happened to Francisco?
Yeah, just runs out wide. Runs out wide, hits the mud, all 4 tires.
Very lucky to not spin back out in front of the rest of the pack that was still going through there. 5th place on back. I mean, clicking back on. They came right, just to the right to avoid. Great heads-up driving from everyone.
Yeah, drivers just having to kind of make way to avoid getting on the side of Francisco. Where does Francisco find himself now? Bradley, he will be shuffled down here. He's down in 22nd. 22nd for Liam. He's still running, but that's a huge hit. It's the 141.
That's going to be hard to dig out of here with just a few laps left. Again, mini Swifts, micro Swifts, they run only 10 laps in the heats here. They're only going to run 13 laps in the Super Heat versus 15 for all of our other classes. So they have a shorter amount of time to make the same difference on the go as everyone else does. Coming across the line here, it's Westbrook and Brody, your top 2, and I'm curious to see for Westbrook how the defense to Brody goes, as it seemed like everyone who challenged there in the first heat, unfortunately, has lost the game of attrition in the second heat.
I mean, two races that were a lot different, right, in the way that they played out. Heat race number 1, we talked about it being a main event and, you know, having to kind of catch our breaths when it was all said and done. And then heat race number 2, it's a complete turnaround, right? This is what you kind of expect to see out of some of the, you know, when you talk about heat races, this is more like it, right? This is a little bit more of what we expected to see in heat race number 1, but now we're seeing it in heat race number 2. So, you know, with that being said, it's just all situational, right? And then make and do with what you're given. Westbrook was given the front row in heat race number 1, and in heat 2, he had to work for it, right? Started in heat race number 2, he, you know, had to race his way forward and did just that. But as you look at it, those are the lap times. That's a look at the breakdown for Dutch on what he's done lap in, lap again since lap number 2, running at full speed. The consistency, again, very, very good out of Dutch. 102.9, 103.1. That's what you want to see out of your driver. The fastest lap coming on lap number 3, right? 102.8. Only a tenth better than what he's running right now.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at that too, some of those slower laps there, lap 2, 3, 4, he wasn't in the lead. He was getting up to the lead, and then once Dutch Westbrook got in the lead, it's been settled in to the rhythm the whole time, which is exactly where you need to be at for a driver. And so I think the Benetton will be very, very happy with that in the end of this heat here. Running through down the inside. Let's make a move for the lead as Mason Brody makes that move along, gets a great pass through, and Westbrook, all that consistency. Let's see if it pays off here coming through to the end, as it is going to be white flag. 1 lap to go.
1 lap to go, and the top 3 are gone from the rest of the field. Brody's going to put it at the bottom in the exit of 2. That's going to allow Westbrook to get a run to his outside, side by side. Westbrook driven to the wayside. He's into the mud, able to hold on to 3rd. Brody holds on to the lead over Jake Manalio. And the top 2 are now breaking away. Westbrook, through all of that, is still in 3rd. Aguilar's right behind him. And that'll be something to watch, whether or not Westbrook can hold on or not, as Brody's going to drive it all the way to the outside line and at the exit of turn 11. Hung that right rear tire off the racetrack. Manalio able to get by on him for the lead before turn number 12. Defending in 14, Mason Brody, exit of 14. Side by side, fully ahead. Can Manalio get him back? I don't think he will, Bradley. Checkered flag is out. Heat race number 2 goes the way of Mason Brody.
Mason Brody picks up the win. Jake Manalio in 2nd. Through all of that off-track mud-throwing action, Dutch Westbrook goes 3rd. And I tell you what, Dutch Westbrook did not lift at all through that mud. Held that throttle flat and ran it through. That is the only way that I can think that Dutch Westbrook kept that 3rd place.
Wow, then to this one, Vicente Santino Aguilar in 4th, Slade Harrow, your top 5, Gottschalk, Stoffel, to Dalton Sears, Bertel, and Caden Cladera, your top 10. Your unofficial results in heat race number 2, all results provisional. It's time to go back up to the juniors with X30 Junior on the other side.
Ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to X30 Junior for the United States Pro Kart Series here on Kart Chaser Live from MCC. As it's Travis Pettit up in the front with Royce Vega, Marco Samet in 3rd, and Wynn Gottschalk in 4th. Lucas Palacio, Tristan Murphy 5th and 6th. Braden Wagner, Nico Katowski, Dominic Gaddis, and Cameron Johnson, your top 10 here on heat number 2. Heat number 1 was won by Travis Pettit, who also topped qualifying. Vega unfortunately had a bad start and fell to 3rd, and then Pettit and Marco Samet, the teammates, just decided to drop a gear and disappear, as I like to say here. And so we'll see, is it the second verse, same as the first, or does it change up a bit more as they're completing their formation laps?
Here we go, X30 Junior presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Getting ready to go for their second heat race of the day. When you take a look back to the first one, it was Travis Pettit, like you mentioned. Marco Samet and him were able to pull away from the rest of the field. We'll see what this one looks like with Nathan Golseth getting himself into line now, but we look at the lights, they're out, and this one quickly underway for heat race number 2.
Through turn 2 they go, but you can see Travis Pettit immediately cutting to the right there on Royce Vega. Marco Samet able to go through. A little bit of an off track there in the mid-pack as further pack drivers battling big time for position along and through. That looked like Lucas Palacio, who was off track, doing a little bit of mud running there, and indeed that was actually going to be the 739 who found some time off the track there, getting that kart quite a bit muddy, but able to get away with it.
As this race goes on, everybody outside of the one we lost at the start able to get themselves clear, and I think that might have been, we still have Vega there, he's in 4th. Gottschalk, yeah, we still got all of them for the most part. We'll keep an eye on it here as well. Next time they go through, we'll see if one of them drops down the order. But that being said, as they work their way through, start finish, this is what it looks like for now. It's Pettit over Samet to Palacio, Gottschalk, Wagner, and Vega. Your top 6, and Wagner's going to put them all to the low side. Vega's right behind him, Gottschalk in tow. As they are halfway through lap number 2 of this second heat race. And again, those BJRLN karts just not looking back here early on in this one. And that's just a direct factor, right, of starting together on the inside line, able to push away, able to get through cleanly, and looked like they wanted to fight just a little bit. Going into turn 13, Samet's going to wait.
I think they thought about it for a moment there, and Samet thought better of it and said, oh wait, we're only on lap 2 of 12 here. Let's maybe not force the issue too early, build a bit of a gap, then battle. I think they were going to swap positions, but Palacio is so close, you don't really have a chance to do that here, as Wagner's in 4th, Vega in 5th, Gottschalk 6th, and Murphy in 7th. These battles up and down the grid, not stopping, as Palacio trying to hold this 3rd position, trying to go through, and there we go, down the inside. That is the Kart Republic making the move.
Yeah, Win Gottschalk with a great move into turn number 4. That's not going to last all too long. Murphy is going to go right back and through. I should say Murphy's going to pass him after Gottschalk was able to get through there on Wagner. He's now going right back by with the help of Nico Katalski. Johnson, and then Dom Gaddis is also there on the inside. The rookie getting mauled at the moment by a lot of these drivers that are seasoned in the junior ranks. Win in his first start in a junior kart, first start in an X30. Just showing, right? Picked the wrong lane there, unfortunately, for Win. As now goes Katalski, as we have one off Benja Fernandez out of this race early. That's back over in turn number 12. It looks like that front end heavily damaged.
Yeah, it looks like there was some serious contact there, and unfortunately way off the circuit. Not even a little ways off. I mean a significant margin there into turn 12, which is not what you want to see. We'll see how it plays out through to the end here, but that is one driver down, and we'll see how the rest of this race goes as we come around through turn 12 towards 13, 14, down the inside. A great move from the MPG driver there.
Yeah, Dominic Gaddis with a great move there on Braden Wagner in turn 13 there, Bradley. Dom just, again, slowly but surely picking up those positions, making it worth his while in turn 13.
Yeah, that's exactly what you got to do too, is just one at a time. Really, that's how you have to play this run here in heat number 2. Just focus one cart at a time, cart in front of you and go, cart in front of you and go, cart in front of you and go. And that's exactly what Dominic Gaddis is working on doing right now. Cameron Johnson up 3 places, by the way, here. As we look at the gap at the line between 3rd and 4th, Lucas Palacio was 2 seconds ahead of Tristan Murphy here, 3rd place to 4th place. That's a pretty significant margin to try to make up here, and we'll see if it can be made up, as right now Tristan Murphy trying to hold through down the inside. A great move there from Katowski on Vega.
Yeah, Murphy gets clear. Katowski, Vega to Johnson to Gaddis, and there's a look at the live standings. Still, again, a long way to go in this championship. Nate Golseth, round 1 winner. Over to the Carolina Grand Prix, finds himself in 3rd, Salmon in 4th, making a charge through this championship. Katowski, Murphy, and then Pettit, who leads with 1,450. This would only improve that. And now with the way that things have gone so far in this one, it has. Salmon moving up 1 spot better. Now 4th, points changing a little bit here, but Murphy the one chasing. Pettit closely. He's got to get ahead of Katowski right here.
Yeah, Katowski made a great move through to get up into 4th, and now the problem is how do you catch the top 3 for Katowski, because that is a significant margin to Palacio to try to make up. Now, Nico Katowski, last time across the line, it was a 56.9 through versus a 56.9 for Palacio. I mean, we're running identical times for the top 4 within thousandths of a second of each other. So there's really no margin to help improve things for Katowski. Katowski unfortunately has strong pace. It'll allow Katowski to pull away from Murphy, from Vega, from Johnson back behind, but closing on Palacio, that's a whole nother problem, because you've got to find a way to get some margin quicker and quickly ahead of the pace of Palacio, Salmon, and Pettit, and I just don't know if that's doable right now for Katowski.
Yeah, we'll wait and find out here as the top 3 starting to split up here a little bit. Watching this race reminds me to again, a couple of years ago, right? The time that we've been coming here to MCC, and you know, as to this field specifically, X30 Junior, this class where, you know, you look back to just about 3 years ago, 2023, 2024, wasn't as much, but in those years, we barely were getting 10 drivers, 7 drivers, even for some of the races. And now, you fast forward 3 years later, and with the big graduating class that we had in Mini, and as well the continued growth of I would say, the sport in the series here stateside, you have, you know, 19 plus, almost 20 drivers on a given weekend. The Carolina Grand Prix was also pretty big for this class as well, but seeing that week after week across a variety of different ones, it's good to see what this class has turned into, and a lot of them as well, right? The amount of drivers that we have here from all different places coming here and racing, not only at USPKS, but all around here in the States has been, you know, one of the most gratifying things to see that we're in a good spot right now in the sport.
I'd agree with that completely. It's great to see the growth of karting. You know, I got involved with Kart Chaser, I don't even know how long it's been now at this point. So obviously it's been over a year now. I want to say a year and a half ago that I got involved with Kart Chaser regularly. And a lot of my coverage, of course, has been on the grassroots side of things, covering, you know, different things like NCC Pro-Am, IKC, the Florida Karting Championship, and a lot of the things that I've noticed there has been the growth and the talent level that has grown time after time all the way through for these drivers. It's not been a case of just, you know, somebody rolls up out of their garage, the mom and pop shop, and they're just lucky to even finish a race because the cart they're using is from 25 years ago. It's the level and barrier to entry too has dropped down. You know, me as a commentator, I don't have karting racing experience in the way that a lot of drivers do, but if I wanted to turn around and go race a kart for a weekend, I have the ability to do that. That is there is a barrier of entry that's been broken with Arrive and Drive as well, where you can work with a team and say, hey, I want to show up to this thing for the weekend, and that team will say, okay, here's a cart, here's what you need, you pay us, we'll help you get set up, and we'll make sure you're taken care of. It's so exciting to really see that barrier of entry to karting drop, because you get more and more talent and more people who see the opportunity that karting provides.
And here we go, opportunity, like you mentioned, presenting itself for Braden Wagner, able to get through on Dominic Gaddis, now side by side with Gaddis and Vega on the front stretch. Nothing's going to change in between the two. Gaddis is going to stay ahead. And Travis Pettit, again, walking this field as Palacio looking on the inside of turn 4 on a Marco Samet, a little too deep on the brakes. Lucas is going to get crossed up. Samet backing into second.
Great move there from Samet to cross that back. That is a hard move to pull off, but Samet able to do so well in that BJRLN kart, and now has to try to hold off Palacio for the remaining lap and a third of this race as we head through 12 down into 13, 14, trying to just maintain momentum. And that is really the key through that sector of the track. A lot of drivers starting to get wider on the exit of 14, so watch out for how that divot is going to handle to the end here. Last lap, Travis Pettit a good chunk away, but here we go. Palacio trying to work outside to inside, trying to switch back through 2, isn't able to do so. Samet shuts the door here, now down into turn number 4, tries to work outside, is going to try to do the switch back again, but the bus once again parked from Samet there, who is doing everything right, holding the inside line, then coming back to the middle of the track and just setting still as Palacio is trying to go outside to then sweep around. But for Samet is holding through. Here's the problem now. Look who's joined the fray, the 792 and Jack Katowski up into the mix. Nico.
And Samet really got slowed as we're going to go 3 wider at turn 12. Katowski on the inside. Murphy might get it over all of them. He will. Tristan Murphy through for second. Palacio. Samet looking on his inside. Katowski 3 wide once again. Palacio's going to run away with third. And up front, Travis Pettit is going to win over Tristan Murphy and Lucas Palacio. That's your top 3. But a wild finish for second on back. Pettit goes uncontested once again.
Travis Pettit able to pull a big margin there, that 4.6 seconds, because everyone second place back started battling. Nico Katowski able to get up into 4th place. Cameron Johnson to 5th, and Marco Samet on the final lap, unfortunately, falls all the way to 6th. A little bit of contact through 12, 13, 14, ran a bit wide and wasn't able to recover. Braden Wagner, P7, Royce Vega, Wynn Gottschalk, and Dominic Gaddis, your top 10.
And a look further back, down the top 15 to Grayson Walcott. Marinario, Parker Ives making up 3 spots after an incident in the first one. And down the order, but there it is for Travis Pettit. He will lead the field to green later on today in the Super Heat. And a couple of notables as well out, Benja Fernandez and Nathan Gulseth. K Super Masters coming up next.
In the scale line with Travis Pettit, giving him a second to take some of his gear off. It's hot here, so give you a little second to take a breather. Solid run there. You really came alive in those last couple of laps and put yourself in a great spot. Kind of talk me through that race.
It's a long race. I had a not great start, and I was just fighting back to the front.
What do you think that you're missing, if anything, to keep up with the likes of Pettit?
Maybe a little bit out of the snail the last few corners, and that's about it.
Well, you're currently sitting second in the championship. How does that feel kind of going into the rest of this weekend and fighting for that championship?
feels good. I'm glad to know that I'm still in the top 3 and fighting for the championship.
Well, great run there, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
And a solid result in heat race number 2 there for Tristan Murphy. Quick commercial break. KA 100 Masters, KA Super Masters on the other side.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
TKG, Nash Motorsports, KA Masters and Super Masters getting ready to go green. And it was a great finish at the end of heat race number 1. Andy Kutcher crosses up Renato Jader-David and Mike Rollison to take the win. But here we go, we're getting ready to go racing for heat race number 2 and Masters and Super Masters. We're underway.
And great getaway from everyone there. Andy able to hold on to second place there, starting from the outside. Gonna try to make it first place down the inside into 4. And Andy Kutcher up into the lead here early, forcing the move and getting the way along up into the lead there. The 405 of David now holding second place, looks over the shoulder. And now, well, for Andy Kutcher, it's try to run away, treat it like a Pro-Am weekend, and try to pull a gap on the field.
And they work their way onto the backstretch now. Renato Jader-David over Kutcher, over Rollison, over Baca. Carapalati, your top 5 as they currently run. And this is as early as we've seen Andy Kutcher lead, or anybody else for that matter. Renato led all the way to pretty much the last 2 laps, or the last 2 corners, I should say. Turn 13 was when Raleigh was able to have a look for the lead. And then Renato entered in a 14, and then Andy just crossed them both up. This is the first time in as early as we've seen a pass for the lead in this category.
It's interesting to see the fact that that pass came so early on in the lap. It's almost like Andy knew if he didn't go for the pass early, it was going to be a problem. Here we go, though. David now side by side through 8, 9, and 10, but slots back into single file, and Andy will hold that lead yet again. And here's what I think is interesting. Nobody's really running away from anyone this time through. No gaps. Dive to the inside. Rollison up into second place now, getting past David. David now down into 3rd as Andy holds through 13-14. Now we get the run down towards the front stretch, and this is where drivers are going to start to try to make some moves. Rollison now looking to the inside. Andy holding that outside line side by side, and new leader for the first time is going to be Rollison. A little bit of contact with Andy as Andy tried to force the move to the inside, and Rollison now holding up in the front. Andy slots into second.
And a second for Andy Kutcher. The rest of the pack still right there. Baca and Kartplex. His top 5 has been as close as it's been all weekend long here, Bradley.
That it is. Not. It's interesting because in Heat 1 we had a lot more of a gap pull through from everyone to kind of give some breathing room. Here in Heat 2, it seems like things are much closer. I gotta wonder, were there some adjustments made from some of these drivers between the sessions that's giving them a bit more pace, or is this just a case of some drivers are holding back a little bit less here in Heat number 2 than they did in Heat number 1? It's kind of interesting to watch and try to get a feel for it right now. I will tell you right now, just my initial impression over the first few laps is that Andy Kutcher seems to have pace early. We'll see if it stays on long run though.
Yeah, this is going to be a long way, and again, Super Heat still on deck for these Masters drivers as well. They got to make those MG Reds last all the way to the end of the day. Until tomorrow. They're working their way now into and out of turn number 11. Mike Rollison leads over Andy Kutcher, over Renato Jader-David, Baca and Kartplex. In that second group with Elefante, Shambo, Clement, Falcone, and Din. All rounding up your top 10. And Kutcher's been, you know, watching him race throughout the year, especially at this place at MCC. Really a driver that is willing to sit patient in second for as long as he needs to, as long as they're not losing any time, as long as they're gaining. But in those last two, you know he's always going to be a factor, always going to want to make a move of his own.
Yeah, Andy will never. This is one of the things, too. A lot of times I say it with Master, Supermaster, they have that racecraft and that experience to know that, you know, what we see a lot with Micro and Mini is, you know, as soon as a pass is available, we go for it. Andy will think about it, and just like that, makes the move on Rollison down to the inside of 12, gets a great move, doesn't even lose time. That's the other thing, too. They look for moves where they don't lose time, and then David with a move to the inside. Rollison drops another position because Baca gets past there. So now you have Kutcher, David, Baca all past Rollison. Rollison went from the lead to 4th place in the matter of 3 corners. That's the racecraft. That's kind of that smart move that Master, Supermaster will do, where they think about how they're going to make their moves happen.
And I mean, you see the differences, right? Andy Kutcher making the move in turn 12. He didn't lose time. Mike didn't lose all too much time either. And then Renato Jader-David, turn 13 and 14 goes through on Mike Rollison. They hook bumpers. And unfortunately, Raleigh's going to fall all the way down to 4th with a sizable gap to close down to Baca, who sits in 3rd. 2 different moves, 2 different outcomes from it as well. And now Renato, he's made passes. In a 14, he's going to do it again on the inside of Andy Kutcher. He's clear. Now Baca looking on the inside. They're side by side on the front stretch. Baca's going to get clear. And a new look out in front gives us a moment to step aside here for a second. Cameron, what do you got for us?
Sorry, we'll let the carts kind of pass here. It's pretty loud for you guys, but we're on grid with Blake Nash, getting ready to roll off for your second heat here today. Able to finish P2 in that first one. Kind of talk us through that first heat and what you're looking for here.
Yeah, I had a good start. Got to 4th right away. There was some shuffling ahead, so I ended up getting in front of Davin. We were missing a little bit of pace in the middle of the race, so I got shuffled back again to 4th. But as the battling happened, everyone came back towards me, and I was able to make up a few spots to end off the race, which was good. Good points. So yeah, looking forward for this one.
Yeah, it looked like you really came alive towards the end of that race and was able to track back down the leaders, put yourself in a good spot. You mentioned the factory kart now on the X30 program is kind of like a learning experience for you, testing new things out every single weekend. What has that been like? Is it just kind of a breath of fresh air, something new?
Yeah, it's kind of like a factory reset a little bit. Obviously, I ran this kart on the Avinco Blue tire, which is a harder compound than what we're on now. So, yeah, coming into this weekend on the softer compound, trying to kind of figure out what everything does and kind of how to tune around this tire compound with this go-kart. So it's been cool. I like new challenges. So yeah, I think we made some progress from Thursday till now, and we'll see what else we can do.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
You guys have a factory reset.
No pun intended there, I'm sure, out of Blake Nash, who again spoke to him a little bit earlier on the weekend as well, and he was talking about, you know, what it was like doing something different, chasing something different. And I asked him if that was something we're going to see, you know, more often in 2026, and probably not. But again, he's no stranger to going out and trying different things. He was over in, Sumas, Washington last year, racing on an Ital kart and you know, whatever he can pretty much get his hands on. And he's always been open to trying new things, right? Not exactly tied down. Obviously doing Rotax with the factory karts operation. Last weekend was when we saw him. He was able to take a win, but this week in the National Motorsports, both of them, Wrigley, Keys, and Blake, you know, there's no factory karts hauler here this weekend. It's just them. It's just them out here racing, and so far it's going pretty good. I'm sure he's having close conversations with Oliver Hodgson as to, you know, how in tune with the softer compound being the Vinco Red on the scooter side of things, the MG Yellow, same thing. But in hindsight, how do you take that now? How do you build on that second place finish at the end of heat race number 1? Ronald John David building his gap. Randy Kutcher, Mike Rawlison, took him a while to get by Enrique Vaca. He finally was able to do so a couple laps ago to put himself into third with the fastest lap of the race for Raleigh.
Yeah, Mike Rawlison getting back up into third here at the moment, trying to move through. You know, just to touch on that point with Blake Nash going into the factory kart, I think it's going to be interesting to really watch and see how the rest of that weekend plays through, build on that momentum. And for Blake Nash, you know, just someone who loves motorsports. That's the big thing that I take away from Blake Nash. It kind of doesn't matter what you put in front of Blake Nash. If there's a motor, willing to try it, willing to see how it works out and see what's going to be best for that Nash Motorsports camp. And so we'll see how that plays through and what happens in the future, as Andy Kutcher is looking at a future here moving forward.
Well, this one is getting ready to conclude. Only 2 laps to go, but we'll head on down to hear from more of our Pro X30 drivers. Cameron?
Yeah, sorry, kind of same situation here. The karts are coming by us. On grid with John Antonino, you kind of ran a little bit deeper towards the top 10 there, right? 6th, 7th, somewhere around in that area for majority of the heat race, but able to come home in third for that on that last lap. So kind of talk me through pace-wise what it took for you to get to that spot on the last lap, and yeah, like how that heat went for you.
Yeah, honestly didn't have the greatest of pace. Towards the end I felt a little bit better, but for the most part it was just kind of cool. Just trying to get every little bit out of the kart I could. We're definitely missing a little bit, but hopefully what we've done is going to help it out a lot. But yeah, on that last lap, I think I started the last lap in 6th. But yeah, I just, Isambard went to the outside twice, and then we were able to get underneath him, and then we over-undered Roberts in the, and then I got under Overbeck in the left-hander after that, and Davin was still on his outside. Davin kind of chopped me, and like we were side by side, and then I just opened up my hands a little bit just so I can clear them. And then after that, I was third place.
How is this hard battling in the heat races ultimately going to help you on Sunday, right? Kind of seeing different moves, what people are throwing out, what's working, what's not. Are you kind of taking those notes to keep in mind for Sunday?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, it's good to know what other drivers are doing out there and what their thought process is on track. But the track changes a lot when we're out there, so you know, some moves might work today and some might not work tomorrow. So yeah, let's figure it out.
There you guys have it. Good luck.
Ronald David well on his way to take the win. Mike Rollison able to get ahead of Andy Kutcher. Look for second. A little bit different. Checkered flag flies. KA 100 Masters concludes. Ronald David over Mike Rollison over Andy Kutcher. That's how they stack up. And then to Enrique Vaca, Kim Carapalati. Oh, sorry, Scott Carapalati, Paul Lafonte, Todd Shambo, Falcone, De La Garza Elizondo, and Clemec. Your top 10. Pro X30 coming up next, and you heard there from John Antonino, right? A race that was brought right back into him. He finished third at the line. Davin Roberts fourth, Bonilla fifth. Massimino, pretty much a gift and a half for everybody else further back. Quick commercial break. When we return, Pro X30 getting ready to go racing.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Rollison Performance Group Pro X30 gets ready to go for heat race number 2. Paulie Massimino getting ready to go green alongside Davin Roberts, Alan Isambard, and James Overbeck. Going to share row number 2. Blake Nash finished second. Antonino in third. We've spoken to both of them before the race. They're going to share row number 3. And then further back the order, all the way back to Michael Maker. Keep an eye on Ryan Raffa. He raced his way up the order in the first of the heat races. A couple of them weren't able to finish, the likes of Fionn Sheet, Marcelo Tortato, Eli Warren, and Michael Maker, all DNFs at the conclusion of the first heat race. The battle for second on back kept us at the edge of our seats. The battle for the lead, not so much, because Paulie Massimino put a sizable gap on the entire field. We'll see if anybody is able to shuffle the 308 early. We're going to find out here, Bradley.
I think this is going to be one where going through, it's the early race that's going to make the difference. It's really going to be the game. I don't think in the end, if you don't have a good start, I think it's not going to matter what you do as we hit the tram lines.
We saw that affect Jake Drew, the start. The only thing he looked back on. Now lights are out. This one underway once again. And Paulie Massimino with a great jump off the line. Looks like everybody else was able to make it through the first couple of corners.
And everybody into turn 4 and 5 cleanly as well as they hold 2 wide through. Paulie Massimino with that big run. James Overbeck up into third, looking for second. Isambard down into fourth as a result. And Roberts holding that second place here as we head down the hill head towards 11 and 12. And these drivers just continuing to go through. Look, they are ramping the curb all the way along. That was Antonino who decided to have some curb for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and dessert.
Now the shuffling here. Max Weiland on Fianchi, who, again, just caught by surprise there. Lincoln Lima in line there as well. Ryan Rafa hasn't yet found a way by some of the drivers ahead of him. Not as quickly the forward moves that we've seen out of Rafa in the first heat race. And as we look there with Jake Drew, he was looking to make a pass on Nash. And Bailiff was right there just kind of keeping them all at bay. Drew still running in 9th, only gained 1 since the start.
Weiland down 9 places there, and then BG unfortunately dropping down the order quite a bit. Up front, Massimino still has a gap to Roberts and Overbeck. A look on Isambard from Antonino down into 12, and a look up in the front from Overbeck on Roberts. That one is successful though, and James Overbeck up into 2nd place now. Massimino up in the front. Now let's see how that gap closes up for the 1st and 2nd place BJRLN carts.
That was a good move there out of James. Considering the fact that he likes to claim, right, that the X30 package is something that he's not the best at, not as comfortable in like the KA, but I mean, this is his best. We've seen James, great pace out of him so far to start off the 2nd heat race on the day, already up to 2nd with Roberts in 3rd, and then John Antonino and Alan Isambard on the edge of the top 5. It took Antonino a couple of corners to try and get by the Rocket Racing Company 353, but now finally has. And Isambard still right there with him. And Bonilla in line. And an update on Jake Drew. Up to 8th, able to get by on Blake Nash.
And Jake Drew in that RPG trying to keep making some moves. I'm still going to point out here Bailiff, the 349, the TKG, sitting in 7th place. Literally, we're in the Bailiff's backyard here and looking to see if that TKG can move forward here. We're only in Heat 2, so there is still plenty of racing to go. We still have the Super Heats to go today, and then of course tomorrow is finals day, so there's still plenty of time for Bailiff to find some pace here. And of course, you do have after the run here, what sort of setup changes are you going to make? How are you going to kind of set things up in order to have a better go? So nothing is done for here, as we again just have to watch for Antonino trying to make some moves here. Isambard trying to make some moves, and Bonilla in P6 looking very, very quick as well.
Yeah, well, these groups are starting to close in. Jake Drew now able to get ahead of Finnegan Bailiff. So Drew up to 7th. He's currently the fastest on the racetrack, fastest lap of the race. And Donovan Bonilla is going to look for a move of his own into turn number 1. Bonilla on Alan Isambard, able to get clear. Donovan Bonilla making that move. Good pass there out of the 301. And now next one on the list for fellow OTK is Jake Drew. Alan Isambard now might have some more company. And the same for the top 3, because John Antonino has been closing in on our leaders here. And you see him as Robert starts to lose a little bit of touch to Overbeck. When he's losing, Antonino's gaining on him. And we could see a swap here for 3rd as Robert checks over the shoulder. Sees Antonino's there. And Massimino as well. Look, over for him, it's James Overbeck. And again, Antonino setting in a fast lap there, 56 flat, 0.2 better a lap ago in comparison to the RPM 312.
It's got to make you feel good when you look over the shoulder and see a teammate, but then you realize if you're Pauly Massimino, it's James Overbeck. And still feeling good, but you know that James wants to be ahead as well, would love to move up to the front. So got to keep that in mind through here as we continue to watch the run here. Isambard in a good position so far. And look at the defense here. Roberts to Antonino defending along here. And Roberts really trying to make some moves here happen. Antonino looked like it was there. Wasn't able to get the pass done, though.
Yeah, and Roberts lost about a tenth. A lap ago, Antonino gained. And I think Roberts knows, right, that maybe it's not enough to catch up to the top two, but might be enough to try and stay in third. As Jake Drew looked for a move on Alan Isambard, and he didn't find it. Isambard quickly shut the door on him. Now Drew's looking to close in. 4 car lengths, it opened back up as he was looking for a move that we saw play out in Mini Swift between Dutch Westbrook and Mason Brody. And I think Jake Drew just thought better of it before even having a thought about it.
Definitely was looking here to try to see if Jake Drew could find that way along. Isambard and Bonilla still battling along. This line of Pro X30s here halfway through this race is that's a black and white flag for the 3:29. Not
Jake
sure
Drew.
what Jake Drew did. Did you see anything? Because I don't think I saw anything that would.
Yeah, not that lap. It might have just been whenever we looked away there for a second. Regardless of it, 3:29, the black and white displayed for him. It opens up again. And we're seeing this a lot more throughout, some of these classes as well, when the drivers up in front are evenly matched with pace. It's, you're seeing these gaps like you mentioned, right? The accordion effect. It opens up, it closes back down, and we've really seen that throughout the second heat race in Pro X30, where, yes, Overbeck's right there in second, but there are a couple instances where it opens up to about half a car length and he closes back in, and the same for Roberts and Antonino, who's even already tried to make a move on Roberts. It's, you're seeing this trend kind of take place for Bonilla as well, who's fast, but not able to close in on Antonino. Isambard as well. Jake Drew having trouble closing in. And now Bailiff's on his rear bumper, but he can't pass either. We're seeing more of this right now.
It goes to show just the skill gap that it really exists here in Pro X30. That skill gap is so minor. I think it all goes back to you had to have had a good qualifying this morning. And also the track conditions. I mean, it has changed quite a bit here on the day, the track, the conditions, and where everything's at. And I think also the fact that, this morning we will warm up qualifying Heat 1. Now we're in Heat 2, and we still have Super Heats left to go today. It's a long Saturday, you have to say, going through. I mean, we ended the day at 3 o'clock yesterday because of the weather. So a short Friday to a very long Saturday here when it's all said and done for racing. Drivers hit the track at 8 a.m. this morning, and they were originally not scheduled to hit the track until 8:30 or so for warm-ups. So it's been a complete shift of a day here, and I think for the drivers, it's really drained a lot out of them. All of the chaos of yesterday, then to come through here today.
We'll see what it looks like whenever we get the 2.6 in the air between James Overbeck and Paulie Massimino. And back to Roberts, back to Antonino, back to Bonilla, back to Isambard. The top 6 well in frame. And not awfully far back is Jake Drew, Bailiff, and Nash. This time by Porter Weisensel's going to give us a 2 in the air. And if you're James Overbeck, did you wait until the final 2 laps to continue to push, or did you wait to make a move of your own? He's going to wait for now.
Here's the problem for James Overbeck. Davin Roberts is right there now. And behind Davin Roberts is Antonino, and then Bonilla and Isambard and Drew. So the problem that you have now put yourself into, the bit of the pickle in the sandwich, if you will say, is the fact that if it's not a well-choreographed move between the two teammates, you're not only potentially compromising your race, if you pass Massimino, well, then you're setting up your teammate to be passed by Roberts and Antonino and Bonilla and possibly Isambard, depending on how things go. But we also know Pauly's not going to let this go easy. His white flag is out, 1 lap to go. A move down the inside on Antonino from Bonilla, further back up front. Not into 2 here. Overbeck staying calm behind Massimino, heading towards turn number 5 and still not looking at any moves. I almost wonder if Overbeck isn't going to play the team game here and just sit behind.
I mean, going into turn number 1, coming out of 2 and out of 3, James is kind of, you know, showing his hand, right? Telling Pauly just to go forward, keep going. Because Roberts is there, Bonilla was finally able to get by on Antonino when they were all in this little bit of stalemate. Now it's going to be the time for James Overbeck looking for the move into turn number 12. He's clear. And to the bottom, Roberts now 3rd in line. Still Pauly in 2nd. And James Overbeck, if he can hold off Massimino to the line, this could be his first win in Pro X30 Heat Racing action, and it will be. In Cincinnati at home for the 348 of James Overbeck. He gets Heat Race number 2 over Pauly Massimino and Davin Roberts in 3rd. Pauly wanted and looked for a lane on the outside. It just closed on down. But Overbeck, first time he sits on top at the end of a Pro X30 Heat Race, plain race for that matter. And it shows you Overbeck comfortable at home, comfortable on this X30 package here this weekend, Bradley.
Yeah, great run there for the top 3. Donovan Bonilla in 4th. John Antonino was able to find 5th when it was all said and done. And Alan Isambard in 6th. Jake Drew only able to get up to 7th. Finnegan Bailiff holding 8th. Blake Nash dropped down the order into 9th. And Ryan Raffa, your big mover here of the day, up 5 places into P10.
Pro Shifters are coming up next, and they will be the last in the run order for their 2nd heat race. Super Heats is when we'll see these drivers in Pro X30 again here, Bradley. Quick commercial break. Pro Shifter on the other side. Well, just as you want to step aside, Pro Shifters decided to hit the racetrack. So that being said, Velocity Racing Sodi Pro Shifters are getting ready to take us underway, led by Marcus Kayak and Gavin Bailiff, who led the field after turn number 1. Bailiff in the number 7 was able to get the whole shot. Adrian Rennan and Ian Quinn once again sharing row number 2. The Sodi will be on the inside, and the Formula K McCrone Merciless Machine will be on the outside. Then a Justin White, Mateo Pappas, Riley Pegram, Ocasio, Larry Pegram, Mitchell Lowry, Gavin Ivey, Bradley Danoff, and Yevgeny Penenko. The 13 drivers getting ready to take the green flag here in Pro Shifter. A lot happened, a lot occurred in the first couple laps, it must be said, in the Pro Shifter Heat Race number 1. Gavin Bailiff, a DNF, after a rear axle that lost his set screws, put him out of contention. Kayak with a runaway. Lennon attempted to chase him down, just couldn't. But off the line, it was Gavin Bailiff. Preferred line for him on the outside. Going to be 2 for 2 in hole shots for Bailiff. We're about to find out.
I can tell you right now, for Gavin Bailiff, going back there with that DNF, all those set screws got checked several times over before heat number 2 here. That is one of the biggest things that can hurt you as a driver, the mechanical DQ that just, is something like that. It's one thing if your engine blows up or if like a tire fails or something along those lines, but some sort of mechanical failure on something that you change absolutely hurts. So for Gavin, I'm sure that those set screws got checked about 6 times over before he went to the grid. Maybe one more time on the grid just for good measure as the shifters are getting set up here into the tram lines and into their spots for their standing start.
Here we go, Marcus Kayak on the inside, Gavin Bailiff on the outside. This one getting ready to go green, and it looks like Justin White positioned ahead of Gavin Bailiff, unless my eyes are deceiving me, and I think they might be. Nonetheless, we look at the lights. They're gonna get them all. Kayak to Bailiff, and Gavin Bailiff once again with the whole shot, 2 of them together at the back of the field. But Gavin Bailiff, for the 2nd time in a row from the outside, is going to lead this field away.
Gavin Bailiff at least leading on the getaway, but now already Marcus Kayak fighting through, and well, let's see how this plays out for these two. We saw Fireworks in Heat 1 get off right away before Bailiff had to mechanically retire the kart. This time around, what will we see from these two picking up right where they left off, of course, in Indiana, and I'm curious to see if Bailiff can close that gap a little bit quicker here on the go.
Yeah, Gavin was passed down and into turn number 7. And now we'll see if this time around it looks any different for Gavin. We haven't seen his pace just yet, due to the fact that we haven't seen him put together an entire heat race. But he is right there on the rear bumper of the 49 of Marcus Kayak, this time by into turn number 7. Bailiff on the rear bumper of Kayak as they work their way out of it now to Reneden, to White, to Quinn.
And coming up the hill here, already defensive. Bailiff up to the lead here with Kayak in 2nd now as Reneden holds 3rd. And I tell you what, if I'm Reneden, I'd almost want to get away from this as quickly as possible. Trying to work the inside line out of 14 into 15 and 16, not able to get by down the front stretch. We go here as Bailiff now on home turf has the lead. Kayak looking inside here into 2, but Bailiff covering it off beautifully. And this is the thing that you've got to wonder here for Kayak is what do you do to get by? And for Bailiff, I mean, again, only ran 4 tires, or 4 laps on the tires. Obviously, the car has 4 tires on heat number 1. So is that tire advantage going to play into the difference here in heat number 2?
We're going to find out. And again, with Gavin Bailiff, put him all to the bottom, it's probably heating everything up. It's now Reneden looking on the inside of Marcus Kayak. Quickly going to deny him into turn number 12. Marcus to the bottom. Not allowing the Frenchman to even think about 2nd. And we're seeing here early on, Gavin was passed when everything got up to temp. Quickly able to go back on Marcus, and now Reneden looking to go by on Kayak in the 49. Did he use too much tire in that first heat race? Reneden looks like he's still got more in the tank, a little bit more in comparison to the Formula K.
Definitely looking that way, but it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. So that is the name of the game here, is passing to get into position here. You can't just run behind them and catch them. You have to get by them. We're racing, not playing flag football here. Down into 12 we go, and a little bit of breathing room currently between the top 4. First time we've really seen them have that breathing room here in the top 4. We're a quarter of the way through this race, coming out of the final corner, making a third of the way through this race as Bailiff will lead Kayak. What's the margin across the line? It's half a second. That can still be made up, though, here in Pro Shifter.
Yeah, half a second, but can easily close on down. Let's look at the fastest lap of the race, set by none other than the number 7 of Gavin Bailiff. 53.162 to Kayak, to Renan and White, to Ian Quinn. Nothing has changed inside of the top 5. Mateo Pappas to Riley Pegram. Gavin Ivey, the biggest mover so far. He's up 3, up to 8th. For the Carlos Racing, Marinello. Then Ocasio, Lowry, Parenko, Danoff, and Pegram. This race up at the front for Gav, he has continued to kind of flex that muscle a little bit. 52.983. He is about 4/10 a lap better than Marcus Kayak and Adrian Renaden. And one thing to note, while it is kind of feeling normal to see Marcus Kayak here this weekend, gotta remind ourselves, only his 7th start stateside, and he is yet to take victory. A lot of them have been at the Las Vegas Super Nationals at the end of the year, but this time joining us regular season as well, like he did in the Pro Tour a couple of years ago back in 2024. And this year he was close in Indiana. This time Adrian Renaden is going to exchange a little bit of paint with Kayak, and Justin White is going to get by on Marcus as well for 3rd.
Yeah, thinking about the fact that, going along for Kayak, this is just that 7th start stateside. And you got to remember that, because it takes a lot to come start stateside. Same thing with like when drivers from the U.S. go to Europe. It takes a lot to do that. It is a whole different process, and it is a big learning curve. So, I mean, the fact that Kayak is running up in the front, running as strongly as Marcus Kayak is, that is very, very impressive. A feat, honestly, and it's one of those things to not take lightly. And look at that move attempt there from White to try to get past Marcus Kayak here heading through. That was a big attempt.
Yeah, now Ian Quinn is going to take advantage of Justin White losing a little bit of time behind his teammate. Now Quinn gets clear. And on the front stretch, Bailiff to Rendon to Kayak to Quinn to White. To change inside of the top 5, and again 7 starts, but still looking right. A whole lot of 2nd place finishes for him. Close to the Super Nationals. And I think the story that everybody knows with Mateus Morgado, and now he's going to lose 2 in the process. Kayak, not sure if he missed a shift there on the exit of turn number 7. Ian Quinn's able to get by, and Justin White now into turn 11. All up and over the curve, going for a wild ride. Taking it back into the Estonian of Kayak, who's going to look for a move.
I mean, you got to appreciate Justin White's tenacity to push that kart to the limits here, not leaving anything behind. I've not seen someone take the exit of 11 like that before here at MCC. Just absolutely up on the curb, getting sideways, able to save it there, but, still pushing along. So, yeah, I got to wonder for Kayak, when is that first win going to come? Is it MCC this weekend? It's hard pressed right now. And by the way, here's that Shop AKR replay. Look at that. The kart nearly 45 degrees around, yanks the wheel to the right, and is able to catch it.
And Kayak gets past again. Mateo Pappas on the Burrell gets by on Marcus Kayak, and now it's Riley Pegram into turn 11. Riley's going to get clear on Marcus Kayak. Kayak's going to pass her back, and Riley's going to go through. Something is wrong with the 49 of Marcus Kayak. We talked about his pace, not entirely there this time around, and continue to lose spots, continue to fall down the order. Kayak out of this one early, and you can only assume a mechanical DNF. What's hurt that Macron Motorsports Formula K machine? He's looking over at something. Kayak gonna be out early, and we haven't really been given a true marker as to what Gavin Bailiff and Marcus Kayak can do up in front. For Adrian Renaden, I think he might have the best finishing average, I should say, to take the pole position for the Super Heat.
right looking at that, because this will be a second place 2 times in a row for Renan. And you got to think for Bailiff, it was a DNF race 1 to possibly win race 2, and then flip the story for Kayak here as Kayak comes into the scales, and the body language says everything I need to know looking through. It genuinely, that's a look of defeat. That is just pure defeat, frustration. Insert every word you can think of here for just not being happy with the cards as they're given. And well, we're taking a look
it's a flat
here.
rear left. Flat rear left tire for Marcus Kayak. As what's ended his second heat race of the day early. He's standing by with Cameron here. Cameron?
Yeah, we just out the scale line with Marcus. Won't keep you long. Obviously, super frustrating there. Looks like the left rear is completely flat. Is that all you believe it to be?
Sorry?
Is this the only issue that you believe?
Yeah.
You can see a little language barrier.
In the morning, after qualifying, the tire already looked destroyed. Weird reason. Then after the first heat, the tire looked completely finished, but all the other tires were okay. And now now the tire broke.
Yeah, so you guys can see completely flat here on the left rear. Very unfortunate for Marcus. I apologize, guys. You can see a slight language barrier between the two of us. But yeah, super unfortunate. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Cameron. Final lap well underway. Gavin Bailiff is going to take the checkered. He's going to take the win in heat race number 2 in commanding fashion. Adrian Renan to line in second, to Quinn, to Justin White, and Mateo Pappas. Your top 5. Riley Pegram, Jonathan Ocasio, and more. Getting ready to cross the line, but yeah, for Marcus, just that flat rear left. And it looked like he was almost deep-beated on that left-hand side.
Which is interesting, because really the right tires are what take the beating here.
Yeah, and again, I look back to the SCUSA Pro Tour at the finale. Adrian Renan as well had a tire delaminate before the main event, in qualifying, and the tire was destroyed. That could potentially be the case for Marcus. Not sure. Super Heat coming up next. And we are straight on through. The Super Heats are getting ready to go out in a couple of moments here, Bradley. And it all starts at the top of the order with Micro Swift.
Catching up with Ian Quinn there. What a drive. Really solid pace it looked like towards the end. Obviously your teammate there, Marcus, had an issue, and so he had to pull off early. But kind of talk me through that race, how you felt.
Yeah, we played some tricks with the tires, all legal of course. That meant that it wasn't really in for the first 3 or so laps. But once it came in, started reeling them down. A lot of battling up front definitely contributed to the Ian Quinn fund. Made my way up, tried not to put a foot wrong, even though I managed to do so a lot by myself. And now we're in a good spot. So it's just a weekend of trying to put it together, and if we can, we might just walk away with the win.
Yes, it looks like you're building a little bit of confidence. How are you feeling going into the Super Heat later today?
I'm feeling good. Good on tire management. We're gonna have some pace by the end of this week, or end of today. And new tires tomorrow, so we just go for broke then.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
There you guys have it from Ian Quinn, who, again, tire management, heat race number 1, heat 2, and heat 3, really Super Heat. It's all about just Not leaving anything out there. Here's a look. The first time these grids, the starting orders will change. It's Bo Wyatt and Dusty Strayer on row number 1 with Braxton Shiflett and Jack Katowski on row number 2. Francisco de Capatiello on row 3. Allegretta, Harrison Apel, Sanders, and Emmett Dalton. As one driver with issues here, and that's Rodolfo Garza on the Paralin, slowing dramatically. He's now going to rejoin. I'm not sure if engine just shut off there for a second.
That is not going to be ideal here as we have another kart off through. That is the 55 MPG kart who has went off back on the exit of 13. That is Hartford Ellis, who was starting near the back of the pack, and it's unclear if that is a mechanical issue or what. I saw some pointing back to the engine, unfortunately, here, and let's see, do they send them around or do they have them go? They're into the tram lines. They're slow rolling here. And let's take a look here as we go. Bo Wyatt, Dusty Strayer, your front row here. Shiflett and Katowski, second row. As we go slow and one kart out of line, they send it back around. Another time through.
Yeah, this one is going to have to wait a little bit longer to get started here. Only 2 opportunities for these micro drivers to take the green flag. You saw the swap in Mini. Already earlier on today before heat race number 1. And that could be the case as well here in heat number 2. Or sorry, Super Heat. Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift. Nonetheless, Bo Wyatt has had really a pretty flawless day up to this point. Continuing a great string of results here this weekend. And we'll see if he can continue. Wyatt, 2 wins on the day. Looking to make it 3. He won the pole, he won heat 1. Can he sweep the Saturday? From the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, we're about to find out. Strayer looking to deny him. Katowski starting further up the field. We got them all lined up now, into the tram lines. We look for the lights. Super Heat action is underway with Micro Swift.
And Micro Swift all making it through turn 1 and 2 well. Big shuffles up in the front of the order, though, as they come down into 5. We're not done with the shuffles either. Dusty Strayer falling down the order quite a bit here as karts continue to try to find their momentum, find their footing. A little bit of sliding through turn 6 and 7. That we haven't seen yet today, but we do now as Shiflett is actually your leader.
And now Strayer on the inside of turn 10. He's going to get clear on Bo Wyatt. It's the shuffling for second on back starting to change. And Shiflett's going to be the driver in control of it all. He's in the Paralin. Out in front to the Nitro SCR machine of Strayer to Wyatt. And then back to Katowski, Allegretta, and more. All in line, Compatiello. And then a move further back, Emmett Dalton now looking for a move on the inside of Trey Sanders. He's got it. Along with them goes another one of them. That looks to be Schiavo potentially there. Yeah, indeed it was Schiavo.
All of these moves moving on up and down the order as these drivers shuffle their way along. Watch that TKG of Katowski, though. That's one that I'm going to have my eye on throughout this run. Shiflett, Strayer, of course, you have to keep an eye on Bo Wyatt trying to sweep the Saturday here. And it's a big ask. It's not impossible, of course, to sweep a Saturday, but it is a big ask. Everything needs to go well, and unfortunately that race start was not what went well. Here we go, looking to the inside, down into 12. I thought there was going to be a move from the 92 of Katowski. Doesn't take it.
Oh,
we have
around.
one cart around, yeah.
Kip Canals in the 66 is around in turn number 12. Something happened as we were just looking at the leaders. Canals was right behind Liam Compatiello. Compatiello continued. Knaus didn't, unfortunately. He's fallen all the way down the order here.
It's unfortunate for Kip Knaus here. The young driver getting a lot of experience here in Micro Swift, running along here, and just hasn't seemed to have had a perfect Saturday, unfortunately. But Sunday, of course, is where the big points are awarded, so I'll be curious to see what Kip Knaus can do here on Sunday. Up front, we have Strayer catching Shiflett here. These top two trying to go away, led by the Parolin of Shiflett. Now, Parolin has really brought some names through today, has their largest attendance under the tent, and they are looking, by the way, if you're curious, to have over 20 karts in Vegas is what they reported. So I'm curious to see how Parolin continues to improve throughout the year. Big contact!
Bo Wyatt, the driver who had swept all the way to this point, is around and out into turn 13. Can't get refired. An incident between himself and Brody Allegretta with the meatball flag coming out for the 17. Allegretta is going to be out of this race as well.
Allegretta, you can see there the rear bumper hanging down here as we take a Shop AKR replay, and right there on the back of the screen, the contact along down, and you see that rear bumper snap. That is why the meatball was immediately thrown for the 17, and look at it dangling there. Big shout out to our camera crew.
Yeah, and again, a clean pass by Katowski in a turn 13. Allegretta just looking to follow. Ends up climbing on top of Bo Wyatt with 2 wins and the overall fastest lap in qualifying. It should still be good enough to have Bo Wyatt starting inside of the top 10 for the main event. As Allegretta continues, he's going to have to bring it in this time, or else he could potentially fall under fire from that penalty being a lot worse than what it is right now. Just a mechanical. They got a meatball flag. But for ignoring that meatball flag, we'll see what, again, the officials think of that. They're calling him in. Staying out on track in 5th.
It looks like probably would come in this time through. Maybe just, you know, because it happened so quickly after the incident, may have already looked up at the timing table, look back down. We'll see how that plays out and see how the officials treat that through here for the Super Heat. Up front, Strayer, Shiflett, 1 and 2 here, Katowski in 3rd, and then you have Compatiello in 4th and Allegretta in 5th here. The fact that the 17 was able to continue after that and hasn't come in is absolutely crazy. Allegretta, let's see if pulls in this time around. If the 17 doesn't, I worry for what may come.
Yeah, I do too. And you see Porter Weisenso coming onto the racetrack. So again, tell the 17, he has been given the meatball flag. They're going to fight further back. There goes Tristan Francisco on the inside of turn number 2 on Emmett Dalton. And then Trey Sanders is the next one in line. Sanders now looking on the inside of Emmett. Turn 4, Emmett just has to make way. Trey is able to get clear.
And that's a good job for Trey Sanders shuffling that along here in that mid-pack battle for P6, what will become P5 once Brody Allegretta pulls off of the circuit here. As you see the 17 coming down, the battle behind, they've all opened a little bit of breathing room there, starting with Francisco on the number 3 of Sanders as they head through 15 and 16 now. And, well, coming up to the front stretch again, crossing the start-finish line. Let's see how it sets up as it is Strayer in the lead with Shiflett, cross flags, Jack Katowski into 3rd, Trey Sanders, Tristan Francisco, Franco Schiavo, Emmett Dalton, Bryson Barnett, and you got to feel for the 17 of Allegretta. Would have tried to have continued, but again, that rear bumper dangling, that's a safety issue. Officials can't let him continue.
Yeah, it's, again, an early exit. He's going to join the likes of Knaus, Bo Wyatt, and Hartford Ellis. Not able to conclude this race is now Francisco and Trey Sanders. They run 5th and 6th respectively behind teammate Liam Compatiello. We have just gotten on the halfway mark. 13 laps is the distance that these micro Swifts are going to go in the Super Heat. And up at the front, not much has changed. It's still Dusty Strayer and Braxton Shiflett. Strayer now the leader, with Shiflett behind him. And Katowski running in third. He is really missing about a 10th a lap to what the leaders have. He's a second back.
It's hard to think where the implications for tomorrow are going to land here into the final with all of the events that have happened here. Micro Swift, a class that has been exciting, but I'm not going to say has been as crazy as many. I mean, they've had some great moments, but it hasn't been many Swift levels of crazy. All of a sudden here we get to the Super Heat of the day, and it's like the drivers all of a sudden said, okay, we'll go a little bit wild on the day. We'll have some hard-fought battles and some moments, and you know, they're really, really pushing it through as we watch this battle 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th here all together up the hill towards 12. I'm watching that 11 of Dalton, and I'm trying to see where the move is going to come to the inside because Dalton looks quick. Dalton looks like there should be a move, but it's hard to get yourself into that right position to get that pass. It's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. That's the saying, and well, right now, the second half of the saying is proving very, very true.
Now Emmett, a good run there on the exit. Yellow flags are going to fly. He's not going to be able to try and make a move coming into this section. And they are still waving in turn number 2, and that's why one driver's into the wall. That's the number 9 of Zolman. Chase Zolman is going to be out. And that was just on the exit of turn number 2. I think Harrison Apel might have had a problem as well because the Burrell Art has fallen back to 14th.
It's unfortunate to see here on the day where the attrition at the end has really been strong here in the Super Heat. And that's the thing that you have to remember. Again, let's talk about all of the running these drivers have done today here in the Micro Swift. They had their warm-up right at 8 a.m. They ran qualifying at 9:20 this morning as we have more battling flipping around here as Dalton finally getting past Schiavo, moving along there. Great move into what I didn't know the drivers called it the snail section. Now I'm going to start calling it the snail section. There through 12, 13, 14. Gets that pass done, is able to move up into 7th. Now, didn't lose time either. That's the other key there. Now has to look to get through in for 6th and 5th.
Now this one getting ready to draw to a close. We are just a couple laps away from the end. Next time around, they're going to have 3 to go as they start lap number 11. And it's been a quiet race up at the front for Strayer and for Shiflett. The battling has really been right here as Schiavo goes back by on Emmett Dalton after getting past the lap ago. He's going to respond to Dalton looking to go back into turn 13. Just gets him to the side of the 37 as Schiavo. As one driver is going to get the black flag, and I think that was indeed the driver of Harrison Apel there further back. Kip Knaus is still out there on the racetrack. He's running 13th, and I think Harrison Apel just got the black flag. He's going to bring it on home. That was just due to the leaders lapping him.
Looking at Katowski and Compatiello there is that is a cart that doesn't look like it's running the way it's supposed to.
That's Harrison Apel there. He's got his hand in the air. No, he's going to have to bring it on home.
Unfortunate to see there is look up in the front. Battles now commencing for the lead as Shiflett has gotten past Strayer down into 12, 13, 14. Look at the point forward there coming through from Shiflett saying, let's just keep going here because look at who's behind Katowski and Compatiello. Not that far off at all. So if these two battle just enough over the final 2 laps, it's going to open things up here as, again, we swap through Strayer, now ahead of Shiflett.
Yeah, that's exactly what Jack Katowski is going to want to see out of the 2 drivers ahead of him. More of that. Schreier able to get by in turn number 2. Shiflett now back to second. As the gap sits at about 2 car lengths. There's really not much Katowski can do. He's just watching the 2 drivers ahead of him. Separate that little bit more here, Bradley.
And that separation, obviously, for Katowski, not what he wants to see heading into the white flag final lap here coming up. This is where things are going to get real competitive as Shiflett, Schreier, Katowski are your top 3. Compatiello there in 4th. The gaps are there spread between all of them heading into 1 and 2. And you can see right now that Shiflett is going to close up the gap to Schreier, is looking to find a bit of time here, but it's a case of getting that pass done as quickly as possible. Again, it's a case of just being smart here in micro and making sure you set this up well. Through 6-7 we go, still holding back, is getting closer here on this final go. Half a lap left to go through the S's, down towards turn 11, and then back up the hill towards 12, and down the hill towards 12. Looks over the shoulders from everyone, and coming through here, Caleb. It's close. Let's see if there's any dive into the end of the snail section.
Well, Shiflett, it's not going to be 13, 14. Schreier not really going to the bottom. That's as low as we've seen him go pretty much out these last couple of laps. It's going to be a drag race all the way to the line. Does Shiflett have enough? Is there enough in that Parolin? Schreier is going to hold on to take the win in the Super Heat. In a micro swim presented by Team Ferris Racing. Shiflett in second, Katowski in third. And so the line in 4th is Liam Compatiello and Trey Sanders, your top 5. Tristan Francisco in 6th, Schiavo. For Dalton, Barnett. But Dusty Schreier is going to take the win. The driver of the number 12. Gets it done. Canales is going to come across to bring his Hendrick Cars Nitro RPM machine home in 13th. That's unable, the only one who won't close this one out, but that's it. We lost a good bit. We'll step aside as the USBKS officials look to get this track cleaned up. More on the other side of this break.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tilton T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know. You sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old? 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. Well, that's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always two. One for me and clearly one for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help, though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt. Are you?
PBS Racing K8 100 Junior gets ready to go green. Travis Pettit and Marco Samet been ready to lead this field ahead of Tristan Murphy and Lucas Palacio, Braden Wagner, Nathan Golseth, Neo Gutowski, Santi Orioli, Darren Kidd, Benja Fernandez. Your first 5 rows, your top 10 starters in the Super Heat. Pettit qualified on the overall pole earlier on today. Katowski won the first one. Samet won the second one. But at the end of it all, Pettit with the best average is going to lead the field to the green. They got the lights. This one is underway in KA Junior.
A great start here in KA Junior. Everyone gets away well through turn 2 and up front again. It is the BJRs here of Travis Pettit and Marco Samet. They're going to try to run away with this Super Heat if they can. 15 laps of action coming for them, but they've got to just do everything right, and it starts out with defending up here in the front and trying to pull a little bit of a gap. Work with your teammate, work and pull gap, and try to make sure that that 811 of Murphy behind can't get in the mix. We've got big defending further back. That is the 863 who is doing some massive defending.
Yeah, already a lot of drivers just kind of defending for position. Orioli in the 806 as well. Going to the bottom of the racetrack there, not allowing anybody to get on through. But lap number 1 completed. Pettit and Samet, picture perfect start for the 2 BJR Len Karts. And back to Wagner. Driver who we've seen win across the national circuit already on our platform. Over at the Champions of the Future America Series out of K1 Circuit, Winchester. And racing out with the Rawson Performance Group. The United States Pro Kart Series this year in 2026, putting himself up to 3rd. Murphy to Palacio, the top 5, and then a Golseth, Orioli, Kidd, or it was Darren Kidd, now Katowski. The gaps up front starting to close on down here, Bradley. Wagner arriving on the scene.
Yeah, Brayton Wagner, a very, very strong driver, a driver who has a lot of pace to show in that RPG. It's just, again, a matter of it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, and that is something that you really just have to make sure that you keep in the front of your mind as they go through. Brayton Wagner, again, that cosmic RPG kart here heading through, coming in and trying to make a big go. Has tons of karting experience, you have to say, beyond things here, as has gotten past Samet. Now is trying to work past Pettit and up into second. Now Pettit's got to defend, and that is a kart who is looking very strong here. Lando Norris helmet, and will try to get past the Lando Norris kart.
Yeah, we'll see this time in a turn 13. Brayden Wagner looking on the inside of Travis Pettit. He's got it. Brayden Wagner to the lead of the race over Pettit. And then Murphy is going to displace Samet even more. Samet back to 4th. Murphy to 3rd. And Palacio, while all this passing has taken place ahead of him, he hasn't been able to close on in. Does have the fastest lap of the race that time. And it shows you how big the gap was at the end of the first 3 laps over to the 3 drivers ahead of him. Katowski as well hasn't really closed on in all too much. And Golseth, nothing for him either. They're all improving, but not enough. Wagner at the front could be the difference maker for them all. He had a little trouble getting into turn 11, and Pettit gonna want to go here. Goes to the bottom. Murphy not gonna follow. Murphy gonna go himself into second. He's through. Tristan Murphy goes by on Travis Pettit. For the first time, the 2 BJR LN karts aren't 1 and 2, with at least one of them in the first 2 spots.
Yeah, I would expect that to reverse back through here for Travis Pettit, a very strong driver in and of his own right, who has shown great pace today, and I would fully expect for Travis Pettit to move up into the front.
Yeah, we'll see how long Pettit wants to sit around in 3rd and wait. And so this is the first time that Brayden Wagner has led this weekend. All right, so it's something to note for all the drivers behind him, right? What does Wagner look like out in front? How do you feel behind? And again, one of the biggest things to note whenever we were listening into the interview with James Overbeck and Paulie Massimino, right? Sometimes it's, you know, a little bit different being the driver out in front, being the driver kind of setting the tone, setting the pace, being in control of it, and being the driver in second as well is a lot different. As now we're side by side. Murphy's going to drop a tire coming out of the front stretch, and he's going to get swallowed by the pack. Palacio followed through, Katowski followed through, and Murphy all the way down to the back of this lead group, and now Samet's going to get past as well. Palacio went by, and as well as Murphy, Katowski, it all kind of changed. And it shows you, right, Murphy just sat patiently behind Wagner. Whoever was behind him and Pettit didn't want to wait. And as quickly as that, it can change. And there's a look at what the day is looking like. 90 degrees here in Batavia, and the track temp as high as it's been all day. 125 degrees Fahrenheit down on the asphalt.
Wind has picked up a little bit here. Look up in the front here. More moves going along. That is Palacio getting up front. So now we have 2 RPG teammates in the front. You know, we started out with 2 BJR teammates. 892 picking
Katowski
up. Flag there. Katowski, the black and white penalty flag. It'll be interesting to see what gets called on that. One of the things I do want to note there really quick, Caleb, looking at the wind's picked up a little bit, but the thing that's really picked up is that track temp. And we talked earlier today about the difference between, you know, a grippy track and a greasy track, and where is that line? And the big answer we got throughout the early part of the day is we don't know. It's now 4:15 p.m. I feel like I'm watching more of these junior karts slide around than we've seen all day. I don't feel like they're as hooked up as they could be, and I feel like we're seeing more slides. I'm hearing more slides, and I'm seeing more drivers really having to kind of fight the cart a little bit more, especially looking up front at the RPGs.
Yeah, you can hear the tires screeching a little bit more than what they were as we have 2 together. Just under our camera station, Ben Gleberman, one of them, one of the BJRs, as well collected cross sticks in the air. And up at the front, Palacio is your leader over Travis Pettit, over Braden Wagner, and then back to Nico Katowski and Marco Samet, who has really started to lose touch with the top 4 here, Bradley.
That top 4 managing to do really well to sort of lock themselves in with each other and go for the move. And really where that's come from is they've all settled into the rhythm, and they're all thinking a bit more about the long run here and not necessarily forcing an issue and forcing a moment that will cause things to close in a bit more. Right now it is Palacio leading Pettit, leading Wagner, leading Katowski. Now Katowski got the black and white flag, but I think even then for Katowski, it's a case of get myself to the front so I don't have to think about it nearly as much, because of course we've had some penalties handed out through the day, but we've had penalties overturned by protest. Let's start the move up to the front. Katowski past Wagner up to 3rd.
Nico Katowski with a move into turn number 2, puts himself into the 3rd spot with the 2 leaders ahead of him in Pettit and Palacio. As they work their way now into turn number 7. And yellow flags are flying throughout that sector, no passes. And yellow flags as well in turn 11. This is the first opportunity for Pettit with no yellow flags throughout this sector. And whether or not he's going to want to go, he's going to have to make up his mind fast, because Nico Katowski, he's been the fastest in this lead group. And with that momentum continuing to go forward here, Bradley, that, you know, he's going to want to keep going. He's going to want to continue his charge forward, no matter who it is.
Fastest on track even. I wouldn't even say fastest of the lead group. Fastest on track, holds the fastest lap, and last time across was still faster than Travis Pettit and Lucas Palacio. But you have to get past, and this is where you kind of start to run yourself into problems, because when you're carrying momentum like that, you can start to think about making, I don't want to call them unnecessary moves, but heightened risk moves that you shouldn't make here. No yellow flags out this time out of turn 11. So if you wanted to make a move into 11 now, you could. But you can see Katowski playing it really, really smart in the burl art and going down the inside now. That's a move into 13. Great move along, up into second place now. And now it's Palacio for company.
And that's what I was just about to say, right? With Katowski putting himself in third and really closing in with that lead group, it was almost putting Travis Pettit under pressure. And again, Pettit not really realizing that Katowski's there. He's going to get past. But again, if Pettit did realize, then it was a move for Pettit to try and go for the lead. Now it's defense, really full-on defense, I should say, for Lucas Palacio now to try and maintain the number 1 spot, to maintain control in this race. Katowski out of the infield hairpin, out of turn number 7 with a great exit. They're side by side down the hill. Out of turn number 10, Palacio is going to hold on for now. Katowski in a second. Pettit to Wagner, and the rest of the pack is well on its way. Marco Sammet, welcome back, and as well for Tristan Murphy as Palacio all the way down to the low side in turn 12.
Sammet now getting passed there through by Murphy as Sammet was trying to set up a slightly different line, but now look who's joining in. Orioli, Berghoff, or Veeder, they're all coming into the mix as well. So all of a sudden the battling from the top 4 has turned it from a 4-kart battle, lap 12 of 15, into a 9-kart battle potentially coming through here. We're not that far away from just absolutely the accordion being played here, the tunes coming out, and seeing how this plays out. Sammet, again, just trying to find a way through, unfortunately dropping down the order a little bit here, coming along.
But he gained spots into turn number 2. Marco Sammet, while everybody went to the bottom, he ripped the high side. He was down in 6th at the start of this lap when they crossed the start-finish straight. And around the outside, able to pass Murphy, able to pass Wagner, puts himself to 4th, right behind his teammate. Now we're all stacked up here. Everybody bound up. Everybody having a check up. That's to the bottom now. Sammet's going to pass Pettit. So Sammet up to 3rd. Palacio to Katowski. Murphy, Orioli, Berghoff for Veeder. And then back to, everybody who's in line. Rivera, Golseth. There's a lot of them that are in this mix. Look, 3's a party, 4's a crowd, and we have 10 in this mix. This is
a festival.
It's a little much at times, as now we're passing for the lead. Sammet again to the high side, looking for a move for 2nd, not going to find it. And the top 3 are going to split up here just a little bit. Palacio now able to take a breath here for a second.
Palacio saying, everyone second place back, just go 2 wide, 3 wide, 4 wide. I don't know how many wide carts can fit here around MCC. I want to say 4 wide if they held side pod to side pod and, really, really tried to do it. You could probably pace 4 wide around this track saying, you know what, y'all do that and just go nice and slow. I'd like to run away here. I don't want to come under pressure because the fact of the matter is Katowski, the fastest kart on track, is in 2nd place. Bad news.
Oh, Marco Sammet! Marco Sammet gets into the back of Nico Katowski. Sammet looking to pass for a 2nd. And that rear bumper is now lodged onto that left rear tire of Nico Katowski, who just has to hold on for 2 more laps. But he's back in 5th, and one driver inside of the top 10, William Veeder with the black and white, under investigation here. And out through for 2nd is Travis Pettit. But this has pretty much been a gift for Palacio, and there's the under review. And Sammet just looking for a move on Katowski. Pretty much has allowed Palacio to hold on to this gap comfortably.
Palacio will be absolutely ecstatic if he knows what happened behind here. Pettit now, and Sammet, look who's back in the mix here, 2nd and 3rd. It's the BJRLN karts who have managed to get back 2nd and 3rd here. Wagner into 4th. It's almost like Groundhog Day because it's now an RPG, and then it's BLR, RPG, all the way through. Katowski still trying to go there. As we come to the white flag, 1 lap to go, and Katowski just has to get that kart to the end here as much as possible. Has dropped into 7th, and now it's defense in the lead. Who gets it? RPG or BJR down into the end.
Here we go into turn number 4. Travis Pettit wanted to go to the high side. Marco Sammet is there though. Knows he can't take that risk, a little bit too much. You're sitting in 2nd. Now Sammet again to the high side, down into 7. Palacio to Pettit. And then a Wagner, 2 RPGs, 2 BJRs, and the RPM and the Ursuline well on their way. Final lap as Palacio takes them all to the bottom. They're all checking up. Pettit to Wagner, and Marco Samet was caught out by it all as there's Rivera in the 824. But a couple of corners to go here for Palacio, for Pettit, as they're all just looking to hold on to position, looking to make it to the end. This is only the Super Heat. And tomorrow is the day that matters, but on Saturday to close off the day, it's Palacio who takes the win in the Super Heat over Travis Pettit and Braden Wagner.
What a wild end to the KA Junior Saturday here in the Super Heat, as it's Palacio, Pettit, Wagner, Murphy in 4th, Julian Rivera managing to pull up into 5th, and Marco Samet, unfortunately, on the final lap, falling all the way down into 6th. Kyle Berghofer in 7th, Darren Kidd, Nico Katowski down into 9th, and William Veeder in 10th place.
Yeah, and Veeder was the one that was under investigation. You saw that populate there on your screen, the 813. That's how your top 10 ended. Oof. Barn burner of a KA 100 Junior Super Heat. That one was one to keep your eyes glued on to the end, and there's a penalty for the 892 for avoidable contact, and that was Nico Katowski with a penalty, and Katowski dropped down to 9th. Yeah, so Katowski awarded a penalty there in the end, but that being said, coming up next, time to go racing in KA Senior. Be right back.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
KA100, presented by Brennan Jarsikrack Racing, gets ready to go green. Paulie Massimino and James Overbeck lead this field to the green for the third time in KA Senior Racing action. Caden McQueen on row number 2, alongside Isaac Malquit this weekend making his debut with Orsalon Racing. Donovan Bonilla and Brandon Lemke alongside one another on row number 3 with Max Weil and Edgar Rodriguez on row number 4. Shane Reddy and AJ Myers getting himself within the first 5 rows, within the top 10. I'm going to work his way through this field throughout the first 2 heats. And a look throughout this KA100 senior field with a good showing here this weekend. 30 plus, or I should say 40 plus, 41 drivers entered here this weekend. 41 getting ready to get the lights, this time by Massimino on the inside, Overbeck on the outside. Super Heat action in the K100 Senior is underway.
Already coming out of turn 2 here, Caden McQueen already up into second place here over James Overbeck, making that move stick quickly to try to get through. 41 karts all finding their way along very well here, but it is that 943 of Pauly Massimino who is going to lead. Pauly Massimino didn't win Heat 1 or Heat 2. Heat 1, of course, went to Caden McQueen with that beautiful 2-for-1 special around the outside into turn 2 that left all of us speechless and sent the fence into a frenzy. And then James Overbeck, of course, winning Heat number 2 here. Can Pauly Massimino win the Super Heat today? Right now, going through, he's at least going to lead the first lap of 15.
Yeah, well, there went Brandon Lemke on the inside of turn number 12 to get by on Donovan Bonilla. Here's a little bit of shuffling further back. I think that's the word that I was probably looking for earlier on today. Beautiful move out of Caden McQueen at the end of that first heat race. That being said, battling up front continues here. McQueen to second. Everybody else is kind of shuffled and mixed things around as Bonilla's gone back on Brandon Lemke this time. The two of them costing each other a little bit of time, costing each other a little bit of as Bonilla and Lemke continue. A Wisconsin Wonder Kid went back on Dono, and Dono responded, and back and forth, and I think Lemke might have asked for a little bit of help further back, but the top 4 are still there. They're not losing time. For sure, a little bit of friction out of you, right? Wanted to be driver in the lead of that second pack. Wanted to be the driver in 5th. Wanted to kind of chase on down the top 4. At the moment, they can't side, but a red flag is going to bring an early pause to this Super Heat. With an incident taking place on the exit of turn number 2. That's a quick pause to this Super Heat. 2 laps in. We'll step aside here for a moment and wait to hear from Cameron Reed as she can wait to bring us an update. The red flag does wave. The session
starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKarra.com. At ShopPayKarra.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKarra.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
We're getting ready to continue here. KA100 Senior presented by Brand Dartscracker Racing will resume. Before that, we'll head on down to Cameron Reed, who's got an update for us. Cameron?
Both drivers involved in the incident, the 950 as well as the 969, both alert and awake at the 969. Just getting checked out a little bit more, complaining about some left side leg plan. Other than that, both drivers hopefully good to go.
Thank you, Cameron. And one of the drivers involved to be Ace Parker on the TV card, driver of the 969. And it also looked like Ibrahim Din was involved in that incident. He is getting ready to go racing again, just driving through your screen. But to hearing the wait to hear a little bit more, bring you guys a further update on Ace Parker. That being said, session will resume. Here it looks like it's going to be lap number 2, waiting to see how many laps they're going to give us here in KA Senior, whether it be a single file restart or a side-by-side restart. And I think By the looks of it, it's going to be a single file restart. McQueen going to follow him through. Follow Paulie Massimino, that is. They're going to be on the tram line at the bottom of the racetrack. So KA100 Senior will resume. The lights do go out. And a lot of them fanning out, headed into turn number 1. But KA100 Senior is back underway in the Super Heat.
And up front, Paulie Massimino with a great run here, again holding off Caden McQueen, who was looking to make the charge before the red flag here, as James Overbeck will try to make a pass up in the second. Isaac Malkowit, again, a driver I would watch, I would say would be Malkowit, who is sitting in 4th place. Is going to be a very strong driver, but right now is under some pressure here. Brandon Lemke and Donovan Bonita looking to make some moves. The 948 with great defense there, James Overbeck to the inside to hold on to 3rd place.
Overbeck holding on to 3rd, Malkowit to 4th, and here's the battle for the back. Daniel Perez and a couple more in that second group. Myers, Weiland, looked like Peyton Phillips was starting to charge forward, and indeed he is. The 910 up to 10th. First time that we've heard from Phillips today. Having a much better run and go at things here in the Super Heat. Down on the inside, Isaac Malkowit's going to make a move for 3rd on James Overbeck. And up front, Paulie Massimino, a little narrow, and back up to his normal racing line. He's going to hold on to the lead of the race here, Bradley.
Yeah, I got to wonder, just watching here with Paulie Massimino, you know, that red flag coming out allowed all of the drivers to kind of reset, and, you know, they have to get out of the carts completely, and then they sort of, you know, have to reset themselves. We saw Massimino and McQueen talking a little bit, but we also saw Massimino and Overbeck talking quite a bit. So I got to wonder what those conversations were like. I would have given a lot of money to turn into Ant-Man and get to crawl on the shoulders and listen to those conversations, because you know that that conversation was a lot of like, oh, how's the track, everything, and then go back to Overbeck. All right, man, here's how we're going to get up and get back 1-2 and then take away from this field. Here's how we need to do this. You follow me, and this is what's working. So it's always interesting to see the difference between the conversations between teammates and the conversations between other groups of drivers as they go through. Right now, Massimino doing a great job of holding off McQueen. And it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. I keep falling back to that here, Caleb, that is where we're at with these top 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're all right there, right? And it's also, we're early into this race, 3 laps in. And again, you're not going to see a hero level move out of Caden McQueen, I don't think. I should reiterate on lap number 3, it's very early. In the Super Heat pays a little bit more points than the Heats. So you got to be more mindful with the way that you want to go about things in the Super Heat, right? Because it is going to have big implications as to where you start in the main event. And again, reminding yourself that as much as you want to go out there and win, as much as you want to go out there and, you know, beat the rest of your competitors, you got to remind yourself that the main event is tomorrow, right? That's where the money comes. That's where the trophies come. That's where the biggest payouts as far as championships come as well. And a reminding factor for a lot of them is Overbeck's going to pass Malkowit. Bonilla's going to go by as well. Lemke now having a go at things. And he's going to get clear. As there is Lemke, Malkowit right behind him. And then there's Weiland and a Myers.
It's really, right now with the field, you're seeing the results of, I think, everyone playing that long game, playing that long thought here. You know, this is a long Super Heat of 15 laps, now make it 14 after the red flag here. And so there's a lot of thought of what you need to do and what you don't need to do. And one of the things we've seen consistent throughout the day here at MCC in any class is make a move to the inside. That's a bit of argy-bargy.
Mateo Rubio Luengo on the inside of what looked to be Connor Ferris. And it was indeed those two. They're running just behind Daniel Perez at the moment. The two of them trade a little bit of paint. Here goes Chase Gassiet-Lee in turn number 7. He's going to get by on Rubio Luengo. And that hurt, I think, Ferris more than anything. He is now behind Chris Harrower.
that was a big moment there between them, and it kind of plays to my point is look at this, a dive down the inside. There goes James Overbeck into 13, pass for second, further behind, a little bit of shuffling between teammates moving through there. That is going to be A.J. Myers and Weiland working through a black and white flag for the 906 going through now.
Rubio Luengo, and that was for the incident, turn number 2, and really no surprise we saw it there on the broadcast in between the two. Is now McQueen back on the inside going into turn number 4 into the hairpin. McQueen made that move stick on James Overbeck, who had just passed him the lap prior. He had just gotten by him. And again, as quickly as that, Caden McQueen knows what he has to do if he wants to come away on top at this Super Heat. Keep those two BJR Len karts split up. As now it looked like Weiland has issues here, but it also looked like Overbeck was looking to make a move. Lemke as well with issues. Ooh. Lemke is out. He's off in the infield. And as we looked away, Overbeck didn't make a move, so he stayed put there, Bradley. But 2 drivers out, and it was Weiland. It was also Lemke. As we're passing for the lead, we're passing for second, we're passing for third. Massimino from the lead back to 4th.
Now that's an unusual moment to see Pauly Massimino drop down to 4th place. But again, this is, I think, that long game playing through as Bonilla now goes down the inside there on Overbeck to shuffle things out a bit more here. So this is where we're the halfway point of this race for K100 Senior Super Heat. This is where the strategy comes in. We talked about points paying out, but ultimately you've got to be in the right position at the right time in order to get a win. And right now, I don't envy anyone's position in the top 5. Malkowitt, I think, is in a good position as Massimino goes on the inside of teammate James Overbeck. James Overbeck doesn't really fight it. I think could have done more to try to defend, but doesn't really worry about it there as Malkowitt sits in 5th place just behind looking. And then, of course, you have McQueen up into the front, and you have Bonilla in 2nd as we get the cross flags. I don't envy anyone in the top 5's position because anyone in the top 5 can win. I'd say, really, depending on how they start fighting, anyone in the top 10 could win.
Yeah, they're just at the halfway point. So that movement between Pauly and James, while it did kind of seem like it lost him a little bit of time, it's ultimately going to come back to him as there's still half of this race distance to go. Very long Super Heats, very long heat races as well. It gives you a lot of time to plan out moves, to plan out, the way you want to approach these last couple of laps. And as well, you're going to have that little bit of stalemate in this stage of the race. I mean, forget everything that I'm talking about here, Bradley. Pauly Massimino into turn 13 is going to go by on Donovan Bonilla for second. I mean,
and look who's
happens
right.
every time. Happens every time. Here comes Overbeck.
Overbeck to the inside. Look who's right to the back of that, too, though. Isaac Malkowitt was right on the rear bumper of Overbeck there for just a moment. But now that Overbeck shuffles through, Malkowitt just holds in position there in P5. And, Lil Sizzle, I think, can definitely be in a position to find the way forward. I think this is patience being played, and this is something KA Senior usually can be good at. I would say like 75% of the time, patience can be a good virtue in KA Senior. This is where you kind of combine all that racecraft knowledge that you've learned throughout time, along with what we see in micro and minis, where if pass, get pass. But then you see these drivers get crafty, and again, you just said it. This is a long heat. You have time to plan out moves. We heard it earlier directly from Caden McQueen. Caden McQueen said, yeah, I was planning on doing that a lap earlier. Didn't do it. It was the final lap. I had to send it, so I went around the outside 2-for-1 special. And so we're kind of getting that idea that these drivers with these longer races are using that to their advantage to plan things out and really think about things. Pass for the lead to the inside. Pauly Massimino makes the move. Overbeck can't follow. And now Caden McQueen down into second. Pauly Massimino back up to the front from 4th. Don't let me speak too soon, though, because now it's a pass back through, and that's McQueen through, and that's Overbeck through.
Yeah, Caden McQueen quickly responding to Pauly Massimino. Now we're side by side for 4th. Isaac Malkowitt, Donovan Bonilla. And I was just going to note the drivers who have moved up the order. 9 spots gained for Peyton Phillips, 12 spots gained for Chase Gassiet Lee in this main event. In this Super Heat. That almost feels like a main event. But that'll be tomorrow. I'm getting ahead of myself.
I mean, the way they're driving, I can see why you are. I mean, we said it earlier with the minis that it felt like a main event right on Heat 1. This feels somewhat like a main event drive for a lot of these drivers.
And I think more than anything, right, it's the distances with the way that these races kind of drag out, and you have those, like I mentioned a little bit earlier before Paulie kind of proved me wrong quickly, you have that little bit of stalemate throughout some of these races, and then it kind of heats back up towards the end. And I feel like we've seen that in almost all the categories, in all the divisions that we've had here today, right? You have that quiet start to the race, and it ends off on a high with a lot of action, a lot of passes, a lot of incidents, you know, a lot of everything throughout the end. And that's what you get out of main event racing. Tomorrow, they're going to go even further, go even more, push the equipment, push the tires, push themselves, you know, past and even over the limit in some cases. And that's going to be one of the things that I'm excited to watch with these longer main events at a place like this where the lap is at about a minute. It's a long time, 20 minutes out there on the racetrack for all these drivers. It's a long distance to kind of go across and to navigate your way through, but even then, no surprise to me, it's these races leading up to the main event, what has kind of made them all feel, and the way that they plan and the way that they race made them feel like we're racing on a Sunday, but it's just Saturday. The main event comes tomorrow. Overbeck gonna make that move on Caden McQueen for the lead. He's gonna get it. Massimino to third, Malquit to Bonilla, to Rodriguez, who has joined the party, and Shane Reddy on the Holtz. Phillips to Perez and Chase Gassey at Lee. That's the look inside of the top 10. That's just about a stack up here with James Overbeck putting himself to the bottom in a couple of corners consecutively here, Bradley.
Chase Gassey at Lee is a driver that's catching my eye right now more and more as we go through this race. Up 13 places, McQueen trying to make a move on Overbeck, but Chase Gassey at Lee now up into 10th place is not that far out of the realm of possibility for Chase Gassey at Lee to try to find something here late. And again, that 913 looking for moves here, looking over the shoulder, looking along as we're coming to Popsicle Sticks, 2 to go this time by, and you can see Overbeck feeling some pressure here. Evil Knievel for sure, but right now, I don't think you want to be Evil Knievel. I think you want to defend, and Isaac Malkowit taking the drop down the order in response.
Yeah, and everybody's just stacked up, bound up throughout a lot of these corners. James Overbeck has them all to the low side of the racetrack, and it's hard for anybody to find a way by, to anybody to find a way around. If you pick to go to the high side, if you pick to, try and set up a crossover, you are more often than not met with somebody on the inside at the bottom of the racetrack waiting to pass, waiting to take advantage of you getting antsy. And out of line is McQueen looking for a move on the inside of James Overbeck. He's into the side of him, off the racetrack for James, and to the lead of the race for Paulie Massimino. McQueen holds on a second, Bonilla in third, and Overbeck, 4 tires off the racetrack, exit of turn 11. He's still in fourth.
And look at how that shuffles everything, that wheel-to-wheel contact fighting through. White flag, 1 lap to go. Here's your Shop AKR replay, and that was a case of McQueen just absolutely going for it there. Overbeck out into what's now dirt. If that had happened this morning, it'd be a whole different story. 1 lap to go, coming out of turn 2, down towards turn 4, and up front, Paulie Massimino is trying to hold off McQueen. Bonilla in third, Overbeck able to recover in fourth, and we'll see how that plays through. Again, defense through for Paulie Massimino as McQueen is just sitting in second. A lot of looking over the shoulder here, and what do you do now? Where do you pick your move from McQueen? Trying to set it up out of 11, a run up the hill down towards 12. Massimino squeezes to the inside, and I see a yellow flag. Massimino with the hand up, not very happy.
Yeah, McQueen can't pass there. The yellow flags did fly, and McQueen playing it safe. He's going to give it back to Paulie Massimino, and that was due to the crash back here. One of the Orsolans out of the race early. White flag in the air. McQueen's going to have a run to the bottom of the racetrack. He's on the inside. Bonilla, who is he going to push? He's going to push McQueen to the win in the Super Heat. McQueen's going to get it done with the help of Donovan Bonilla, who moves himself through for second. Paulie Massimino comes across the line in third. Overbeck in fourth. Rodriguez in fifth. But again, you got to look back to the penultimate lap. Caden McQueen was a move in a turn 11. Might have been a low percentage move there between himself and James Overbeck. We'll leave that all to the officials. That being said, what a race. What an end to the Super Heat that was brought to a pause early on. Ends with another win for Caden McQueen. Your unofficial results in KA100 Senior. Bonilla pushed McQueen to the end. Massimino, Overbeck, Rodriguez, your top 5.
Shane Reddy, AJ Myers up into 7th on the go with Malquit ultimately finishing 8th. And then it was Peyton Phillips and Daniel Perez finishing your top 10. One of the drivers that I called out early, Chase Gasly, who was running up in the top 10, was trying to make a move through. Last lap, unfortunately, falls all the way down into 16th and has a drop down the order. Ibrahim Dean able to move up 15 places to P25. Lucas Klimek up into 26th, up 12 places. So lots of drivers moving up and down this order.
Tried my best.
Do you think I'm going to go later? I don't know.
There's something wrong.
No, I got a tech code.
In the scale line with Donovan Bonilla. You've really had pace kind of all day today. No, we haven't gotten to speak to you too much at all, really. So kind of catch us up on your day so far.
Yeah, it's been a nice day, you know. Finish it off good with the Super Heat. Yeah, it's been a tough day, you know. It's just very similar pace, top 5. So yeah, it's hard to race and hard to pull away, hard to do everything. So yeah, it's been a good day, you know. A couple of mistakes in the heats, but fix it down now. So hope to have a good final.
Yeah, really quick there. Is there anything that you're looking to change or anything you're still hunting for going into tomorrow?
Yeah, of course, there's always something to improve. So of course, in the final, these guys are very strong. So yeah, we have to improve, and we have to look at it in the night.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, boys.
Well, that is it for K100 Seniors. Some pickup to be done. When we return, more racing action on the other side of this break.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know, you sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old, 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. That's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always two, one for me and clearly one for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help, though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Carolina Motorsports Mini Swift getting ready to go racing in their Super Heat. Dutch Westbrook and Jake Manalio are going to lead this field to the green. Manalio qualified on the overall pole earlier on today. And Westbrook has raced his way to the pole. Got the first 2 heat races in the Super Heat. Now, with a little bit of shuffling in between the first couple of rows, we'll see how they stack up. Westbrook on the inside, Manalio on the outside. Mini Swift is underway.
And it's a great getaway through 1 and 2 for the entire field coming through. Dutch Westbrook trying to defend the lead here from Manalio as Mason Brody makes the move to the inside. Great move there out of turn number 4 and 5, heading towards the 6-7 complex. Now Brody trying to look for some moves. We got some 3 wide further back along, some side-by-sides, and a little bit of contact there. The 164 dropping up onto the back of the cart ahead, and that unfortunately was Pugliese Bassi, who went up onto the cart behind and then came back down. I believe that will be some big issues there further back.
Yeah, Bautista Pugliese Bassi was running, or started in 18th. He's going to have an issue, is now a move there on the inside out of Dalton Sears in the 145. Catches Francisco by surprise. Manalio as well. Sorry, it was Manalio the one he caught by surprise. Manalio now from second. He's down to 7th at the start of this race. And up at the front, it's Westbrook who leads over Brody. And then Zev Gottschalk, the rookie in the Mini Swift division, puts himself in 3rd. I was going to get passed there by Slade Harrow as it looks like we have one off. Kanific in the 140. Facing the wrong way around. He was running an 8th. Spun around on the exit at turn number 1.
Unfortunate to see there. Unsure if that was contact or maybe just clipping the curb on turn 1. That curb on turn 1 can be dangerous. Side by side for the lead we go through as Westbrook able to hold up into the front for now. Still has Mason Brody looking. Mason Brody looking. Mason Brody going down to the inside of turn 12 around. Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3? How many carts will get through on Westbrook as Westbrook shuffles all the way down to 3rd place, possibly 4th place. Down to the inside, there is Sears trying to go, isn't able to make it work. But Westbrook will drop down into 3rd place here as up front it will stay Brody and Slate Harrell in a second.
Slade Harrow in a second, but again, it's not too often where you see 2 drivers go side by side through turn number 9, turn number 10, and then down and into turn 11, where it was ultimately Mason Brody when he worked his way down to turn number 12. What a moment, and again, tip of the cap to both of those drivers for keeping it clean through there, but battling for the lead. Nobody wanted to give. In the end, Brody able to put himself ahead, and he's got Slade Harrell right behind him on the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. The rest of the field working their way through. The the top 10 with the likes of Aiden Go, who was involved in an incident earlier on today. In heat race number 2, Go currently running in 9th. He's got Brody Stoffel right behind him.
Here's the thing I've got to wonder now is you've gotten to the front here if you are Brody and Slate Harrell. You're 1-2 right now. How do they play the game with each other here in the Super Heat? Again, this is a 13-lap Super Heat for the Mini Swift. So what is their game plan now? You've got to the front. You've knocked Dutch Westbrook back into 3rd, who won Heat 1. Mason Brody won Heat 2 here. Now, where does this go into the rest of this Super Heat as they go through? The MPG there of Slate Harrell looks strong and is really playing the smart game right now of not just going for a dive, going for a dive, going for a dive, and is sticking right behind Mason Brody so far as further back. We go side by side here, back in the order of Manalio and Francisco, who are going side by side there through 11.
And there wasn't any change in between the two. Manalio tried and couldn't successfully do so, as we have lost one of the drivers further back in the field. Hornish is the one that we've lost here in the 111, as more drivers are working their way through turn 11 at the back of the pack. The fastest lap of the race goes all the way down to Aiden Go, who's running down in 7th at the moment. He's behind Jake Manalio. It's been a good charge up for Go. And this one, Dalton Sears now behind him. He's carved his way through this field.
Aiden Go, of course, remembering back, had a wreck back in heat number 2 it was, and had to pull in early, so is now, on that recovery drive through, up 4 places so far into 7th, and Aiden Go looking strong here on the go in this run through back behind Manalio and Godshock, and is really, really looking to push that cart forward. I've seen Aiden Go, of course, here we're next to the Paralyn tent, and I've been able to look over at Paralyn, seen Aiden Go kind of prepping and getting ready all throughout the weekend. Aiden Go seems like a driver very much, we talked about it earlier, Caleb. These drivers take it serious. Is around the outside. Aiden Go trying to go a bit further, and that is Sears who's going to try to come to the inside. No positions come out of it, but that was a quick look at how quickly things can change in Mini Swift, as they will be sitting, and then in Mini Swift, they'll look for a position. That's how serious these drivers take this racing. But again, it goes to that mentality of, if I'm faster than you and I can find the right moment that feels right to me, I'm going to take that pass.
Yeah, Zev Gottschalk, he didn't look all too happy with Jake Manalio. Gottschalk was defending on the front stretch, and Manalio found a way by on Zev. And now he's got Aiden Go on his rear bumper as they're working their way through. And now Aiden looking on the inside of turn 13. He's cleared. Zev going to go right back as Stoffel makes a move of his own on Dalton Sears. They shuffle around. And under investigation, the 115 is Zev Gottschalk. On the Bennick. It's the fastest lap of the race now set by the 133 of Westbrook.
So Westbrook trying to charge back to the front here to get up with Mason Brody and Slate Harrells. We still have some more battling again. The 115 and the 198, they continue to shuffle things in and out and look for position. And it has been Aiden Go to get ahead of Gottschalk now up into P number 6. Now wants to try to set off on a charge after Manalio for a top 5 here for Aiden Go, which would be a strong, strong result for the day. Again, after having the unfortunate Heat 2 DNF having to pull in, getting damage and having that wreck early on. Look at that contact there.
Dalton Sears looking for a move on the inside there. Zev Gottschalk, really no harm, no foul between the two of them. Just, again, both of them fighting for the same corner, fighting for the same position. Zev fighting to hold on. Everybody else fighting to get through. And Dalton Sears is going to get put under investigation with the black and white flashing on the front stretch. And now it's Pratel, the one who's looking for a move. He's going to find it inside of turn 4 on Zev Gottschalk for 7th. Thomas Pretel gets that move done on the Velocity Racing Sodi, and Gottschalk's going to respond, and Stoffel's going to take advantage. So will Sears.
And that is just how quickly things can change. You get one move done and you think you're good, and then all of a sudden 1, 2, 3 carts pass you and make that one more pass there going through. Aguiar able to make the move through, looks over the shoulder, and now is just head down, is up front here. Gottschalk still under some pressure for that P7 position. And again, a reminder, this is for P7 here going on. This battle has been so great to watch here in the mid-pack back for the last part of the top 10, and this is how things are stacking up right now for the run here. Your top two have managed to kind of pull a bit of a gap. Liam Francisco, the fastest cart in fourth. Look at the 160 trying to work the outside, is going to work the outside. Aguiar, great move around.
Yeah, good move there by Aguilar to get that move done. He's up to 8th. And Zev Gottschalk feeling like the package isn't quite there for him. He's fighting for position as hard as he can, as now Stoffel looking for a move on the inside of Dalton Sears. And it's going to hold. Stoffel gets clear. Here comes Leonardo Tavares, who has gained a good number of spots as well in this race. And you look closer to the front, Aiden goes running in 6th. He's got a massive gap behind as we got more moves throughout this first pack. Zeminski is there, Ramos, Cladera, George Ho. As well, that's Ho in the 105 is going to wheel to wheel there with Pretel. And now Cladera is going to look to help his teammate out as Gottschalk continues to keep him all to the low side here.
You would think that we told these drivers that they're battling for the championship here and that this is for everything here. The way they are racing, they are holding nothing back here in the Mini Swift Super Heat. Look over the shoulder, figure out where to set the cart, and let's see, nobody into 6-7 goes for any sort of moves. Everyone settles in single file down into 8, 9, 10. We go now, bottom of the hill, turn 11 to go up the hill, back down towards 12. And you can see everyone parking the bus right in the middle here. But the 160 there of Aguiar thinking about a move down to the inside there on Gottschalk and still not able to, but let's go ahead and open that up for Stoffel to get through. And then Sears may be trying to go as well as we come around. Heading through, this is going to be back up to the front. Brody and Harrell, they've kind of just been doing their own thing. We haven't really talked about them because there hasn't been a lot to talk about. These top two have really held nose to tail, along with Westbrook and Francisco holding nose to tail here as they have worked their way along. Manalio in 5th hasn't been too far away, and that gap 3rd to 2nd, 7/10 at the line into the final 2 laps. How does that close up here for them as we're lap 11 to 13?
Yeah, just half a second in between the drivers in 2nd and 3rd. And Dutch Westbrook is looking to close on into these two, but how has he looked in comparison with Slate Harrell over the last couple of laps? Has he been better? Has he been even? And again, looking at him here, Slate Harrell 102.8 last time around. Dutch Westbrook matched it, a couple hundredths better, but probably going to need a little help from the 2 drivers ahead of him in Brody and Harrow to fight a little bit more. You might get it now. 2.6 in the air, 2 laps to go. Mason Brody still your leader, but Harrow has been really patient with Mason Brody. And again, they didn't change at all from the last time that we saw him. When we left them, we went back to watch the battle in the midfield, and nothing changed. It was still Harrow in 2nd, following Mason Brody. And here's look at the comparison in between the two. The swings minimal. Lap number 8, Westbrook was able to get a good chunk out of the gap. And just hundreds better. Lap 9, lap 10, picked it up again.
He's there now. Look at him.
And now he's fully there. And drafting up to Slade Harrell.
It's going to be 1 lap to try to get the pass done here into lap 13, the final lap. They'll come out of 14, down towards 15, 16 through the front stretch. It'll be white flag out this time through. Brody, Harrell, Westbrook, Francisco, and Manalio. That's your top 5 as they sit. And already you see Francisco going wide there, coming through. Westbrook looking for a move. Westbrook to the inside on Slate. Harrell gets the move done up into 2nd place. is all over the back bumper here of Mason Brody. Mason Brody over the shoulder again, holds the inside line into 4. A good decision there, but an even tighter exit line there for Westbrook, who tried to get the pass but couldn't. And now again, we shuffle back around between Harrell and Francisco for 3rd, but Westbrook and Brody battling for the lead here, coming through 8, 9, 10. Let's hit the bottom of the hill for 11 for the last time here in the Super Heat. Up the hill to go down the hill towards 12. This is where the pass can be made if it's going to be made. Westbrook holding the outside. Brody defends that inside line. Westbrook here doesn't go for the switchback into 13, goes wide.
And now Westbrook, could it be a drag race to the line? Brody's gonna take it to the bottom. His momentum not gonna be as good as Westbrook's. Onto the front stretch. Brody to the high side. Westbrook to the bottom. He's gonna go past on Mason Brody. Liam Francisco will push him to it. Dutch Westbrook with the help of a nitro cart. Francisco pushed him to the line. Westbrook gets the Super Heat victory. Waited to the last possible opportunity and he took it. He gets it done to punch his ticket to the pole position. Later on in the weekend, tomorrow, Westbrook is going to lead the field to green. Slade Harrell got slotted back to 4th. Manalio, your top 5.
Go able to get up the Parolin cart into P6. Zev Gottschalk gets that Team Bennett cart into 7th. Brody Stoffel 8th, George Ho 9th, and Thomas Pretlett in Heat 10. And then Aguiar falls all the way down into P11.
Zev Gottschalk defended for his life for more than half of that race. He was able to hold on to 7th. Quick commercial break. When we return, it's time to go racing in X30 Junior.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want. Like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need. All at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Garrett. Garrett.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Speed Concepts Racing X30 Junior gets ready to go racing for their Super Heat. They're led to the green flag by Travis Pettit and Tristan Murphy are going to share row number 1. Marco Samadino-Gutowski on row number 2, Lucas Palacio and Royce Vega on row 3. Wagner and Walcott are going to make it an all-RPG lockout of row number 4 with Johnson and Wade Gottschalk on row number 5.
It's going to be interesting to watch here and see if Travis Pettit can lock out the Saturday on X30 Junior. 1 Heat 1, 1 Heat 2, 1 pole position in qualifying. If you can cap it off with a Super Heat win, that is a strong, strong Saturday showing for Travis Pettit in X30 Junior, and definitely a lot better of a go than what we saw in KA Junior.
And it's been great to bring you guys all the live action from the 3rd round of the United States Pro Kart Series, the Ohio Grand Prix. This championship comes to a close in about a month's time when we head over to Lake Erie at the Lorraine KartPlex, September 18th, September 20th. But they got to get through this weekend. They got to get through the Super Heat, and tomorrow the main event, X30 Junior is underway. And Royce Vega, 2 tires off and into the grass. He continues. But a chaotic start to his race. 2 together. Win Gottschalk's into the wall. Exit of turn number 2. The rookie is out early.
And that was heavy contact with the wall there on the exit of turn 2. Rest of the field able to keep going there, but you could see immediately just unfortunately off there and not a lot of runoff and a lot of high speed. We'll double check here how that shakes things up, because up front we continue to run through with Travis Pettit, that 729, trying to just carry the momentum early here in the front, followed along by Murphy.
Everybody else single file line and a little bit of pushing and shoving there. Wagner just got on the back of Tristan Murphy. That just moved him up the racetrack just enough. 2 together. Walcott, Veeder, Somebody climbed over the top of Grayson Walcott, and I think that might have been Veeder. Regardless, both of them out. Yellow flags fly, no passes into the first sector.
Yellow flags flying through as we come through the first couple of corners. That is going to be music to Travis Pettit's ears, the fact that Palacio can't pass at least through turn 2, but now down into turn 4, can look for a move, doesn't look for a move, holds single file here, and look at Nico Katowski up into P3 here on the start to try to find some moves. Braden Wagner up 3 places, Tristan Murphy dropped 3 places, and your big mover, the 767 of Fernandez, up 9 places.
Yeah, good drive up the field for Benja Fernandez. We saw him off to the wayside at the, well, pretty much, I wouldn't say at the end. It was the end of his race, but we were halfway through, and he was just off onto the wayside right here in this little section in the final sector. The MPG Motorsports Kart Republic couldn't close that one off, and he is rolling quite nicely here in the Super Heat. Now a pass for the lead, yellow flags fly, and Palacio is going to have to give it back to Travis Pettit, and he does so. And I think the yellow flags just caught him by surprise. But a good thing that he gave it back to Pettit, and he's going to go right back into turn number 4. Palacio inside, clear of Travis Pettit.
Now look who's coming up behind here. It's the Lando Norris helmet of Braden Wagner, who is now closed in here to get into the mix of this battle. So they are going to really start shaking things up, because Wagner, I mean, that is the moment that you are looking for. You're looking for more karts to battle through. And here we go, Pettit again to the inside in the BJRLN, gets that move through and gets up into the go. The 725 fights back side by side, going through 12, 13, 14 switcherooskies around. Samet trying to make some moves through, and in all of that, somehow third place back doesn't change.
And Pettit now going to look to the bottom of the racetrack. Palacio going to have to make way, and he does. Now Pettit, and we're going to have them all stacked up back to 10th. Only 4 laps into this race. Dominic Gaddis looking to rip the high side. He does. He's through on Samet. He's through on Golseth. They're all stacked up here. Bumper to bumper, nose to tail. Katowski, Murphy, and then back to Tom Gaddis and Vega. 4 tires off the racetrack at the start of this race. Now back into the lead group as Golseth looks to make a move on the outside, looks to set up a crossover, not going to work for him.
Vega showing the definition here of never say never and never give up, never surrender. All the way through, contact along in the mix there. That's Golseth, who was getting a little bit wild there in the back as they all still continue things through. That's a bit of a bump from Gaddis to Samet, a bit of front to rear bumper contact coming along into the braking zone into 12.
We're stacked up all the way back to Parker Ives as well, with Kai Park, who's running 13th. And then Graham Eslick is also going to close in, who's running in 14th. Now Pettit to the bottom again. Palacio opens up to the outside as we work our way into turn number 2. Gaddis choosing the high line. He's now going to get clear on Murphy. Samet's going to push him through. That'll always help. So Gaddis up to 5th. And Samet helped him for a couple of corners consecutively, but now looking to make a move of his own on Gaddis. Not going to work. Dom holds on to the 5th spot.
This is 14 karts that are running on track right now for X30 Junior Super Heat. In your camera shot, there are 14 karts nose to tail. I cannot think of the last time I saw 14 X30 Juniors nose to tail who all are in a position within a stone's throw of the lead if things go their way and don't go somebody else's way. This is amazing racing, and a reminder, it is the Super Heat. We're lap 5 of 15. We still have a final to go tomorrow.
And again, very good point that you mentioned, right? All 14 drivers that are still left on the racetrack are all right here. We lost Romero. We lost Romero. We lost Veeder. We lost Nario. We lost Gottschalk. We lost Walcott. And now Palacio is going to find his way to the lead of the race over Travis Pettit. Wagner in 3rd. You go back to Katowski, who's in 4th. And then Gaddis. And then Samet. And then and then Murphy, and then Golseth. All the way back to 8th are the ones that we have in the first frame. As now, Palacio not going to go defensive. He will now on the exit of 11. Down and into 12. Who's the first one out of line? It's going to be Murphy. He's not going to find anything as they work their way to 13.
coming through 13 and 14, this snail section. This is where a lot of drivers are going to try to find opportunities to pass along just like that. That is Johnson back in 10th place, trying to work that outside line to the inside line. If you can get out of line through there, you can have a bit of a run. Wagner trying to make a move up front, side by side, Palacio to Pettit. Travis Pettit wants to try to find a move, is trying to sweep X30 Junior on the Saturday, and as of right now, the only kart standing in his way is the RPG of Palacio, and Palacio has been a big battle here. Palacio's shown pace, has shown racecraft, and has been putting that kart in all the right places to defend.
And I mean, what do you expect, right? If you're Travis Pettit, you're the guy that's ran away with almost every single session in X30 Junior so far up to this point. If you're Lucas Palacio, again, you can't really blame him for driving the way that he's driving at the moment, right? Doesn't want to allow the 729 to get away. They were in heads-up opportunities, right, where it was Pettit, Samet, Palacio, and Pettit was just able to extend the gap over all of them. And now this is a direct, what we saw earlier on today throughout qualifying, throughout Heat 1, throughout Heat 2, this is a direct factor of that, right? This is what, you know, we're seeing. This is why we're seeing this race the way that it's racing right now. Now Palacio's going to, you know, not go as defensive. The gap's going to open up here a little bit, but it's still him and Pettit up at the front, Wagner in third, and a different outlook where it seemed like up to this point, Palacio has always found himself in a situation where he's been outnumbered at the front. Now he's got a familiar face in third in Wagner.
Yeah, and that is going to help a lot with Wagner, the RPG teammate, in third here. It's been a BJR weekend, I have to say it. It's been a BJR weekend so far. Every class we've looked at, it's been Brandon Harscrack Racing up near the front. And right now, RPG trying to find their way in X30 Junior. Their drivers first and third, almost first and fourth as Katowski pushes the TKG up to the inside, gets the move done into third. Nico Katowski says, you know what? Commentators, y'all are talking about RPG, BJR. This is my home track. This is the home of Trinity Karting Group. Let me remind you for a second. Moves up to third, and I will not be surprised if Katowski isn't on the back of Pettit here within the lap.
And that was a really timely move there on Nico Katowski, right? Kind of building and building and building on the momentum that he'd been carrying, and then finally on the rear bumper of Braden Wagner. And then he's going to take the opportunity, right? It presented itself, he goes. He did just that. The fastest driver on the racetrack is a winner from the Carolina Grand Prix in the main event, Nathan Golseth. He's currently running in 7th, and he still hasn't found a way by on Dom Gaddis, who's, again, Dom's shown great pace here, but this is the way the championship is looking like at the moment, as Samet now going to go by on Wagner. Gaddis, now Golseth, now Murphy, and Wagner is going to get his elbows out here. But it's not going to be enough because the two RPMs are going to push each other on the front stretch. They're going to blow the doors off the RPG. Murphy goes through, Vega goes through, and Wagner falls back to 9th. Just situational there for Wagner, just as fast as anybody. But two going to be stronger than one on that front stretch there, Bradley.
Absolutely, and especially when it's a teammate who you race well with, you know the racing strategies. And look at this pass for the lead. Travis Pettit trying to make the move.
Oh.
Nico Katowski contact with Palacio, but that is the move for Travis Pettit getting up to the front, but Katowski into second. That's going to be responded to, though. Palacio takes the move back to the inside, and now this is Samet trying to find a move. Not able to. The 723 of Golseth makes the move to the inside here, able to get a strong run on Gaddis. Murphy followed through as well, but now we've got a problem. We've pulled the cork out of the bottle. We've put Travis Pettit in the front. Travis Pettit now needs to drop a gear and disappear.
And that was going to take me to my next point, right? Those two moves, that could have been just enough for Travis Pettit. The move out of Katowski in a turn number 7 to go on Palacio, and then Palacio going right back on him in turn number 11. Those two could very well be the difference makers in allowing Travis Pettit to sweep the Saturday in X30 Junior presented by SCR. That could very well be it, right, for Pettit. Or it could be Palacio who hunts him back down and closes down the gap. Still, laps, a lot of them at hand. We are currently in lap number 11, 4 laps to go. Or sorry, well, now it's going to be 4.5 laps to go left in this Super Heat. Does Palacio have enough time to close down the gap as Murphy is looking on the inside of Golseth? And he's still there in a turn 13. Now going to work his way by on Nathan as we're side by side. Royce Vega And then Cam Johnson, where did he end up? He's got Wagner right behind him. Ives in line.
Wagner all the way back into that mix through in P10. Wagner was up near the front having some goes, but that's just how competitive this pack is coming through. Meanwhile, Travis Pettit, 7/10 of a second gap. You've put Samet in third, Palacio in second. They've opened up a good margin here of breathing room, which gives them the opportunity to reset and think. These are long super heats. So again, that time to reset and think when you don't have karts absolutely swarming you every corner and you're not necessarily having to drive offensively, defensively. Oh, that's a big dive to the inside.
Nathan Gulseth into the side of Royce Vega there as he was looking for a move into turn 11. And unfortunately for Vega, found himself off the racetrack, all 4 tires. It'll take him a little bit to get him back into the optimal performance window. But you look at the front, it's not exactly the runaway that Travis Pettit would have hoped for. Lucas Palacio is closing in on him as they were working their way into turn number 1. That was the last that we saw of the two of them. Now we look here, Marco Samet with the fastest lap of the race, and he's currently running in third. And they were 2/10 better compared to Travis Pettit.
It's there. I think, unfortunately for Travis Pettit, it is just so hard to stretch a gap as a solo driver here. 2 is always going to be stronger than 1 in this run around MCC. This 0.95-mile track really does help if you have a friend to follow through and kind of cut the air for you and push through. That's why Samet's the fastest. Here's your Shop AKR replay. That is the contact that had me and Caleb both jump back in our seats here in the booth. And, well, unfortunately for the 739 there, going all 4 wheels off, some contact there, trying to take advantage of grip that maybe isn't there at the end of the day. You think that's what caused that, or just a little too much of a sin?
It was, I mean, he was fully alongside him and I guess you could say clear, but not really. It was still Vega on the outside. But when he's right at the apex, right in the middle of the corner, you can see the kart in the rear kind of step a little bit, and that's what kind of pushed him into Royce Vega. Nonetheless, though, there was contact in between the two, you know, whether it's a racing incident, whether it's, you know, whatever the officials want to deem of it. Hard one to call for sure for him. But one thing that's not hard to see is that Palacio is going to put up a fight against Travis Pettit, and he's reeling him in here, Bradley, on this final lap.
He's cast the line. He's going for it. And 1 lap is all you need here around this long circuit that takes about 57 seconds for these X30s to get through. Coming to the white flag, going side by side here for the lead. Pettit, Palacio, and Samet. Here we go. BJR now up to 1 and 2 as Palacio goes third. Palacio wants to wrap the outside of 2. Would it be the second time today we see it? The answer is no. He is denied and drops down into third. Reset, rethink. Look back from Samet. Look back from Samet again. And Pettit holding the lead here, confidently keeping the head down and just trying to focus ahead.
And that was worst case scenario as well there for Lucas Palacio, with Marco Samet being right there as close as he was. Palacio had a great exit on the exit of turn 14, was able to fully get alongside Travis Pettit. But again, with Samet also being there and with all of them kind of, you know, bobbling down a little bit, Samet was able to get right behind his teammate and just push him on through. That was the worst case scenario there for the 725. And unfortunately, this one is going to end like this for him. Pettit to Samet to Palacio. That is if Marco Samet doesn't want to take the win for himself, and I think he might just be a little bit too far back to the line. It's going to be Travis Pettit who sweeps the Saturday in X30 Junior. Marco Samet came just at the right time to push him on through. Coming to the white flag, he's going to come across in second. Palacio, your top 3.
If you had asked me on lap 5 if it would be a Travis Pettit, Samet, Palacio top 3, I would have said no way. I would have said no way. This race went so many different ways, and I was not thinking it was going to be Pettit, Samet, Palacio top 3 here. Tristan Murphy in 4th, Nico Katowski in 5th, Gulseth, Johnson, Wagner, Ives, and Vega, your top 10.
Well, that was 15 laps in the Super Heat. Tomorrow, the X30 Juniors will go for 20 laps. A very lengthy main event. That'll be the next time we see these junior drivers. Quick commercial break on the other side. KA Masters, KA Super Masters. Go green, they're Super Heat.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know. You sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old? 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. Well, that's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always two. One for me and clearly one for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help, though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
KA Masters, KA Super Masters, presented by Trinity Karting Group and Ash Motorsports, getting ready to go green once again. Renato Jauder DeVere, Andy Kutcher getting ready to lead this field to the green.
From there, it's Enrique Baca, it's Mike Rollison, it's Scott Carpoletti, and it's Paul Elfonte, your top six. Scott Falcone in P7, Todd Shambo 8th, Randy Klomick, and Jose Eduardo De La Garza Elizondo in P10. It's Junaid Din, it's Greg Leahy, and Kim Carpoletti, your 13 carts to roll off this Super Master Heat as they head towards the tram lines. Can Andy Kutcher find the win here?
We're about to find out. Kutcher got the first one in heat race number 1. Renato got it in heat race number 2. KA Masters, KA Super Masters is underway.
And a good getaway from everyone there through turns 1 and 2. trying to hold on along. It did look like Paul Alfonte had a little moment there through turn 2, getting up on the curb. But up front, it's David with Kutcher, your top two. I thought Kutcher was going to go for a look on the inside in turn 2. Wasn't close enough to really go for it, but is not letting David pull any gaps here as they head up the hill through 11 and down the hill towards 12.
Enrique Vaca was able to get through on Mike Rawlison at the start. Raleigh quickly going to respond into turn 12. And he does. He's clear. Raleigh up to third. Now with his sights set on the top two. And Enrique was really able to play spoiler as well throughout that second heat race, putting himself closer to the top 3. And when heat race number 1, we're able to kind of put a gap on the rest of the field. We'll see how it stacks up here and whether or not Andy Kutcher wants the lead a little bit sooner than what he did in heat race number 2. He was quickly again found with Ranajado David. He was able to retake it and ultimately able to take the win as well at the end of heat race number 2. But with the inclusion of X30 Junior and with Pro X30 on the grid, we'll head on down to Cameron, who's caught up with some of our drivers. Cameron?
Sorry guys, we are just out of the scale line with Lucas Palacio. Finished third on track there. Travis Pettit has potentially a penalty. I know that they will probably try to get that one overturned. Kind of talk me through that race. How did that feel?
It was good. I was in the lead for most of it. I knew that the first chance they got to pass me, they would. So I started defending for a bit. I got a gap, and then Travis passed me. That shuffled me a little bit back. But after that, just caught back up to him, and then the last few laps, me, Marco, and Travis were battling, and I finished third on track, so it's not too bad.
How are you feeling going into tomorrow? I know today's been a super long. It probably feels like that was the main. How do you feel going into the main tomorrow?
I'm confident. I think we definitely have the package to win. And yeah, hopefully I can do it tomorrow.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir, to Cameron, for Lucas as well for his time. And again, feeling confident about tomorrow. And it's all the way that, with the hand that you're dealt, pretty much and the way that you're going to play it is one of the biggest things for a lot of those X30 Junior drivers, because that race gave us a whole lot of everything, right? With passes, with moves, with, a lot of different opportunities for different drivers. Andy Kutcher took his in turn 13 to take the lead away from Renato Jarro David. And now Micah Rawlison in turn number 1 is going to shuffle the Orsalon Racing driver back to third. So Renato in the 405 loses 2 spots here in the matter of only about 3 corners. And a different look up front with Andy Kutcher and Raleigh, who set the fastest lap of the race that time around. And he's closing in here to Andy Kutcher, so first opportunity is going to be here in turn 11. Going to probably wait a little bit longer.
Run up the hill here to come back down, and there we go to the inside of turn 12. That is going to be Mike Rawlison making the move. Andy Kutcher swinging it back on 13 through 14, able to get up to the front. But Rawlison showing some strong pace here in the middle third of this race, heading into kind of that moment where a lot of times we see these drivers sort of settle in, but not happening down into turn 1. Rawlison making the move again to get up into the front here as Andy Kutcher trying to use all of that MCC track and all of that MCC track knowledge to move forward here, as David in third is really just settled in here and is kind of watching these front two. I think taking advantage of the time that is going to be given, and a lot of reaching down there with the right hand, making minor adjustments here to the engine, trying to get some extra pace, trying to find a little bit more here in the middle part of this run to keep up with Andy, to keep up with Rawlison and work to make a move. Something we haven't talked about a lot here, Caleb, is there's a bump on the downhill to turn 12. And if you watch a lot of these drivers, they kind of will, off of the top of the hill, come out to the middle of the track and come back over. And sometimes you'll see that and think they're defending, especially in these older classes, but really it's just them avoiding a bump to the inside of the track.
Yeah, again, very characteristic of that final sector that was added after the track was open to invite more national races to come and race here. And again, very physical in the way that this place drives. And for Andy Kutcher, he got a great exit And a great run on Mike Rollison to take the lead of the race as well, coming out of turn number 1 and into 2. And Raleigh as well, a little tiny moment in turn 2. No harm, no foul there for the 428. He's still got Kutcher in his sights, and Renato still very busy adjusting on the carburation.
I don't feel like I normally see drivers do that much adjustment, and another adjustment down the hill towards turn 12. Yeah, that doesn't instill much confidence for me for the 405. And, you know, maybe it's just a case of millimeters of adjustment that's harder to do, of course, in the kart, but a lot more adjustment than I feel like we characteristically see these KA drivers do.
And you saw him kind of fine-tuning that as well throughout the first heat race. Heat 2, you didn't see much of it, but now again, very drastic differences, right? Heat race number 1, it was, you know, probably peak heat. We were just at about noon for these drivers in heat race number 1, and then now you go to the super heat, a longer race, and as well the conditions here today have changed a whole lot as well, right? Where it's starting to cool down, the sun's starting to set, and the track also finds itself in a different condition. We'll keep an eye on these 3, and we'll send it on down again to Cameron Reed, who's got a little bit more. Cameron?
It's been a long day here. I know everybody in the pits is starting to get a little bit hungry. We're at the Varas tent, roughly 20 minutes. The cookout will be available, so make sure you guys come get in line because it's gonna go quick. This line's about to get long soon, so if you guys want the best and the freshest food in the pits, it's being cooked as we speak. 20 minutes, the Varas tent is where you need to be.
Yeah, thank you very much there to Cameron. And again, the United States Pro Kart Series always puts on a cookout, free food for everybody in the paddock. And it's usually on the Fridays. Yesterday, with everybody kind of going home back to the hotels a little bit early, moved the cookout to today on the Saturday. So, again, we will be out there.
Oh, yeah.
We will be out there as well for the cookout over at Varas. And we hope to see all you guys there at the conclusion of the action here today. And you hear that from Cameron, just about 20 minutes, and that's going to start for everybody who's looking to get fed before heading on home. But as they will work their way through now, Andy Kutcher, Mike Rollison, Renato Jara-Dervi, there's been no change. And then further back to Enrique Vaca, who's still in 4th. And then Paul Lafante, who passed Scott Carapalati earlier on in this race to put himself up into the top 5. There's been no change now. Mike just at the fastest lap of the race. But he's still not forcing the issue on Kutcher.
This is where we're seeing that patience and that virtue of knowing when to pick your pass really show itself here for the Masters, Super Masters. We talk about it a lot, but I'm going to talk about it again here. This is our oldest categories of the weekend here, and they will really think about when they want to pick their passes and not necessarily just go for it. They will really play the long game here in the weekend. Of course, for Masters, they're over the age of 30. Super Masters are over the age of 45. So you think about the experience and the smartness of these drivers, and a lot of them have careers here in karting that, well, predate me for some of them. And that is a big feat for a lot of these drivers to still be in here and going. And a lot of these drivers, they run this and then they go back to the tents and then they're wrenching on their team's karts on other people's karts, and then they get their karts set up and they come out and they run after they send out their drivers and their teams and their, you know, some of them family members, friends, whoever they're working with. That is the thing with KA Master, Super Master, is a lot of them are not just here to race. They're here also working and doing different things here, as we are 5 laps to go, and right now it's Kutcher trying to hold the front over Rollison.
Yeah, and Raleigh's been very patient with Andy Kutcher. And again, he's able to do so because Renato's not fully attached to his rear bumper. But I think as soon as that does happen, it's going to be Raleigh's time to go. But he's letting the laps kind of continue to run down before fully attempting to make a pass on Andy Kutcher. And he could do it, you know, pretty soon, catch him by surprise. That could be Also part of the strategy, right? What's going on in the helmet? Only Raleigh knows. But this is a look at the live standings before the drops. Scott Falcone is a driver in the lead of the championship. Rollison, Elefante, Klemek, and Kreppen. That's the top 5. As they work their way onto the backstretch, here we go. Nothing yet. When you think it might come, it doesn't, and it does now into turn 13. Mike Rollison in the lead of the race over Andy Kutcher, who's going to get fed into Renato Jatter-David. Now onto the front stretch. Raleigh working his way through. And Andy's going to want to respond. Go ahead, Bradley.
I tell you what, looking at the standings and looking at the tower, Scott Falcone running in 7th has ran in 7th pretty much all weekend. I really did think Scott Falcone was going to be further up the order. I got to wonder, is that a setup or maybe just this track doesn't click with Scott? But just looking through at it as it stands, Scott Falcone, points-wise coming out of the weekend, is going to be feeling some pressure here as Rollison ahead of Kutcher, ahead of David. And right now, I do think Jatter-David is really looking strong sitting in 3rd, looks patient sitting in 3rd. We're coming towards 2 to go. This top 3 is going to flip-flop a couple more times.
And it's taken a lot of work for Renato to get to this point, right? It was almost the entire, midway point in this race. From then on, he was adjusting and fine-tuning the carburation on the power plant to his right-hand side on the car and finally dialing it into where he's happy with it. You can see he is because he went fastest a lap ago. Now Andy Kutcher going to respond on Mike Rollison, who's going to have Renato right behind him. So this could change the way that we have our top 3 currently sitting on the racetrack. Could very well change. We're about to see they're working their way into turn number 7. Is anybody going to go for a move? They're going to play patient.
It's interesting to see here at the end of KA how these top 3 are interacting. You can tell that there's a lot more, less nice guy coming through. And usually Masters and Super Masters get along very well. As soon as the helmet comes off, they all will talk. They'll handshake. They'll hug. They'll, hang out, go to each other's RVs and eat food together, whatever it may be. But as soon as the helmet goes on, the nice guy goes away. And then the longer into the race it goes, the less and less you see. So Andy Kutcher hasn't been defending super hard, has been defending hard, but if Rollison goes for a pass, hasn't really been, chopping the block or anything crazy like what we see in KA Senior or X30 Pro. Coming into these final 2 laps, I would fully expect Andy, if you see Rollison try to make a move, Andy to really, really block it into the final bit.
Yeah, we'll see a lap and a half to go, turn number 7. Andy Kutcher not defending just yet. And we'll see if, again, that costs them, if any, before the final lap. Into turn number 11, out of it now. Up the hill, Andy Kutcher to Rollison to Renato. In turn 13, we saw Mike Rollison pass there a little bit ago. And Kutcher just going to pinch off that little bit lower. Now Renato's going to take advantage there in turn 14. Renato Jatter-David up to 2nd. And the gap for Andy Kutcher, as big as it's been over the last couple laps. Does Renato have enough time to close on in? And Andy just reset the fastest lap of the race. He's still picking up speed. He's still picking up pace. And it shows you that is something to watch for tomorrow for Andy Kutcher.
Absolutely. That's exactly what Andy needed to do right now, was pull the hat, the cat out of the bag, the bird out of the hat, whatever you want to say, and find that extra bit of pace here at the end, which is exactly what Andy has done. But now Andy stretched out a bit of a gap here, and now David is trying to close in a bit here with Rollison in 3rd. Rollison would love to come through as well as Andy Kutcher coming into turn 12. David tucking down the hill into 12. It's just a little too late, I think, with that pass on Rollison. I think that sort of sets it up. Oh, don't let me speak too soon, actually.
Renato drove deep into turn 14. Not going to be enough for him. And the pass for 2nd coming to the white was the difference maker for Andy Kutcher, who's going to take the win in K Masters and Super Masters. He will win the Super Heat over Renato Jatter-David and Mike Rollison.
fourth place here on the day, Enrique Vaca, with Paul Elfonte in P5, Scott Carapoletti in 6, Scott Falcone into 7, Todd Shambo 8th, June Den in P9, and Randy Klimek in P10. Greg Lay, Jose Eduardo De La Garza Elizondo, and Kim Carapoletti, your 13 carts here in Super Heat. That was a good fight up for the top 3 going through. And by the way, last lap was purple for Mike Rollison, so that RPG had some extra pace at the end. That's another note to take into tomorrow whenever they hit their final around 11 o'clock tomorrow.
Well, we're getting ready to go with Pro X30 on the other side.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Rollison Performance Group Pro X30 getting ready to go for their Super Heat. Paulie Massimino and Davin Roberts are going to share row number 1 with John Antonino and Donovan Bonilla on row number 2.
Row number 3 will be Blake Nash with Alan Isenbod and James Overbeck in P7 with Jake Drew in 8th place. Finnegan Bailiff, the hometown hero, in P9 with Ryan Raffa in 10th place.
Hector Iturriaga starting back on row number 6 alongside Emiliano Lima. Remy Andriazzo, Cinemax Weiland are going to share row number 7. Marcelo Tortado, Fion Shi, Wrigley Keys, Michael Maker, Eli Warren. And there's another look at your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters for this Super Heat. Pro X30 was all about Paulie Massimino before heat race number 2, where we saw James Overbeck emerge and race his way through the field to get one over his teammate. Only 2 races remain on the Saturday. Massimino on the inside, Davin Roberts on the outside. A starting front 2 that we've seen already. They're into the tram lines, and once again, Paulie has them all at a crawl. Pro X30 Super Heat is underway from Ohio.
And it's hole shot for Paulie Massimino, at least into turn number 2, able to hold on there through 3.
Oh,
We've had big offs.
3 around. Finnegan Bailiff gets collected. Looked like Lima. He had a hard hit into the wall as well as they were working their way into turn number 4, and indeed it was Lima with a 303 with massive contact. They're able to continue. Gonna see he's all right. But up front, there's another look at how that shook out. And it was Finnegan Bailiff running out of room and collects Lima. Weiland had to make way. Marcelo Tortado as well.
I would not be surprised if we see Lima pull into the pits. That was 2 big hard hits in a row, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a meatball flag come through for the 303 if the 303 continues.
At least still out there, so says a lot about the character of the 303, right? Continuing here in this race after a hard hit to start things off. But as this race stands, Massimino had an early challenge in the opening 2 corners. Davin Roberts got a good run, ripped the high side in turn number 2. And it looked for a second that he might have gotten clear of Paulie, and Paulie was able to stay ahead. But we look back in with Blake Nash and James Overbeck, who sit behind Jake Drew, has been able to put himself up to 5th. These drivers currently 6th and 7th respectively on the racetrack. With Remy Andriatos getting a good start in this one. He's up a couple. 5 spots gained, it looks like, for Andriatos.
It's definitely good to see Blake Nash there and Overbeck battling it out at the moment as Overbeck's up into 6th. Now, here's the thing that James Overbeck needs to do. Evil Knievel needs to get moving up on the go and get up to the teammate here as the 386 of She is able to make a move up on Andriatos into P number 8 now in shuffle positions. Up front right now, Massimino trying to defend from Davin Roberts, and 3rd place here, Antonino and Bonilla still looking to shuffle positions. They're setting no Satel, and Paulie Massimino, I'll tell you what, is pushing everything out of this Pro X30 up in the front. You see him up on the curbs, bouncing up and through, a look over the shoulder from Roberts, and well, it goes to show in Pro X30, you don't get a moment of rest. You have to be at your best the whole time, otherwise you're gonna get caught up.
And there's something to hold back. This is the last time you're gonna use these MG yellows. Why leave anything on the table? Early on, you know, understandable to save a little bit for the end. But for Paulie, he's, again, not gonna give anybody an opportunity to try and even attempt to take the lead of this race. Jake Drew, fastest lap of the race. Drew currently sits behind his teammate Donovan Bonilla. And Drew's really had a rough go at things today on the Saturday. 10th in qualifying. He was, again, greeted by some grass at the start of heat race number 1 and heat 2. It was a little bit quieter for him. Is now Bonilla looking on the inside on to Johnny Antonino. He gets into the side of him. Bonilla is able to hold on. Antonino paid the price. And I think Donovan might as well, with his teammate and Jake Drew right behind him.
That was a big move along there to try to force the issue and get along, and you see there for Antonino going through. Black and white flag out for the 303 of Lima now under investigation. And here we go, Shop AKR replay into turn 11 again. That contact to the curb, just putting the nose there into the inside, trying to force the issue and causing some contact there to happen. Now what the race director calls on that, I have no idea, because it was a big attempt at a move.
Yeah, and Donovan Bonilla, you saw it there in that replay. That front bumper, very, very loose. So regardless, that's by the looks of it, that's full deployment of that pushback bumper, which is a hefty penalty as well. So for Dono, this race, you know, that move not working out with John Antonino, and it's going from bad to worse as Jake Drew's going to pass him for 3rd. And now Drew, this is as high as he's ran all weekend long. Looking to chase down Davin Roberts and Paulie Massimino at the lead of the race, and there's a look at the lap time breakdown for Jake Drew.
I think Jake Drew looking at lap times here, 57.0, 56.3, 56.8, 56.1. So definitely, I think listening to you, probably listening to the broadcast here a little bit and listening to the PA system, hearing us say, hey, don't hold anything back. And Jake Drew said, okay, I can do that. Running in 3rd right now, closing up to Roberts in 2nd. Massimino holding the lead for now, heading into lap 6.5 of 15. I would not be surprised here if we don't start having some challenges through. Those RPGs sitting 3rd and 4th look very, very strong. Massimino looks strong in the front, though. At some point, I'm expecting Roberts to go for a move on Massimino. I think it's a matter of when, not if, and the answer of when is in the hands of Roberts.
Yeah, very good point there, Bradley. And it's just, again, continuous building for Davin Roberts, right, week after week. goes better and better and better. And this weekend, I think, is also a testament, right, to the hard work Davin's put in to get to this point right here. And he turned 14 here at MCC, SKUSA Pro Tour, on a Sunday. And he's still one of the younger drivers in this field, but really kind of molding into his own, and as well, I think, earning a lot of respect, more so in the last couple of weekends on the Pro X30 side of things against his competitors. But the pace undeniable out of Jake Drew. He's going to get himself cleared for second. And for Davin, he didn't put up much of a fight. And you know, when the roles are reversed for Davin, if he's the one, you know, with a handful of pace at hand on his RPM machine, Drew won't bat an eye. Has to almost in a way repay the favor, right? Because we're only really crossing the halfway point in this race. Plenty of time for Jake Drew to try and do what Davin Roberts hasn't, and that's overtake Paulie Massimino.
Absolutely, we kind of fall back to that order of pass or be passed. You know, if you're not gonna do the pass, you're gonna get passed, and that's where we see Drew at right now. Said, okay, Roberts isn't getting the pass done. I think I can get the pass done. Let's shuffle through. If that doesn't happen, then I think we reopen the battle for second place. But right now, Drew right on the back of Massimino, and here's where things get interesting. Look back in the back there, Antonino with a sin down the inside on Bonilla, with James Overbeck trying to follow through as well. So here is the problem that we're going to start to find again. The more that you battle with the person around you, the more you lose touch with the carts in front of you. We need Drew and Massimino to start battling for everyone else to stay in touch. Because if you start scrapping up for fourth, the top three run away. If you start scrapping for second, your leader can run away. If you're fighting for the leader, there's nobody in front of you to take off. So really right now, what if you are any other kart on the track, what you want to see is Massimino and Drew start battling. Drew looks like there's pace there. Jake Drew is fast and has been looking consistently fast this full time through and is holding times with Massimino. It's just a matter of getting the pass initiated at this point. Is it 12? Is it 13? Is it 2? Is it 11? Right now, the answer for Roberts is a turn 12 attempt here to the inside and trying to make that stick. Can't make it stick. Let the gap open to Massimino, and you see the hand come up there from Drew.
And I can kind of understand that as well for Davin Roberts, right? You let him by halfway through this race with the assumption that Jake Drew was going to be able to make a move on Paulie Massimino, right? That's why he was passing you. And then you've been behind him for about 3 to 4 laps, and Jake just hasn't found a way by. And it also seemed like Drew was having a little bit, you know, of a hard time following closely with Paulie. You saw it there in turn number 12. As soon as Paulie's taking the turn, you know, the steering probably, I would assume, getting a little bit light there for Jake Drew. Could be a question of the dirty air, if you want to call it. You know, who knows? But it's a question I think that'd be worth to probably ask some of these drivers, right? Turn number 1, it's also a place where you're able to use the draft to your advantage and, you know, close on in. But we didn't see much out of Drew, and we didn't see much out of Roberts as well, right? What are the drivers second on back going through? Why is it, you know, not as easy as it may seem to try and make a move on the 308 to Paulie Massimino in this one? Because everybody else for the back is making moves with a little bit of ease. Right now this time, we follow him closely in a turn 1. And you see it there, Drew just washing out that little bit wider on the exit of 1. That could be a factor, but I really don't know how much it could play into the hands. It's the only I can think of. I could just be plain and simple proven wrong, and these guys are being really patient with Paulie at the moment.
There's no telling. Looking at the live standings, though, I would be surprised if Drew is being patient. 156 points separate Paulie Massimino and Jake Drew. And by the way, 150 points is the amount that you get for a Super Heat win. So really, for Drew, this would be a case where Jake Drew needs to try to get this win here. Drew would rather have Paulie maybe have a less ideal result. There's the move coming through finally on the end of lap 11. Drew makes the move to the inside of Massimino, and I don't think Massimino fought that nearly as hard as he could have, leaving plenty of respectful space there. And Drew now into the lead there in the RPG, and Massimino thinking, okay, I'll follow you through for a few laps. We're nearing the end of this race. We'll see what happens here. As here comes the teammate, the BJR teammate of Overbeck, up into third.
Yeah, James with a good move into turn number 2 on Davin Roberts. He wanted to go a little bit sooner than that. Wanted to go in turn number 1, and now Davin Roberts with a little youngster in the field and John Antonio, the two of them kind of not happy with each other. Roberts, you know, trying to tell Antonino to trust the process here a little bit. And Antonino, again, he's running a race of his own. He's got to make moves as well. Because unfortunately, the progression and the trend for Davin has only been backwards at the moment. So we'll see how it all stacks up here as Antonino still searching for a way by, and Bonilla, I don't think he's going to fight for anything all too much with that pushback bumper deployed. Could be the difference in a couple of positions, or it might not be, depending on the time penalty given to him at the end of this one. But up at the front, Jake Drew looking comfortable in the lead of this race, putting about 2 car lengths on Paulie Massimino. As the two of them fight for a championship, as now Antonino's going to look for it. Into turn number 4, and he's found it. He's through for 4th.
Going back here and double checking on the rules here for the pushback bumper violation. It is it's 3 seconds for a half pushback, and it is 6 seconds for a full pushback.
Right on down to Cameron, who's got a little bit more. Cameron?
Yeah, you guys have been talking about some drivers who are looking really strong right now. And while I do agree Jake Drew has got himself in a great position with a great package, how about James Overbeck? He's driven down this pack by himself, worked his way up into the 3rd position. I think he's got just as good of a package as anybody out there. And when these two start battling here on these last 2 laps, as 2 sticks to go just went as they crossed that line, I think he might find himself in a position to win this race.
Yeah, very good point there by Cameron, right? It's been a race where James Overbeck has really been able to show his pace, and he started further back, right? Started further back, had to race his way up here to the front, and now he's there. And I think he might get a little help from the 2 drivers ahead of him to close on in. As well could help Paulie out a little bit, as well as try and better his points average for heading into the main event. But the white flag will fly this time by, and is James going to be there on time to try and go a couple of spots better? Is Paulie going to force the issue? Because as it stands, it should be good enough for Paulie to take the pole position in the main event tomorrow. How much do you risk with a lap to go here, Bradley?
Risk it all at this point if you need to, because you're looking for the go through. If you're Massimino, you really want to get up into 1st and get through. Paulie Massimino is not a driver that really strikes me as wanting to finish 2nd. Of course, you are thinking implications for tomorrow, but you really want to be up in the front. So let's see how it plays through as Massimino runs through. James Overbeck, though, just to touch on Cameron's point, purple last lap. So Overbeck has pace here as we go through, and here we go down into turn number 12. Drew defending on Massimino, and here comes James Overbeck trying to switch it through, possibly to take it 3 wide to the line.
And keep an eye on the 2 for 2nd and 3rd. Is it going to be a run for Paulie Massimino to draft through on Jake Drew to the line? Checkers fly. Jake Drew holds on in the Super Heat to take the win over Massimino and Davin Roberts. And look like Antonino collected the 2 youngsters. It all boils over with a corner to go. Antonino falls all the way down to 14th. Roberts 16th. But in the end, Jake Drew, if it's a consolation prize, he'll take it after the day that he's had today. He's going to win the Super Heat over Paulie Massimino and James Overbeck.
4th place here, Donovan Bonilla, Alan Isambard in P5, Dion Chi in P6, Ryan Raffa in 7th, Blake Nash with Nash Motorsports in 8th, Marcelo Tortado in P9, and Hector Etiragea in P10. Weiland, Andriados, Finnegan Bailiff ended up in 13th with P14 going to John Antonino, Lima in 15th, Wrigley Keys in 16th, Michael Maker, and then Davin Roberts, Eli Warren. That's your 19 karts here in the X30 Pro.
And here's a look back at the incident. Davin Roberts. Oof, scary moment here for Davin. We just missed it there, but Jake Drew puts himself on top at the end of the Super Heat.
Jake. Really solid drive there. Kind of talk us through what it's like coming through the pack. That pace came probably a little later, but it worked out well for you.
Yeah, I think we've just been knocking on the door for most of today, but we kept our head in it, kept calm. Knew that this Super Heat was going to be important, so it was nice to go get that win right there from 8th on the grid too. So should help us a lot in the points and start a little further up for the final tomorrow. And it's a good confidence boost going into the last official session tomorrow. So we're looking forward to it.
Is there anything else that you're still looking for in the package, or ultimately was that exactly what you needed?
Right there was exactly what we needed, but obviously we're going to go to a new tire tomorrow. The track's going to change a little bit, so we'll all put our heads together under the RPG tent and use our best judgment to do what we need to do.
Well, congratulations. Great drive.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Here's that from Jake Drew. This is late. We're going to race probably this season. And again, if that pace can translate into the heat of the afternoon tomorrow, or I should say the early, just at about noon, because they're going to go out there at about 12:20, 12:40 for their main event tomorrow. If that can translate for Jake tomorrow in the heat of the sun here in Cincinnati, that's a good sign for him. Nonetheless, a good way to close off, or say close things off here in this one. A different look on row number 1 with Adrian Renneton leading this field to the green. Justin White alongside him, Ian Quinn and Mateo Pappas on row number 2 with Marcus Kayak and Jonathan Ocasio on row number 3. Gavin Bailiff starts back on row number 4. TKG Barrel Lockout starts alongside Riley Pegram.
Going back and looking at our Master Supermasters, it's Larry Pegram, Bradley Danoff, and Yanavi Panenko going to be your 3 back in the back. And then we have Mitchell Lowry and Gavin Ivey starting 9th and 10th.
They start on row number 5. This is the first time we'll see the Frenchman lead this field to the green. And we'll keep a close eye on Marcus Kayak, who again, flat left rear. You saw him there talking about the struggles with the rear tires here for him.
Gavin Bailiff DNF'd out of Heat 1 with the rear set screws for the rear axle coming loose. So, you know, we haven't seen a proper Kayak Bailiff continuation of what we had through. We saw a little glimpse of it start in Heat number 1, but we haven't really seen these two get into a hard-fought battle here on this race, on this day of racing. So this is the last opportunity, at least on the Saturday, to see what happens for them and how they play things through as we are gridding up here, getting everyone into their slots for the standing start.
Final race of the day as we race into the sunset here at the Ohio Grand Prix. The Saturday of round number 3 is 15 laps away from concluding. Pro shifter with Adrian Renneton on the inside and Justin White, a Carlos Racing Engines lockout of row number 1. If we look at the lights, they're out. Pro shifter is underway. And Ian Quinn is around on the exit of turn number 1 on the Formula K, and I think he might be stuck. Ian Quinn into the grass. His race is over before it even commences.
And Justin White up to the front here on the go with the SOTY driver of Adrian Renneton there in second place already. Ian Quinn, that is such heartbreak already through as we look along into 8, 9, 10, head to the bottom of the hill for 11, cut that corner, and then go up the hills. We have a battle for third.
Marcus Kayak able to get through on Mateo Pappas and Gavin Bailiff following suit through for 4th. So now the 2 drivers who have arguably been the 2 fastest, the 2 with heat race victories, were buried in this field with DNFs. One of them in Heat 1 and another in Heat race number 2 are now chasing down both of the Carlos Racing Engine machines. White leads over Renneton. And a very close jump off the line in between the 2 of them.
we have already lost 2 drivers to attrition of this race as we get a Shop AKR replay of this race start. And let's take a look at how that contact, it was contact with teammates.
Ocasio, Jonathan
Wow.
Ocasio was side by side with Ian Quinn. And another look at the start, even out in front. And the 3 of the Formula Ks looked like they were shot out of a cannon. And Quinn going through, going up to the high side of the racetrack, and Ocasio was right there, right rear to front and left contact between the 2 Formula Ks is what put Ian Quinn out of this race. And now up at the front, Adrian Reneden is going to pass Justin White into turn 1, and he's going to have to block down low the 2 teammates. Going back and forth here.
And Kayak now right to the back here, going for a big charge for second. Look at the outside of turn number 4, not able to make that stick through, and is going to settle back into third, heading into the 6-7 complex, and is trying to stick into the back here in a good position. Bailiff closing that gap here for Gavin. He's looking to get ahead down to the inside into 11. That's a great pass through. Kayak up into second.
That's been Kayak's favorite move so far on the weekend. Turn number 11, second time he's done it this race. And now Gavin Bailiff following suit once again. Kayak passes in 11, Gavin passes in 12, and the 2. I would say it's almost like shake and bake with the 2, again, considering with how the Indiana Grand Prix ended and with how they started off in Heat 1 and how Heat Race number 2 went for them as well early on. Again, something to note, right? But they are both going to have one driver in mind, and that's Adrian Reneden. As they continue to chase him down and hand into the air for Justin White. Justin White, hand in the air. Justin White has an issue. Everybody's going to roll on through. And the driver of the 32, Marinello, threw the hand in the air with a problem. Cameron, we'll head on down to you with more.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit more information about that heartbreaker for Marcus Kayak. He was able to catch up with his mechanic, Doug Foxworth, and it ends up that one of the bead locks inside of the wheel just got grabbed by another driver's front bumper and bent the bead lock about 90 degrees so that it continuously leaked air throughout that whole session. Ultimately, they ended up taking it apart. They chose to use another wheel and were able to reuse a used left rear tire to replace the tire that had been damaged from that session. So Marcus Kayak back on track, and his pace is back.
Thank you, Cameron. Indeed, something that I kind of had mentioned to Bradley, right? The tire was de-beaded, so that bead lock either being a little bit too loose, whether it was the, little screw-in area for that bead lock, whether it was a little bit too worn in, that was just leaking air out of the tire. Regardless of that, Marcus Kayak has found pace here in the Super Heat. He's chasing down Adrian Reneden. Now he's going to get to his rear bumper, and Gavin Bailiff is also right there. So the battle turning into 3. All evenly matched in pace. I think, if anything, Reneden missing what the 2 behind him have. Granted, they do have a little bit fresher tires. Kayak putting on a used left rear. Bailiff not taking part in Heat Race number 1. Only 4 laps in, and Reneden has. So how much is left for Reneden in comparison to Kayak and in comparison to Bailiff?
That's a good question. That is a good question. There we go. That's a big shuffle through in turn 11. That was Reneden and Kayak almost having the biggest moment I've ever seen. And that shuffles along as I think that was just a big miscommunication in braking, and somehow Reneden holds on to the lead in Pro Shifter.
Yeah, Marcus Kayak, he is, again, made it known, right? Turn 11, one of his favorite passing opportunities on the racetrack, but now it's going to cost them because Gavin Bailiff is going to go through, and then Bailiff going to go back to the bottom, and I think Kayak almost wanted him to set his sights forward on Adrian Reneden because Reneden, I would say, doesn't have the speed compared to these 2 drivers, and now they're going to be stuck battling for second here. But yeah, Kayak tried it, and just a little bit too deep on the brakes. Sent him washing up the racetrack, and Reneden played it perfectly, right? Unfazed, able to cross him up.
The Frenchman, Adrian Reneden, is a very smart, very wise, very strong driver. I would almost say that if you asked Adrian Reneden whether this is true or not. Adrian would say, I know turn 11 is Kayak's spot, so I did something different in turn 11 to throw him off. I almost would bet that there was some sixth sense, spidey sense on the back of Adrian Renninen's head that caused that to go through. Cross sticks in the air. We are halfway through the Pro Shifter Super Heat, our final Super Heat of Saturday before we go to tomorrow, which is warm-ups and then the mains, of course, going through. And, well, we have Bailiff and Kayak stuck nose to tail with each other, and somehow they are not catching Renninen right now. Arguably, Bailiff and Kayak are the faster karts, but somehow they are not catching Renninen yet.
Well, again, looking at the gap at the line, just under a second in between Adrian Renninen and Gavin Bailiff. But again, Gavin and Marcus, as we're looking at the timing pylon right now, I mean, now this definitely won't help as Kayak looks on the inside there in turn 13. He's going to get clear now. And I think he was just following a little bit too closely with Gavin Bailiff. That lap, and you see Marcus just kind of pointing forward, right? Taps the back of his helmet. He's letting him know, work with me here.
That's a strong ask.
And again, but I also think it's a fair ask, right? In between both of them, because in that lap, they lost a lot of time with the move in between Gavin and obviously Marcus. They went back and forth, and Adrian was able to extend the gap. But with Gavin there in second, he defended for a little bit, right? When it almost seemed like Marcus was happy to stay behind Gavin as long as they got back up to Adrian. And for Gavin, it seemed like he was still weary about what Marcus wanted to do, whether it was going to go right back. And I think Marcus, by getting ahead of him, tapping the back of his helmet, it's like, look, I want to work with you here. Let's get up to Adrian and both put ourselves in better positions for the end of this race. And you see it now, starting to close.
Yep.
Because Kayak set the fastest lap of the race a lap ago. He was 0.3 better than Renninen. Now he's 0.2 once again.
Yeah, so Marcus Kayak, definitely the fastest kart of this group of three. I almost wonder there for Gavin Bailiff if he's not just a little weary of Marcus Kayak after the moment last round. Of course, we have talked about it in nauseum at this point, that these two definitely are the big kind of ticking time bomb of this run. So, you know, you got to wonder, how is that going to play through? Because here's the thing, we're on the home turf of Gavin Bailiff. If there is ever a time where Gavin Bailiff wants to be the one to win here at MCC, it's now, because again, this is Gavin Bailiff's home turf. This is the home track. We are quite literally in the Bailiff backyard running through here as we're getting down to 5 laps to go as they cross the line. 5 more laps of action, just under 5 more miles of competition to go. Kayak that time cut into the gap a little bit more, just about a 10th.
And we'll see if there's enough time at hand. I think there will be for Marcus Kayak and for Gavin Bailiff. Now at a car length and a half in between Renninen and in between Marcus as they work their way out of the turn 7 hairpin. The Formula K getting a lot closer to the Sodi here, and Adrian's gonna know it. He looks over the shoulder. Marcus is right there and right on cue. Adrian's going to the bottom. Now Marcus, how aggressive does he get behind the 14? Sitting patient, but top 3 are all stacked up here. Turn number 1, turn number 2, all places where we've seen moves. Just depends on how good Marcus launches off turn 14. He's right there. Now into 2. Renninen's gonna put it on the low side once again here, Bradley.
Renninen with a great job of defending here and knows that the pressure is there. I think Renninen kind of knew that the time was coming, that it would go from a case of run my race to defend my race. And that is exactly where Renninen has put himself, is in the case of defense. And I mean, the Sodi driver is very, very wise. The Frenchman knows how to defend a lead time and time again. But there we go, turn 11 and make it 2 for 1. And contact between Bailiff and Kayak. More contact between Bailiff and Kayak as they try to go through, heading towards turn 12. They tried to sort each other out, and now it is Kayak ahead of Bailiff, and Bailiff now on the second run, Renninen into 3rd.
And again, Marcus Kayak tried that move into turn 11 once again. It worked for him, but Gavin Bailiff was all over the curb in turn number 10, able to get to the bottom of the racetrack on Marcus Kayak, and then as Kayak went down low to defend, was met tire to tire, door to door with Gavin Bailiff. Contact in between the two, but they're all still going. It's Kayak to Bailiff to Renninen the top 3, and next time around it's 2 laps to go. And we talked about the pace at hand for the Burrell. We talked about the pace at hand for the Formula K. It was only a matter of time as to when they got ahead of Adrian Redden, and here's another look at it. Inside, turn number 11 for Kayak, and there's the crossover. The over-under for Bailiff gets on the gears. They're met door to door. And Kayak not wanting to make way, rubbing tires, banging doors into turn number 12.
And I bet if you ask Kayak, Kayak will say, I left the kart switch to the inside. I left the room there. And for Bailiff, he'll say, I didn't have enough space. I had to come over, and then the kart's connected. What did you want me to do? Popsicle sticks in the air, 2 to go. 2 more miles on the opportunity for Bailiff to pass Kayak here. Going through. Reneden, though, wants to have a bit of a look here on Bailiff, trying to go around through turn 4. Not able to get past. And for Kayak, that Formula K just trying to run away here, trying to pull some gap. And honestly, what would help is if Reneden and Bailiff start battling.
I'm not sure if Gavin missed a shift or what on earth happened on the exit of turn number 3, because the gap in between Bailiff and Kayak opened up significantly there, Bradley, where, again, Bailiff lost the time that he was making up to Kayak. He's going to close it right on down now, where they're closing into Bradley Danoff, the driver in the 517, who's just a little bit up the road. He's going to get the blue flags this time. Look over the shoulder. Kayak is there. White flag will fly. Last lap, Danoff's going to make way, so they're not going to lose all too much time.
Great heads-up driving from Danoff, pulling off there on the exit 1. That does allow this battle for the lead to continue. Kayak to Bailiff to Reneden. Bailiff this time seems to have this kart blocked in a bit more. A look over the shoulder from Kayak heading towards 6-7 and knows that gap is closing. Bailiff giving this final lap all she's got in the kart here. Heading through 11 up the hill, the gap still closing. Let's go towards 12, going defensive a little bit, and Kayak just running the racing line.
Here we go into turn 13. Bailiff inching closer. Now into 14. Not quite there. Marcus Kayak is going to hold on, racing his way through this field. 4 spots gained. And he will win the Super Heat over Gavin Bailiff and Adrian Reneden. And on that final lap, Bailiff with the fastest lap of the race. For that win for Kayak. Didn't come without losing a little bit of paint. That second place for Gavin didn't lose with his TKG barrel art losing a little bit of paint as well. Nonetheless, we'll hear from him for the end of this one. Kayak on the Formula K SRP powered Macron Motorsports machine will take the win in the Super Heat. And I'm not sure how that'll leave the points headed into the main event as to who's going to start on the inside, who's going to start on the outside on row number 1. Nonetheless, it's a good recovery after the second heat race that Kayak unfortunately suffered. But that's it. That's it on Saturday. Here at the 3rd round of the Ohio Grand Prix. Tomorrow, all that's left is main event racing action. We're waiting here from some of our drivers here, Bradley.
In the scale lines with Adrian Reneden. We haven't talked to you yet this weekend, so kind of catch us up on how your weekend's been so far.
Yeah, we work a lot in the practice with the team. At the end, we find a great pace. Now the Super Heat was difficult because my 2 opponents have fresher tire than me, especially Marcus, who changed the tire, so it was hard to keep them behind, but I'm confident for the final tomorrow.
Yeah, had some pace there early, so you really just think it came down to tire. At the end of it, their late run pace?
I hope first. But we see in the final with new tire. But in all the heats, the pace was good with one best lap. So yeah, I think we have a good package, and we just have to give everything tomorrow. I think I will start P1, so all to play.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Cameron, and good point there by Adrian, right? You can only hope that it was just the tires that was better as far as the package goes for the SRP-powered Formula K for Marcus Kayak and Gavin Bailiff on his TKG barrel art. But with that being said, Bradley, that concludes the Saturday of action here at the third round of the United States Pro Kart Series.
Absolutely awesome. I mean, of course, you know, coming off of yesterday's torrential downpour flood out where we lost out on the runs and qualifying, having to shuffle those two this morning, things getting crazy all the way along, and just absolutely so much fun. So glad to be here. I can't wait for tomorrow.
Oh, that being said, we'll see you guys at the cookout. Wish you a good night, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.